Marquess Worth the Scandal, written by Violet Sinclair. Narrated by Isadora Blythe. Chapter 1. My dearest Lucy, you'll be pleased to hear I've finally been admitted to White's. Such a crush of lords and gentlemen. You'd laugh to see how they all strive to outdo one another in fashion and wit. I assure you, I acquit myself splendidly in both departments. Pray cease your fretting about those business matters you persist in writing of. I'm sure you have everything well in hand, as always. You were ever father's daughter in matters of ledgers and accounts. My talents lie in far more diverting directions, I assure you. Won quite handsomely at cards last night, enough to make even your prudent heart rejoice. I've made some excellent new friends here. Precisely the sort of connections father always wished for me. Lord D has taken me up, and his set includes some of the most influential men in London. Such opportunities, Lucy. Though I fear the particulars might shock your proper sensibilities. Tell mother I am well, and she must not distress herself. My new rooms are perfectly situated, though I may soon remove to even better ones. The possibilities here are beyond anything we imagined in Boston. I know you mean well with all your concerned letters, but truly, Lucy, when have I ever not landed on my feet? Trust in your scapegrace brother's natural charm and good fortune. They haven't failed me yet. Your devoted brother, William. Miss Lucy Livingston stood at the rail of the Black Ball Packet Amity, her gloved fingers pressed against salt-worn wood as the great expanse of the Thames stretched before her. The river pulsed with the lifeblood of the empire. Merchant ships heavy with Indian silks and Chinese tea, fishing vessels laden with the morning's catch, elegant private barges. 28 days at sea had given her ample time to memorize every word of her brother's missive, to parse each carefully casual phrase for the trouble lurking beneath his studied nonchalance. For the first months after his arrival in London, William had written faithfully every month, his letters full of society gossip and cheerful accounts of his adventures. His words had painted pictures of glittering ballrooms and exclusive clubs, of titled lords and elegant ladies who had welcomed the charming American into their circle. Then came this last letter 8 months ago, with its forced gaiety, and after that, silence. She had written to him 3 times since then, each letter more urgent than the last, but no response had come. The Amity's black hull and distinctive crimson swallowtail flag marked her as one of the finest vessels to make the Atlantic crossing. From her position at the rail, Lucy had watched her fellow passengers transform as England's shores drew near. The merchants' wives who had happily shared American recipes now affected English accents and practiced their curtsies. Gentlemen who had lounged carelessly on deck now fussed with their cravats and rehearsed the proper forms of address. Even the children had been scrubbed and pressed into proper English presentation, their colonial exuberance replaced with studied restraint. My lord, a merchant's wife, practiced her curtsy, wobbling slightly as the ship moved. Your Grace. No, Mrs. Collins. Another passenger, who had appointed herself an etiquette instructor, tapped her fan against her palm. The curtsy must be deeper for a duke, and do mind your pronunciation. Yard might be acceptable in Boston, but in London it's laud. Lucy bit back a smile as the deck became an impromptu finishing school. Even the gentlemen weren't immune. Dare say they'll spot us as colonials the moment we open our mouths, one muttered, adjusting his cravat for the 100th time. Better to be spotted as wealthy colonials, his companion returned, than poor ones. None of the passengers suspected that the elegantly dressed Miss Livingston, with her manufacturing fortune and perfect manners, planned to scandalize London society the moment she stepped ashore. The very fortune that made her acceptable to the ton, her father's success in Boston's textile mills, would mark her as trading class to the very society she needed to infiltrate. The irony did not escape her. The letter crinkled in her grip, the paper worn soft as cambric from countless readings. Won quite handsomely at cards last night, William had written, his penmanship growing increasingly unsteady as the letter progressed, as if his hand had trembled with each stroke. Trust in your scapegrace brother's natural charm and good fortune. They haven't failed me yet. Yet. That single word had haunted her across an ocean, its echo keeping time with the steady pulse of the ship's engines. William had always balanced on the knife's edge between charm and recklessness, but something in that last letter spoke of darker waters. She drew the second letter from her reticule, its crisp paper a stark contrast to William's worn missive. This one, arriving 5 months ago, had shattered any remaining hope that William's silence stemmed merely from carelessness. The paper alone spoke volumes, thick cream vellum, clearly chosen from a lady's desk rather than a gentleman's study. The black ink held a peculiar sheen, as if its writer had taken particular care with each elegant stroke. My dear Miss Livingston, your brother speaks of you with such devoted affection. I feel compelled to write, though discretion prevents me from signing my name. William has fallen in with certain elements here in London that give me pause. While his charm and natural optimism are delightful qualities, they may have led him into waters somewhat deeper than he realizes. I have done what I can to offer guidance, but I fear without a steadying influence, he may soon find himself in circumstances that would distress your dear mother greatly. Perhaps a sister's presence might prove beneficial? With deepest regard, Lady D. The signature was an elegant, practiced flourish beneath that single telling initial, the same D that William had mentioned in connection with his new friend. Lucy's fingers traced the edge of the paper, noting the quality of the stationery, the precise angle of the script. Everything about it spoke of wealth and breeding, yet something in its studied elegance made her skin prickle with unease, like a perfectly arranged drawing room that contained a hidden serpent. Through the forest of masts and rigging that marked the West India docks, Lucy caught her first glimpse of London proper. Smoke rose from 1,000 chimneys, merging with the heavy air that spoke of buildings pressed too closely together, of too many lives stacked one atop another. The press of vessels crowding the river would soon swallow the Amity's distinctive silhouette. The dockworkers' shouts grew clearer now, rough London accents, their voices mixed with the metallic clang of chains, the creak of wooden planks, the eternal complaint of seabirds wheeling overhead. Your first time to London, Miss Livingston? A merchant's wife, Mrs. Hammond, appeared at Lucy's elbow, resplendent in a traveling dress that screamed of new money and social aspiration. The woman's recent acquisition of a slight English lilt to her Boston accent would have been amusing if Lucy's thoughts weren't elsewhere. Lucy curved her lips into the polite smile she had perfected in 100 Boston ballrooms, where being a manufacturer's daughter had taught her to armor herself in perfect manners. Yes, I'm to have a season. The Duchess of Radcliffe has kindly agreed to sponsor me. The woman's eyes widened at the prestigious name, but Lucy barely noticed, her thoughts turning instead to the intricacies of the arrangements her parents had made. Her father's business dealings with the Duchess's son had led to introductions, but it was her connection to the Duchess of Rothbury, an American like herself, that had sealed her invitation to London's most exclusive circles. Diana Wakefield had been married by proxy to the Duke of Rothbury, an arrangement Lucy still considered preposterous. Diana had not gone to London to wed in a proxy marriage to one of England's most eligible bachelors. By some ridiculous twist of fate, luck, if one believed in such nonsense, that hasty arrangement had blossomed into a love match. Lucy had to admit, grudgingly, that Diana seemed genuinely happy in her new role. But Lucy had no intention of following in Diana's footsteps. The duchesses might grant her access to London's glittering ballrooms, but she was uninterested in securing a husband while there. She was not in London to marry, no matter what her parents might hope, or how many suitors her mother's letters breathlessly predicted. Let them think her just another American heiress come to hunt a title. It suited her purposes to maintain the pretense, even as she bristled at the thought. She had every intention of returning to Boston, dragging William by his ear if necessary. No duke, earl, or marquess, no matter how charming, would shackle her to this sooty, overcrowded city. The Duchess of Radcliffe? Mrs. Hammond's fingers fluttered to her throat. However did you manage such an introduction? Lucy's smile remained perfect, practiced. An acquaintance of my father's is connected to her Grace's granddaughter, the Duchess of Rothbury. Diana Wakefield? Mrs. Hammond leaned closer, clearly scenting some gossip. Another American bride, was she not? How brilliant for you to make such a connection, And how fortunate, a season sponsored by the Duchess herself. Indeed. Lucy turned slightly, letting her gaze drift to the approaching docks. The less said about her arrangements and the way she'd manipulated them, the better. You must be thrilled, Mrs. Hammond pressed on. Such an opportunity, though I hear Her Grace can be rather exacting in her expectations. So I understand. Lucy's tone discouraged further questions, though her mind raced ahead to her upcoming meeting with the Duchess. Would the formidable lady see through her pretense, recognize that Lucy's interest in a season was merely a cover? Lucy smoothed her own gray traveling dress, chosen for its understated elegance. The letters in her reticule occupied her mind, William's breezy assurances and Lady D's elegant warning, forming two halves of a puzzle she meant to solve. Her brother's life lay somewhere between those two missives. The morning air grew thicker with coal smoke and humanity as London drew near, so different from Boston's salt-tinged breeze. Lucy lifted her chin, fighting back the wave of fear that threatened to overwhelm her. Somewhere in this vast city, her brother needed her. 8 months of silence from William, who had never gone more than a few weeks without writing, who had filled page after page with his adventures until that last trembling letter. She would find him, whatever it took. Chapter 2. Marquess Fitzwilliam, Marquess of Pembrey, braced both hands on his mahogany desk, staring down at the morning's correspondence as if it might bite. The newly elevated peer's military bearing remained evident despite his slight favoring of the left leg. Barrett materialized at his elbow, silver salver balanced with the morning's post, sorted in meticulous piles. Your mail, my lord. The Dowager Marchioness's letter is marked urgent. Isn't it always? Marcus's fingers brushed the thick cream envelope bearing his mother's distinctive hand. He didn't need to break the seal to know its contents. More demands about his social calendar, no doubt. There are several invitations requiring response. Barrett's tone held decades of proper service, yet managed to convey gentle reproach. Lady Ashworth's musical evening, in particular, has already been declined. Marcus shifted his weight, his walking stick taking more pressure than he'd like to admit. I regret to inform your lordship that I have not yet sent the refusal. Marcus turned, one brow raised. Developing a rebellious streak in your dotage, Barrett? Merely exercising prudent judgment, my lord. The Dowager Marchioness was most explicit about your attendance, and a sharp rap at the study door interrupted what promised to be a masterful display of servant's logic. Before Barrett could move, the door swung open to reveal Gabriel Rayborn, Duke of Rothbury. Still hiding among your papers, old friend? Gabriel's presence filled the room with the easy authority that had always characterized him. I thought I might find you attempting to escape London's clutches. Your Grace. Barrett managed to suggest that unexpected ducal visits were an everyday occurrence. Shall I bring refreshments? Brandy, Gabriel instructed. 2 glasses. He waited until Barrett withdrew before fixing Marcus with a penetrating stare. You've missed 3 social engagements this week. Marcus's fingers tightened on his walking stick. I wasn't aware my social calendar required your supervision. It doesn't, but Diana is concerned. Ah, Marcus moved to the window, his slight limp more pronounced in private. So your Duchess sent you to check on me? Diana is rather insistent these days. Gabriel dropped into a leather chair with casual grace. Something about her condition making her particularly concerned for those she cares about. Marcus's jaw tightened. The mention of Diana's second pregnancy was a masterful touch, reminding him of life's continuance, even as he grieved. I see her ability to manage all of us hasn't diminished. If anything, it's grown more refined. Gabriel accepted a glass of brandy from Barrett's reappearing form. She's quite determined you'll attend Lady Ashworth's musical evening with us. Us? Apparently, the child makes her crave music. Gabriel's mouth quirked. Though between us, I suspect she simply tires of watching me pace the study while she rests. Marcus turned from the window, studying his oldest friend. The 2 years since Gabriel's marriage had softened some of his sharp edges, domesticity sitting well on the once rigid Duke. And if I decline, then I'll be forced to explain to my pregnant wife why her favorite neighbor continues to hide in London rather than returning to Millbrook Hall, where she might actually see him occasionally. Gabriel took a measured sip of brandy. I don't recommend disappointing her in her current state. Her tears are quite devastating. Tears? Marcus's walking stick tapped against the floor. Diana hasn't shed a tear since she was 12 and fell from that apple tree. She told you about that, did she? Marcus simply nodded. Yes, well, Gabriel's expression turned haunted. Pregnancy changes things. Barrett cleared his throat with the precise timing of a butler who had served multiple generations. Shall I respond to Lady Ashworth in the affirmative then, my lord? You might as well. Marcus lowered himself into the chair opposite Gabriel, his movement betraying only the slightest hint of stiffness. Since I appear to have been outmaneuvered by a duchess in a delicate condition. Speaking of delicate conditions, Gabriel set his glass aside. I don't suppose you've responded to any of those letters from your mother? Ah, yes, the endless parade of suitable young ladies she's determined to throw in my path. Marcus's fingers drummed against the arm of his chair. Tell me, does marriage always make one so eager to see others similarly fettered? Only when one's wife insists there's a particular young lady you simply must meet. Marcus's head snapped up. Diana's not matchmaking. Diana's always matchmaking. Gabriel's expression held equal measures of fondness and resignation. Though in this case, she claims it's mere social obligation. Some American heiress she's corresponding with. Absolutely not. Marcus pushed to his feet, his military bearing more pronounced. I've had quite enough of society's attempts to pair off every eligible peer with every available fortune. Come now, you haven't even met the girl. I don't intend to. Gabriel rose, straightening his already immaculate cravat. Then you'll have to explain to my wife why you're avoiding her new protégé, in person, while she's in tears. That's despicable manipulation. Indeed. Gabriel's smile held genuine warmth. I learned from the best. My carriage will collect you at 8. I have my own carriage. But if I sent my own, I'm assured you will arrive on time. You're enjoying this far too much. Marcus reached for his own untouched brandy. I seem to recall a time when you were equally resistant to Diana's machinations. And now I'm blissfully leg-shackled with a second child on the way. Gabriel moved toward the door with the casual grace that had always marked his movements. Life does enjoy its little ironies. Speaking of irony, Marcus's voice held a dangerous edge. Wasn't it you who once swore never to marry an American heiress? Indeed, and now I can't imagine life without one. Gabriel paused at the threshold. Though I should warn you, Diana mentioned this particular heiress has a rather unique approach to propriety. Wonderful. Another reformer determined to reshape English society. Oh no, nothing like that. Gabriel's expression suggested he was enjoying himself entirely too much. From what Diana tells me, Miss Livingston's interests lie in far more specific directions. Marcus pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't suppose you'd care to elaborate? And spoil Diana's entertainment? Gabriel sketched a bow that somehow managed to be both proper and entirely mocking. 8 o'clock, my friend. Don't make me send the Duchess herself to collect you. The door closed behind Gabriel's retreating form with a decisive click. Barrett. Marcus didn't need to raise his voice. His butler materialized as if conjured. It seems I'll need my evening clothes pressed. Already attended to, my lord. Barrett's expression remained properly neutral, though something suspiciously like approval lurked in his eyes. And might I suggest the new black coat? It sets off your military bearing to particular advantage. Marcus's laugh held more genuine amusement than he'd felt in weeks. Et tu, Barrett? Has the Duchess recruited my entire household to her cause? I'm sure I couldn't say, my lord. Barrett moved to collect the brandy glasses. Though Her Grace did mention something about appropriate attire when she called last week. Marcus traced a finger along the edge of his mother's still unopened letter. I don't suppose there's any point in reading this now? The Dowager Marchioness did emphasize certain points most emphatically, my lord. Barrett's precise movements as he gathered the brandy glasses suggested volumes about those emphases, though perhaps best saved for after this evening's entertainment. Entertainment. Marcus's laugh held no humor. I suspect my dear friend the Duke has severely understated whatever game his Duchess is playing. One can only hope, my lord. Barrett paused at the door. Shall I have Thompson prepare your black evening coat? but surely you don't expect me to attend every social engagement this season." Lucy sat perfectly composed in the Duchess of Radcliffe's drawing room, her hands folded just so in her lap. I had thought to take some time to acclimate to London society first. The Duchess of Radcliffe lowered her quizzing glass. "My dear, one does not acclimate to society. One conquers it, and tonight's musical evening at Lady Ashworth's is precisely the place to begin. Your Grace, while I appreciate your generous sponsorship, as well you should." The Duchess adjusted a cushion with imperial precision. "It's not every day I take an interest in launching a young lady's season, particularly one from—" Her pause spoke volumes. "Manufacturing." Lucy swallowed her frustration. If she didn't attend this musical, she'd lose precious hours that could be spent discovering William's whereabouts. But she could hardly tell the Duchess that her social ambitions were merely a cover for searching London's gaming hells. "Perhaps I'd spent this evening in quiet contemplation." Lucy attempted her most dutiful expression. "Perhaps reviewing the rules of precedence you so kindly explained." "Nonsense." The Duchess's tone brooked no argument. "My granddaughter and her duke will be in attendance. Diana is quite anxious to meet you at last, and I won't have you disappointing her in her condition." Lucy smoothed her skirts, mind already calculating how long she must remain at the musical before making her escape. Surely one evening's absence wouldn't signify, and I confess, I find myself rather overwhelmed by London's social demands. Overwhelmed? The Duchess's quizzing glass rose again like a weapon. "My dear girl, you've barely begun to experience London's demands. Why, when I was first launched into society—" She paused, studying Lucy's too perfect posture. "But perhaps you're right. If you truly feel unequal to a simple musical evening—" Lucy recognized the trap but could see no graceful way around it. "I wouldn't wish to disappoint your granddaughter." "No, indeed." The Duchess's satisfaction rippled through the air between them. "Particularly as Diana has expressed such interest in making your acquaintance, though I confess myself puzzled by your sudden reluctance. Your letters from Boston fairly bubbled with enthusiasm for the season." Because those letters had been carefully crafted to secure this very sponsorship, Lucy forced her fingers to remain still in her lap. "I merely thought that you might spend your evenings in quiet contemplation?" The Duchess's mouth curved. How fascinating that a young lady who orchestrated her own London season through such determined correspondence should suddenly develop a taste for solitude. Lucy's heart stuttered. Had the Duchess somehow guessed her true purpose? But no, even the formidable Duchess of Radcliffe couldn't know about William's silence, about Lucy's desperate need to search every gaming hell and gentleman's club in London until she found him. "I bow to your greater wisdom, your Grace." Lucy pitched her voice to perfect humility. After all, she need only endure the musical until she found an opportunity to slip away. Surely even White's would still be active later in the evening. "Now then." The Duchess settled more comfortably into her chair. "We must be strategic about your introduction to society. With your fortune, though of course we shan't mention the exact amounts in company, we might easily secure a baron, someone respectable naturally, and not too desperate in his circumstances." Lucy made an appropriate murmur of interest while her mind raced ahead to evening plans. The musical couldn't possibly last beyond 11. If she positioned herself near a door and developed a convenient headache, Lord Wexford's youngest son might do, though his fondness for racing gives one pause. The Duchess tapped her fan against her palm. Or perhaps young Lord Halston. His estates are quite well managed, if a touch encumbered. How fascinating! Lucy adjusted her shawl, calculating how long it would take to change from evening dress to something more suitable for reconnaissance. She'd packed a dark wool walking dress that might serve. Must be vigilant. London positively crawls with fortune hunters this season. That dreadful Lord Dalton's set, for instance. Lucy's attention snapped back to the conversation. Lord Dalton? Could that be the Lord D that William wrote about? A perfectly respectable family name attached to a thoroughly disreputable character. The Duchess waved her fan dismissively. But you needn't concern yourself with that circle. Now, about your presentation tonight, Simmons. The Duchess's personal maid materialized from wherever such creatures waited. Your Grace? Miss Livingston's hair requires your particular attention this evening. Something elegant, but not too elaborate. We wouldn't want to appear as if we're trying too hard." The Duchess's gaze swept over Lucy. "Though do take care with those curls above her left ear. They show a distressing tendency toward rebellion." Lucy touched the offending curls, her thoughts already at White's. If Lord Dalton's set was as disreputable as the Duchess suggested, there now. The Duchess's satisfaction filled the room. "We'll make quite the impression tonight, though do try to look less calculating, my dear. It doesn't suit a young lady's countenance." "Yes, Your Grace." Lucy's perfect smile masked the determination beneath. Tonight would require precision timing and perhaps a bit of scandal after all. Chapter 3. Lady Ashworth's drawing room buzzed with pre-performance tension. The assembled guests arranging themselves with all the tactical precision of a military campaign. Lucy Livingston entered on the Duchess of Radcliffe's arm, her pale yellow ball gown a deliberate choice for appearing unremarkable. 2 doors and a terrace exit, her gaze catalogued escape routes, even as she maintained the proper degree of polite interest. Grandmother, a tall, elegant woman in blue silk, detached herself from a nearby group. Despite her advanced condition, Diana, Duchess of Rothbury, moved with natural grace. "And this must be Miss Livingston. How wonderful to finally meet you." Lucy found herself enveloped in a warm embrace that caught her entirely off guard. "Your Grace, Oh, please, Diana, we've corresponded far too long for such formality." Diana's amber eyes held a knowing gleam that made Lucy wonder just how much the Duchess perceived. "Gabriel, come meet Miss Livingston properly." Diana linked her arm through Lucy's, drawing her slightly apart from the gathering crowd. "You must tell me if London is everything your letters hoped it would be." "Everything and more." Lucy's smile held just the right degree of enthusiasm. "Though I confess, I hadn't expected quite so many social obligations." "Ah, yes." Diana's knowing look suggested she remembered her own first season all too well. The endless parade of musical evenings and morning calls. One might almost suspect they're designed to prevent a lady from pursuing her own interests. Lucy's fan stilled. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." "Don't you?" Diana's voice dropped conspiratorially. "I remember writing to you about my own rather unconventional approach to London society. The way certain obligations can feel rather restrictive when one has other matters requiring attention." Something in Diana's tone made Lucy wonder exactly what Diana had decoded from their correspondence. She had been careful in her letters, hadn't she? But then, this was the woman who had orchestrated her own marriage while posing as a governess. "I simply wished to make the most of my time in London." Lucy kept her tone carefully neutral. One never knows when family obligations might call one home. How interesting. Diana's smile held volumes. "I don't believe you've mentioned any specific obligations in Boston requiring your attention." Lucy's heart stuttered. "I merely meant that there are more interesting pursuits than the marriage mart." Diana patted her arm. "Don't worry, my dear. Your secret is safe with me. Though I do hope you'll give London society a fair chance. One never knows what or whom one might discover when maintaining a proper facade." The Duke of Rothbury appeared at his wife's side, his bearing suggesting both authority and genuine warmth. "Miss Livingston, Diana speaks of little else these days. Pregnancy makes her rather fixated on certain ideas." The Duchess of Radcliffe's dry observation carried layers of meaning. "Now then, shall we arrange ourselves before the torture begins?" "Grandmother." Diana's laugh held genuine affection. "Lady Ashworth's niece is quite accomplished." "Being able to massacre Mozart with enthusiasm is not the same as accomplishment, my dear." Diana guided Lucy to a chair positioned with suspicious precision. "You must sit here, where you can best appreciate the enthusiasm." Lucy's attention had already shifted to calculating how long she must remain before developing a convenient headache when a voice carried across the room. "I see Diana's arranged everything to her satisfaction." Lucy glanced up and felt the world tilt beneath her feet. Eyes the color of winter ice gazed down at her, set in a face that painters would weep to capture. Her betraying gaze traced the strong line of his jaw, the subtle quirk of one dark brow, the way his evening clothes draped across shoulders, broad enough to make her feel suddenly acutely feminine. When he shifted his weight, the slight favor to his left leg only emphasized the controlled power in his movements. Not that she was cataloging such details. She had far more pressing concerns than the way his dark hair fell across his forehead, or how his fingers curved around the gold head of his walking stick with elegant strength. Pembrey. The gentleman's slight flinch at his title didn't escape Lucy's notice, nor did the way his fingers tightened infinitesimally on his walking stick. Diana's satisfaction radiated through her voice. "Miss Lucy Livingston of Boston, may I present Lord Marquess Fitzwilliam?" Her smile turned positively impish. "The Marquess of Pembrey." Lucy dipped into the precise curtsy required for a marquess, cursing the way her pulse quickened as she rose to find his gaze fixed on her with unsettling intensity. "Miss Livingston." He executed a bow of perfect depth, neither too formal nor too familiar. "I believe my friend's wife has mentioned you several times." The dry note in his voice suggested exactly how many times Diana had spoken of her. Lucy's fan snapped open with perhaps more force than strictly necessary. "How fascinating. She's mentioned you not at all." Diana's delighted gasp suggested this was not at all the proper response to being introduced to a marquess, but something in the way his mouth curved, just slightly, made Lucy wonder if perhaps it was exactly the right one. And the ice in his tone should have cooled her inexplicable awareness of him. Instead, Lucy found herself noticing how his evening coat emphasized the breadth of his shoulders, the way the candlelight caught gold threads in his dark hair. This wouldn't do at all. She had plans for this evening that didn't include being distracted by a pair of aristocratic eyes and their owner's rather magnificent. No, she had a brother to find. Diana guided Marcus to the empty chair beside Lucy, with all the subtle maneuvering of a general positioning troops. "I'm sure you'll find much in common." "Indeed?" Marcus's voice held that smoky note that still shouldn't affect Lucy's composure. "Apart from being shanghaied into this evening's entertainment?" Lucy's fingers traced the edge of her fan. "Oh, but surely you're eager to experience Lady Ashworth's niece's particular interpretation of Mozart?" "As eager as one might be for a tooth extraction." His mouth curved slightly, and Lucy firmly told herself not to notice how it softened his aristocratic features. "Now, Marcus." Gabriel's expression suggested he was enjoying himself far too much. "Lady Ashworth assures us her niece has been practicing diligently." "The same might be said of my stable boy's attempts at yodeling." Lucy's observation slipped out before she could catch it. Marcus's startled laugh drew several curious glances. "Do your stable boys often attempt alpine singing, Miss Livingston?" "Only when they think no one of consequence is listening." Lucy snapped open her fan, using it to hide her own unwilling smile. "Much like amateur musicians at evening parties, I expect." Diana's delighted gasp was interrupted by the first discordant notes from the pianoforte. Lucy winced as Lady Ashworth's niece attacked Mozart with more enthusiasm than skill. After several minutes of musical warfare, Lucy leaned slightly toward Marcus, pitching her voice low. "I quite wish I'd thought to bring cotton for my ears." His burst of genuine laughter drew several disapproving looks, though Lucy noticed Gabriel hiding a smile behind his hand. Marcus turned toward her, his eyes sparking with something that made her pulse skip. "I don't suppose you'd care to develop a sudden headache?" "Why, my lord?" Lucy arched a brow, even as her heart leaped at the suggestion. "Are you proposing we escape?" If he only knew how perfectly his suggestion aligned with her plans. But Lucy forced herself to remember her purpose. William needed her more than she needed to explore whatever sparked between her and this intriguing lord. "Of course not." Marcus's voice held mock horror. "That would be highly improper of me. I merely observe there are more pleasant ways to spend an evening than musical torture." Lucy's mischievous smile absolutely did not make his pulse quicken. Such as having one's teeth extracted. The torture was briefly interrupted as the girl paused to adjust her music sheets, creating a flurry of movement among the guests. Diana rose with the careful grace of her condition. "I simply must speak with Lady Fenworth about her charitable endeavors." "And I," Gabriel's expression was entirely too innocent, "have just recalled an urgent matter requiring my attention." Lucy found herself suddenly acutely aware of Marcus's presence beside her, as their matchmakers abandoned the field. The Duchess of Radcliffe caught her pleading look and responded with a raised, quizzing glass. "My dear," the Duchess's voice carried clearly, "I believe Lady Ashworth mentioned something about her conservatory. I simply must investigate before this delightful performance resumes." Betrayed on all sides, Lucy turned to find Lord Pembrey studying her with an expression that suggested he found their allies' machinations both exasperating and amusing. "I don't suppose." A wave of colorful silks and determined expressions approached their position with the unstoppable force of a naval squadron. "Perhaps you'd care for refreshment?" Pembrey's question held a hint of desperation. Lucy spotted her opportunity. "Actually, I fear I've developed rather a headache." His eyes narrowed at her obvious escape strategy. As she turned to make her retreat, Lucy caught his silent accusation. "Traitor." She answered with the sweetest of smiles, leaving him to face the advancing armada alone. "Your dear mother assures me this will be quite the season for you, Lord Pembrey." Marcus maintained his pleasant expression through sheer military discipline as Mrs. Belmont adjusted her youngest daughter's already perfect curls. "Indeed?" "Oh, yes." Miss Belmont's carefully practiced smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "Mamma says the Dowager Marchioness is quite determined." "How fascinating!" Marcus shifted his weight, his leg beginning to ache from standing too long. The reminder of his injury only emphasized how James should be here, handling these social niceties. James had always known exactly how to charm the matchmaking mamas without encouraging false hope. "And of course," Mrs. Belmont pressed closer, "now that you've settled into your new position, Marcus." Diana's voice cut through the crowd like a gift from heaven. "I find myself in desperate need of air. Would you be so kind?" He turned to find his friend's wife looking rather pale. Of course, he offered his arm with perhaps unseemly haste. "Ladies, you must excuse us." Mrs. Belmont's protests followed them toward the terrace doors. "But surely—" "Quickly," Diana murmured, "before she recalls that pregnant ladies shouldn't take evening air." The cool evening air carried strains of the resumed musical torture as Marcus guided Diana to a relatively private corner of the terrace. "I trust I wasn't too obvious in my rescue?" Diana settled onto a stone bench, her smile impish. "Merely obvious enough to be effective." Marcus leaned against the balustrade. "Though I notice your condition seems to have miraculously improved now that we've escaped." "One must use what weapons are available." She adjusted her shawl with deliberate precision. "I couldn't very well let you suffer through another detailed description of Miss Belmont's accomplishments. Though I did notice you managed to escape Miss Livingston rather quickly." As I recall, she escaped first. The memory of Lucy's parting smile tugged at him. Quite strategic of her. "She's rather more interesting than my usual correspondence," Diana mused, adjusting her shawl. "Quite quick-witted, wouldn't you say?" "I hardly noticed." The lie felt hollow even as he spoke it. "No?" Diana's expression turned innocent. "So you didn't notice how her yellow gown caught the light, or that spark of mischief when she mentioned your stable boy's musical endeavors?" "Diana," Gabriel's voice held a fond warning as he joined them. "Stop tormenting the man. I'm merely making observations." She accepted her husband's steadying hand. "Though I do wonder where our new acquaintance disappeared to so quickly." Marcus straightened. "Likely wherever young ladies go when they develop convenient headaches. How intriguing." Diana's smile grew positively wicked. "Though I notice only one of you managed a successful escape." "Yes, well, Marcus's leg had moved from aching to throbbing." "Perhaps I should follow her excellent example." "To White's, no doubt." Gabriel's knowing look suggested he remembered their earlier conversation all too well. A man needs somewhere to lick his wounds after being abandoned to the mercies of the marriage mart. Marcus executed a precise bow. "If you'll excuse me. Do give my regards to Miss Livingston, should you happen upon her." Diana's parting shot followed him through the terrace doors. Marcus pointedly did not respond. He had no intention of encountering Lucy Livingston again this evening. The universe, he would soon discover, had other plans. Chapter 4. Marcus's boot heels struck the cobblestones with military precision as he approached White's. A good brandy and blessed silence seemed the only fitting end to an evening of maternal machinations and musical massacre. He gripped his walking stick, his leg protesting the day's prolonged standing. The distinctive silhouette of White's emerged through the evening's haze, its windows glowing with the promise of refuge. But something else caught his attention, a figure in dark wool arguing with Harris, the club's longtime doorman. "I assure you, my brother might very well be inside." The cultured American accent stopped Marcus in his tracks. "Surely not. If you would simply inquire, as I've explained, miss." Harris's tone suggested this wasn't his first repetition. "No ladies permitted, not even if the Prince Regent himself requested it." The woman's voice held a note of frustration. Marcus recognized from their earlier conversation about stable boys and Mozart. "Yes, so you've said. But surely, good God," he recognized Lucy Livingston's distinctive profile, barely visible beneath a deeply unfashionable bonnet. Something about her determined stance, the proud tilt of her chin, stirred an unwelcome admiration. Damnation. Diana's new protégé was going to be trouble in more ways than one. What the devil did she think she was doing? A group of gentlemen rounded the corner, their boisterous conversation dying at the sight of a lady arguing with White's doorman. Marcus cursed under his breath. He could hardly leave Diana's new protégée to ruin herself before the season properly began, even if she appeared determined to do exactly that. Marcus moved with deceptive casualness toward the brewing scandal, measuring each step against the approaching gentleman's progress. Lucy's voice carried clearly in the evening air, each word another nail in her social coffin. "If you would just take my card," she fumbled with a reticule that had no business being out at this hour. "Miss Livingston." Marcus pitched his voice to carry just far enough. What an unexpected pleasure. Lucy spun toward him, her eyes widening beneath the unfashionable bonnet. "Lord Pembrey, your lordship." Harris's relief was palpable. "I was just explaining to the lady that White's maintains certain inviolable traditions." Marcus positioned himself to block Lucy from the approaching gentleman's view. "How fortunate that I happened upon you, Miss Livingston. I believe you mentioned requiring directions to— where was it again?" Lucy's chin lifted. "I require no such." "The Radcliffe House, surely." His fingers brushed her elbow with gentle warning. "Allow me to assist you. The London streets can be quite treacherous at night." "My lord," can prove most confusing to newcomers. The approaching voices grew louder. "Miss Livingston, I really must insist." Something in his tone must have penetrated her determination. Lucy's eyes narrowed, but she allowed him to guide her away from White's entrance. "How very gallant of you." "Quite." Marcus steered her around the corner into a quieter street, his grip on her elbow brooking no argument. "Now perhaps you'd care to explain what the devil you think you're doing?" "Explain?" Lucy tugged against his grip, her voice pitched low but fierce. "I should think it obvious what I'm doing. Creating a scandal that would make even the most hardened gossip blush." Marcus guided her deeper into the shadow of a neighboring building. "Or perhaps you're developing a sudden interest in gentlemen's clubs?" "My interest, Lord Pembrey, is entirely familial." Her chin lifted in that way he was beginning to recognize as pure American stubbornness. "As I was attempting to explain to your Mr. Harris, who would have been duty-bound to report your presence to every member of the club." Marcus kept his voice quiet, though his grip remained firm. "Do you have any idea what appearing alone at White's would do to your reputation?" "My reputation?" A breath of laugh escaped her, sharp and humorless. "Is hardly my primary concern at present." "No?" His tone could have frozen the Thames. "Well, it bloody well should be now that the Duchess of Radcliffe is sponsoring your season, and Diana is taking such an interest in your social success." Lucy went still beneath his touch. "You don't understand." "What do I not understand, Miss Livingston?" "I am looking for my brother." "Your brother?" Marcus's grip gentled, though he didn't release her. "And you expect to find him at White's at this hour?" Lucy's chin lifted. "My reasons are my own." "Your reasons involve compromising yourself before you've even been properly introduced to society. There are more important things than social niceties, my lord. Such as wandering London streets unchaperoned." His voice held equal parts exasperation and curiosity. "Surely there are more appropriate ways to locate your brother." "If you had a brother," Lucy's voice cracked with emotion, "you'd understand exactly why I'm here." The words struck like a physical blow. Lucy's words hung in the night air between them. Marcus's fingers loosened on her arm, though the ghost of their warmth remained. "I did." His voice emerged rougher than he intended. "Have a brother, that is. Past tense." The fight drained from Lucy's posture. "My lord, a carriage accident." Marcus forced lightness into his tone that felt like ground glass in his throat. 3 months ago. Rather puts paid to your theory about understanding brotherly concern, wouldn't you say? "I am so very sorry." Lucy's gloved hand lifted as if to touch his arm, then fell away. "How did it?" She broke off, courtesy warring with curiosity. "Happen." The corner of his mouth lifted without humor. "A wet road, a spooked horse. The sort of mundane tragedy that changes everything in an instant." Lucy's silence held more grace than any fumbled words of sympathy. When she spoke again, her voice had softened. "Then perhaps you, of all people, understand why I cannot simply return home and wait for news of William." "No." Marcus's tone brooked no argument. "What I understand is that your brother would hardly thank you for ruining yourself in his name." He paused, weighing his next words. "Allow me to make inquiries." Marcus studied her face in the shadows. "Though I admit to wondering why such inquiries are necessary." Lucy's fingers twisted in her dark wool skirts. "My brother has not been as attentive in his correspondence as one might wish." Her voice caught on the word attentive, and something in Marcus's chest tightened at the barely concealed fear beneath her composed exterior. He recognized that particular blend of worry and helplessness all too well. "Ah, and this lack of attention causes you concern?" "Sufficient concern to brave your Mr. Harris's disapproval, yes." "I will make inquiries." Marcus's tone left no room for argument, "but only if you allow me to return you to Radcliffe House, now. But surely, you have precisely 2 choices, Miss Livingston." His voice dropped lower. "Either accept my escort home immediately, or I shall be forced to create a scene that will have every gossip in London speculating about your midnight adventures." "You wouldn't dare." "Try me." Lucy's fan snapped open with lethal precision. "And if I agree to this high-handed arrangement, then I give you my word as a gentleman that should I discover any news of your brother, I shall call upon you tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" The fan's rhythm increased. "But is far sooner than you deserve after this reckless display." Marcus lifted his hand to signal a passing hackney. "And considerably more generous than leaving you to explain yourself to Harris." The carriage rattled to a stop beside them. Lucy glanced between it and White's illuminated windows, clearly weighing her options. "I won't allow you to ruin yourself," Marcus said quietly, "no matter how noble your reasons." Lucy's shoulders dropped a fraction. "Very well." Marcus opened the carriage door, extending his hand to assist her. Her fingers met his without the expected barrier of kid leather, and a jolt of awareness shot through him at the contact. Good God, she wasn't even wearing gloves. Her bare skin burned against his palm, soft and warm and entirely improper. He held her hand a moment too long, feeling her pulse flutter beneath his thumb. Her breath caught, a small sound in the darkness that seemed to echo his own suddenly unsteady heartbeat. "Tomorrow, then, my lord?" Her voice emerged slightly breathless. The waiting hackney's lantern cast odd shadows across the cobblestones, its driver's patience wearing visibly thin. A church bell somewhere in the darkness struck midnight, the hour when reputations could be irretrievably lost. "What exactly are you doing?" Lucy watched in horror as Lord Pembrey folded his considerable height into the hackney beside her. "Escorting you home." He rapped his walking stick against the roof, signaling the driver. "Surely you don't imagine I'd allow you to travel unaccompanied at this hour?" "But, after your determined attempt to enter White's," his profile caught the passing lamplight. "I'd say your arguments against propriety have somewhat lost their force." Lucy pressed herself against the opposite side of the carriage, acutely aware of his presence in the confined space. Every breath brought his scent: sandalwood, starched linen, and something uniquely male that made her pulse skip traitorously, distracting her from her annoyance. "I don't require a keeper, my lord." "No?" His low laugh held no humor. "Yet here you are, wandering London at night in search of a brother who apparently requires finding." "William is," Lucy caught herself, "my concern. As is your reputation, it would seem." The carriage jolted over uneven cobblestones, throwing them briefly closer. "How long has he been missing?" I didn't say he was missing. You didn't have to. Moonlight carved shadows beneath his cheekbones. One doesn't attempt to breach White's without considerable motivation. The hackney swayed as it turned onto Berkeley Square, the rhythmic clop of hooves punctuating their conversation. Gas lamps traced their path through London's sleeping grandeur, each pool of light threatening to reveal their improper situation to any late-walking gentleman who might recognize the new Marquess of Pembrey sharing a hackney with an unchaperoned American. "He's 2 years younger than I am," she said, always so confident he could manage anything. Ah, something in Marcus's voice suggested understanding, the curse of younger brothers. "Was yours?" She hesitated. "Younger?" The silence stretched taut between them. "No." Marcus's fingers tightened on his walking stick. He was my elder brother, the Mar." He broke off, but not before Lucy heard what he couldn't say. "Oh." Lucy's hand moved of its own accord, covering his gloved fingers where they gripped the walking stick. "I am so sorry. And now you're—" "The Marquess of Pembrey." His voice held an edge of something raw, not a role I was ever meant to play. The warmth of his hand beneath hers sent awareness skating across her skin. His fingers shifted, just slightly, until they curved around hers. The touch felt dangerous, like the first spark before a fire caught. Lucy forced herself to withdraw her hand, though his warmth lingered. "And was he very like you?" "James?" Something flickered across Pembrey's face in the passing moonlight. "No, he was everything a marquess should be, perfectly suited to the title and all its obligations. While you preferred your military life." The words slipped out before she could catch them. The familiar outline of Mayfair's grand houses emerged through the darkness. Lucy recognized the distinctive columns of the Devonshire residence, then the sweeping drive of Berkeley House, landmarks that meant they approached Radcliffe House far too quickly for her racing thoughts. Lord Pembrey's eyebrow raised. "How did you? Lady Rothbury, she told me you were a military man." "Did she now?" Lucy pulled her lip between her teeth. "Indeed." "I see. Well, yes, my military life and my small estate near Rothbury." His mouth curved, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. The carriage slowed, and Lucy leaned forward. "Stop here, if you please. I'll need to use the servants' entrance." "I beg your pardon? Surely you don't suggest I walk through the front door at this hour?" She gestured to the darkened windows. "The back entrance will serve admirably." "And if it's locked?" Lucy's smile held a hint of mischief that absolutely should not have quickened his pulse. "Then that rather convenient oak tree outside my window will prove its worth." "Absolutely not. Don't worry, my lord." She gathered her dark skirts. "The door will be unlocked. I have an arrangement with one of the maids." An arrangement. Marcus's tone suggested he was reconsidering his decision to assist her. "Do I want to know how many times you've employed this arrangement?" "Probably not." Lucy laughed warmly. "Thank you, my lord, for your discretion and your understanding about William. I haven't agreed to be discreet yet," but something in his voice had softened. "Tomorrow, Miss Livingston, I expect a full explanation of exactly what sort of trouble your brother has found." "That is exactly what I would like to know," Lucy muttered, her composure finally cracking. 8 months without a word, save that one cryptic letter. The fear she'd been holding at bay threatened to overwhelm her. The dark bulk of Radcliffe House loomed like a challenge. Somewhere in London, her brother needed her. And here in London, a marquess had just made her a promise she intended to hold him to. Chapter 5. Lucy paced the morning room, each turn marking another quarter hour on the mantel clock. The persistent tick-tick-tick matched the anxious rhythm of her thoughts. Where was Lord Pembrey? "My dear, you're making me positively dizzy." The Duchess of Radcliffe lowered her newspaper with devastating precision. "And you've changed your dress 3 times this morning." "Has she really?" Diana, curled comfortably in the window seat despite her condition, set aside her embroidery. The blue was quite fetching, though this rose silk does bring out the gold in your eyes. Lucy's fingers smoothed non-existent wrinkles from her skirts. "I merely wish to look appropriate for callers." "Speaking of callers," Diana's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Your letters never mentioned such a particular interest in proper appearance. I recall several passionate arguments against the tyranny of London fashion." Any particular caller you are looking for, my dear?" The Duchess asked with a lift of her brow and a dangerous interest. "No, no." Diana's smile grew wider. "Then you weren't just watching the door like a cat at a mouse hole? Well, if you must know Lord Pembrey, he promised information about—" Lucy caught herself. "That is—" "Ah." The newspaper rustled. "How fascinating that a marquess can alter one's philosophical stance on proper dress. I have no interest in Lord Pembrey." Lucy resumed her pacing, though her treacherous mind recalled the warmth of his hand beneath hers in the hackney. "Or any marquess." "Not at all." The denial emerged too quickly. "I simply—" Lucy opened her mouth to protest, but a footman's appearance with the Morning Post scattered her thoughts. A single cream-colored missive lay prominent on the silver salver, the bold masculine hand unmistakable. From Pembrey. The Duchess didn't bother to hide her satisfaction. "How? Interesting." "Oh!" Diana shifted forward, one hand resting on her growing condition. "Do read it aloud, Lucy. After all, I'm the one who introduced you. At a musical evening that lasted precisely 1 hour." But Lucy's fingers trembled slightly as she broke the seal. The paper held a trace of his scent, sandalwood and strength. "Stop that," she chided herself. "Of course you'll share it." Diana's tone brooked no argument. "Consider it repayment for all those wonderful letters about Boston society, though you never did explain why you were so particularly interested in London's gentlemen's clubs." Lucy's heart stuttered. Had she been that obvious in her inquiries? "I merely wished to understand English customs." "The letter, my dear." The Duchess's quizzing glass focused with lethal accuracy. Before Diana expires from curiosity in her delicate condition, Lucy forced her voice steady. "Miss Livingston, I regret that urgent business requires my immediate presence at Pembrey Park. I shall call upon you directly upon my return to town. Your servant, Pembrey." "Pembrey Park," Diana's brow furrowed. "But that's in Wales." "Wales?" The word emerged as barely more than a whisper. Lucy sank into a nearby chair, the letter crumpling slightly in her grip. "A good week's journey, at minimum." The Duchess set aside her paper entirely. "More, if the weather proves difficult. Though I cannot imagine what business could be so urgent as to require his immediate presence. The estate has run itself perfectly well for generations." "But surely he mentioned when he would return," Diana pressed. "After all, you seem to be getting on splendidly at Lady Ashworth's. I noticed how he laughed at your observations about the music." Lucy's mind raced. A week to Wales, another week back. And William, her brother, could be anywhere, getting deeper into whatever trouble had silenced his pen. She couldn't wait weeks for Lord Pembrey's assistance. "I particularly enjoyed your comparison of Lady Ashworth's niece to yodeling stable boys." Diana's voice cut through Lucy's rising panic. "Though perhaps we shouldn't mention that to Lady Ashworth at tomorrow's tea." "Diana," the Duchess's tone held a warning. "Perhaps we might allow Miss Livingston to be disappointed in private." "I am not disappointed." Lucy stood abruptly, though her fingers refused to release their grip on Pembrey's letter. "Lord Pembrey's movements are of no particular interest to me." "Of course not." Diana's smile turned innocent. "Though you did change your dress 3 times. 4, the Duchess corrected. She rejected the green muslin before you arrived." Lucy lifted her chin. "I simply believe in maintaining proper standards of dress." Diana laughed even as she regarded Lucy suspiciously. "As you've said." "Well, it is fortunate timing, then, that Lord Pembrey has left London." Lucy's head snapped up. "Fortunate? Indeed." The quizzing glass rose. "Lady Stamford's ball next week will introduce several eligible gentlemen far more suited to your particular situation. Though none with such a fine estate," Diana mused. "Pembrey Park is quite magnificent, and the Welsh holdings alone. Diana, we must not be so hasty in our considerations. Though I will say, my dear," she turned to Lucy, "it is refreshing that his estate requires no particular influx of capital." "Have you heard about Lord Stamford's nephew?" Diana said. "They say he lost 3,000 at cards last night." "At White's?" Lucy tried to keep her voice casual, but her pulse quickened. "No, that new gaming hell near Covent Garden." Diana's hand flew to her mouth. "Not that I should know of such places." "Really, Diana?" The Duchess sighed. "Your American tendencies still show at the most inconvenient moments." Lucy hardly heard them. "William's rooms. She should have gone there first, before trying White's, before involving Lord Pembrey." What kind of sister was she, waiting on a Marquess's convenience when William might be? Lucy, Diana's voice held concern. You've gone quite pale. I believe. Lucy rose, smoothing her skirts with careful precision. I believe I shall take some air in the garden. And then she resolved. She would discover exactly where her brother had been living these past months. She didn't need Lord Pembrey's assistance, convenient though it might have been. She had managed quite well on her own before his interference, thank you very much, even if some treacherous part of her wished he were here to help. Marquess's traveling coach crested the final hill, Pembrey Park's ancient stones gleaming gold in the setting sun. A week of brutal travel had left him with an aching leg, a foul temper, and, most irritatingly, persistent thoughts of determined brown eyes and ungloved hands that had no business haunting his memory. Welcome home, my lord. Barrett materialized as Marquess descended from the coach. The Dowager Marchioness awaits you in the library. Of course she did. Marquess flexed his fingers around his walking stick. I don't suppose there's any chance of a bath first? Her ladyship was most insistent. Barrett's pause spoke volumes. She has been reviewing the estate ledgers. Damn. Marquess had hoped for at least an hour's peace before confronting that particular disaster. Very well, though I fail to see what— Ah, there you are. His mother's voice carried from the library doorway. I trust your journey was tolerable? Hardly. Marquess pressed a kiss to her cheek, noting the stack of papers clutched in her elegant hands. Though I imagine you're about to make it considerably less so. Really, Marquess. She guided him into the library with the precision of a general maneuvering troops. Such cynicism ill becomes you. I merely thought, given recent developments. Recent developments? His leg protested as he lowered himself into a chair. An image of Lucy Livingston's hand pressed against his flickered through his mind. He pushed it aside with determined force. The tenant leases. His mother's tone could have frozen the Thames. Surely you didn't imagine they would manage themselves? I imagined they had been managed quite effectively for generations without my particular attention. By your brother. The words fell between them like stones. Who, need I remind you, was trained from birth for such matters, while you were busy playing soldier. Marquess's fingers tightened on his walking stick. I served my country, and now you must serve your title. She thrust a leather ledger into his hands. These agreements require immediate attention. The Halsey Farm lease expires within the fortnight. The Middleton agreements need complete restructuring, and the mill operations. Mother. Marquess pinched the bridge of his nose. Numbers had never been his strong suit. James had always, but no, that way lay madness. Surely our steward requires the Marquess's signature, your signature. She settled into the chair opposite him, her silk skirts arranging themselves with militant precision. Which brings me to another point. I very much doubt I'll enjoy this one either. You require a wife. Marquess's mind betrayed him with an image of Lucy's fierce chin lift when he'd suggested she return home. I require nothing of the sort. You require everything of the sort. His mother's voice gentled. James never had the chance to secure the succession. But you, Marquess, you have a duty to this title, to this land, to the people who depend upon us. His mother's fingers traced the edge of another ledger, and Marquess noticed how thin her hands had grown. She hadn't been eating properly again. I know you think me a managing female, forever pushing you toward duties you never wanted. Mother, but I cannot lose another son to— Her voice caught. She drew a careful breath. That is, we must think of the future, of Pembrey Park's future. Marquess's chest tightened. In the flickering candlelight, the shadows beneath her eyes seemed deeper. Had she aged a decade in 3 months, or had he simply been too caught in his own grief to notice? I have compiled a list. She withdrew a carefully folded paper from her sleeve, her hands steadier now. Several young ladies of excellent family, all properly accomplished. Any would make a suitable marchioness. While I appreciate your thoroughness, Marquess shifted in his chair, trying to find a comfortable position for his aching leg. I hardly think this is the moment to— When is the moment, Marquess? Real fear threaded through her voice. We thought we had time with James, all the time in the world, and now— The silence held all their shared loss. I'm not James. The words emerged rougher than he intended. No. His mother's smile held more grief than joy. You were always the wild one, too busy racing horses and climbing trees to learn estate management. And then the army. She straightened her shoulders. But that's done now. You're the Marquess of Pembrey, whether you wish it or not. Unwelcome Miss Livingston's face, full of fierce determination, rose in his mind. He could almost hear her tart observations about duty and desire. The Easton girl. His mother consulted her list with careful precision. Her father speaks very highly of her skill with household accounts, and Lady Margaret Penworth was exceptionally well trained in estate management by her uncle. Either would be most suitable. Suitable. The word tasted like ashes. Marcus thought of ungloved fingers pressing against his, of wry observations about musical torture and stable boys, of brown eyes that sparked with barely contained mischief, even as their owner maintained perfect composure. Nothing about Lucy Livingston was suitable, which was precisely why he needed to stop thinking about her. The ledgers. He forced his attention to the papers before him. You mentioned the Halsey farm lease? The numbers swam before his eyes as his mother detailed the lease particulars. But his mind kept straying to his hasty departure from London. He'd managed a brief inquiry at White's before the urgent summons arrived, discovered that William Livingston had indeed been a frequent visitor, running up considerable markers. But in the past 2 months, Marcus? His mother's voice cut through his wandering thoughts. Are you attending to the matter at hand? Of course. He shifted the ledger, trying to focus on columns that refused to align properly. Miss Livingston would be disappointed by his lack of information. The thought shouldn't bother him. And yet, the Halsey farm requires immediate. His mother broke off, studying his face. You seem distracted. I trust I haven't pulled you away from any entanglements? Hardly, though the memory of Lucy's bare hand in his, the slight catch in her breath when the carriage had jolted them closer. Merely some inquiries I left unfinished. Inquiries. His mother's look could have withered roses. About a certain American heiress, perhaps. I understand the Duchess of Radcliffe has taken another one under her wing. Marcus's head snapped up. How did you? Really, Marcus? She adjusted her shawl with devastating precision. Did you imagine London gossip wouldn't reach Wales? Though I must say, if you're determined to follow Gabriel Rayborn's example with these American alliances, you might at least. There is no alliance. The words emerged sharper than intended. Miss Livingston is merely, that is, I promised to make certain inquiries on her behalf, about her brother. Her brother. His mother's eyebrow rose with deadly accuracy. How fascinating that the new Marquess of Pembrey has taken such interest in wayward American brothers. The ledgers, Marcus said firmly, though the columns still refused to make sense. He should have at least sent word to Lucy about what little he'd learned, about the rumors of massive gaming debts, about William's sudden disappearance from his usual haunts. But he hadn't. And now she would likely take matters into her own hands again. The thought sent an unwelcome chill down his spine. Chapter 6. Lucy pressed her forehead against the cool glass of Lady Stamford's ballroom windows, the memory of yesterday's humiliation burning fresh in her mind. The building manager at William's lodgings, a pinch-faced man named Sims, who wielded his position like a monarch's scepter, had barely deigned to acknowledge her presence. No visitors permitted, miss. His eyes had raked her expensive walking dress with undisguised suspicion, particularly not for tenants 3 months in arrears. But surely his belongings remain precisely where they are until the debt is settled. Sims's smile had held all the warmth of a January frost. Though if you've come to settle the account, she couldn't, without accessing funds that would raise too many questions with her bankers in Boston. Behind her reflection in the window, Lady Stamford's ballroom sparkled with calculated elegance. Crystal chandeliers cast their glow over silk-draped shoulders and jeweled throats, while the orchestra's latest country dance wove through conversations like ribbons binding the ton together. None of it mattered. Not when William, hiding from Lord Carrington? Diana's voice cut through her dark thoughts. That's his third circuit of the room searching for you. Lucy turned to find the Duchess of Rothbury settling herself onto a nearby settee, her advanced condition doing nothing to diminish her natural grace. Gabriel hovered nearby, drawing more than a few disapproving glances from the assembled matrons. Americans. Lady Rutledge's voice carried with precise clarity from behind her fan. No sense of proper behavior, in her condition, and still attending balls. Diana's chin lifted. Better than sitting at home growing mushrooms, I always say. I'm not hiding. Lucy's fan snapped open with perhaps more force than necessary. I merely needed a moment of quiet. Something's troubling you. Diana's expression softened. You've barely acknowledged poor Lord Carrington's existence, and he's quite devastated. Even Gabriel noticed, and he never notices anything that isn't about horses or estate management. I do occasionally notice other matters, Gabriel protested mildly. Yes, dear. Diana patted his arm. Now go fetch me a glass of lemonade. The baby requires refreshment. Lucy watched Gabriel's retreating form, noting how the crowd parted before his ducal presence. If only she had such influence. If only. Lucy, Diana's voice gentled. What is it? You've been distracted all evening. Lucy watched another set form, the dancers arranging themselves with practiced grace. I'm perfectly well, I assure you. Diana adjusted her shawl. And I suppose your perfect wellness explains why you've been staring at that window as if it holds the secrets of the universe? Or why you've turned down 3 separate invitations to dance? 4, Lucy admitted, then caught herself. That is... Lucy. Diana's voice dropped lower, though her smile remained bright for any watching eyes. I recognize that particular expression, you know. I wore it myself not so long ago when certain plans required careful handling. The orchestra played a lively tune. Couples whirled past in a sweep of silk and lace, while Lucy's mind raced. Could she trust Diana? The Duchess had orchestrated her own scandal, after all. And yet, I don't suppose, Lucy pitched her voice carefully casual. You might share how one goes about investigating certain matters in London? Hypothetically speaking, of course. Hypothetically, Diana's eyes sparkled. Why, hypothetically, one might find that certain doors open more easily with the right assistance, though I can't imagine what sort of investigation would interest a proper young lady newly arrived from Boston. The same sort that might interest a duchess who once posed as a governess, perhaps? Touché. I didn't mean to imply. No, not think on it again. Diana's smile held a surprising warmth. Now then, shall we discuss what's really troubling you, before poor Lord Carrington makes yet another circuit looking for you? Lucy hesitated, weighing how much to reveal. That is, my brother is somewhere in London. I had hoped to see him while I'm here, but he hadn't responded to any of my letters. She twisted her fan, the ivory sticks cool against her fingers. I haven't seen William in over a year. Diana's expression softened. And you miss him? Terribly. The word emerged more raw than Lucy intended. She forced lightness into her tone. I merely thought, being in London now, Miss Livingston. Lord Carrington's precise bow interrupted whatever Diana might have replied. Might I have the honor of the next dance? Lucy's eyes darted involuntarily toward the ballroom entrance. Her traitorous heart hoping to see a tall figure with sharp blue eyes and a slight limp. Foolish, when she knew perfectly well he was miles away in Wales. She forced her attention back to Lord Carrington's expectant smile. You are very kind, my lord. The orchestra struck up a waltz. Lord Carrington guided her through the steps with practiced ease, offering a stream of elegant compliments about her grace, her gown, her mastery of the dance. Lucy made appropriate murmurs of acknowledgement while her gaze continued its betraying sweep of the room. I trust, Lord Carrington's voice broke through her wandering thoughts. You might allow me to pay my respects tomorrow morning? Perhaps around 11? Of course. Lucy spotted a familiar flash of blue silk, Diana watching her with knowing eyes. You are most kind. I confess myself quite enchanted. His smile held a careful warmth. Though I sense your thoughts are elsewhere this evening, Lucy's step faltered. Not at all. Come now. His tone remained pleasant. A gentleman can tell when a lady's attention wanders, though I flatter myself I might prove more diverting company upon further acquaintance. The dance ended before Lucy could form a suitable reply. Lord Carrington returned her to Diana's side with another precise bow and promises of tomorrow's call. Well, Diana smiled, shall we hear wedding bells by summer? Diana? Lucy sank onto the settee beside her. I hardly think. No, you hardly think of Lord Carrington at all. Diana's knowing look pinned her in place, though I noticed you watching the door, as if expecting someone else entirely. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Lucy's fan moved with deliberate precision. Diana's laugh held genuine warmth. Come now, Marcus is quite captivating when he chooses to be. Yes, he rather is, Lucy caught herself. That is, I hardly noticed. Of course not. Diana's eyes sparkled, just as you hardly noticed his rather impressive shoulders, or the way his voice drops when he's being particularly intense. It's nothing like that. Lucy's cheeks betrayed her with unwanted warmth. Lord Pembrey merely offered to make some inquiries. At White's. White's? Diana's fan stilled. The Gentlemen's Club? William mentioned it in his letters last year. Lucy traced the edge of her fan. I thought perhaps, but with Lord Pembrey in Wales. You'd have to wait. Diana's voice held sudden understanding. Only you didn't wait, did you? Lucy bit her lip. I may have attempted to. That is, Lucy Livingston. Delight bloomed across Diana's face. Did you try to get into White's? They were remarkably uncooperative about admitting ladies. The memory of Heiresses' scandalized expression almost made Lucy smile, almost, even when one explains that one's brother might be inside. And that's where Lord Pembrey found you. Diana's eyes sparkled with unholy glee. In the middle of creating a scandal? He was quite demanding about the whole affair. Was he indeed? Not like that. Lucy felt her cheeks warm. He merely insisted on seeing me safely home, and he promised to make inquiries about William. How very gallant. And then? And then that wretched letter arrived, summoning him to Wales. Lucy huffed, after he promised to call the very next morning with whatever news he discovered. Ah, Diana's smile turned knowing. So that explains your constant watch of the door this evening. I am not watching the door. Lucy forced her gaze away from said entrance. I simply refuse to sit about like some ninny hammer waiting for his lordship's convenience. Unless... Diana leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Unless what? Well, Diana's eyes gleamed with possibility. One does hear stories about certain determined young ladies who found more creative ways to gain entrance to such establishments. You mean? Lucy glanced around the crowded ballroom before whispering, Dress as a gentleman? Diana's innocent expression wouldn't have fooled a child. I might know someone who could assist in such a scheme, if one were determined enough. Lucy's fingers twisted in her skirts. But how would one even begin such a scheme? Theoretically speaking? Diana's fan created a shield for their whispered exchange. One might require certain items of gentlemen's clothing, which can be acquired through perfectly innocent means. Beatrice is remarkably resourceful. And theoretically, Lucy leaned closer, her heart racing with possibility, one's lady's maid might help with such acquisitions? Diana's eyes danced. Though, of course, I couldn't possibly know anything about such matters. Just as I couldn't possibly suggest that gentlemen are far less observant in the afternoon hours when they're more interested in cards than studying their fellow players too closely. A burst of laughter from nearby forced them apart. Lucy's gaze swept the ballroom, noting Lady Stamford's sharp attention. One would need to be exceptionally careful. Diana's voice remained bright, as if discussing nothing more scandalous than the weather. Of course, such adventures are outside my realm of experience. Of course, Lucy's mind raced with possibilities, just as you wouldn't know how one might practice certain mannerisms beforehand. The walk is essential. Diana adjusted her shawl with deliberate precision. Or so I've heard. One must master that particular stride that suggests ownership of the very ground beneath one's feet. Rather like Lord Pembrey's. The observation slipped out before Lucy could catch it. Diana's smile turned wicked. Indeed, you've noticed his particular stride, then? I simply meant... Lucy stumbled, trying to find her words. That, my dear friend Marcus, has quite captured your attention, despite your determination to prove otherwise? Diana, though I suppose his rather commanding presence at White's did leave quite an impression. Lucy glared. You are entirely too pleased with yourself. Naturally, Diana's expression softened. Though I must ask, why such determination to find your brother? Surely there are more conventional methods. The truth is, Lucy whispered, though her fan remained perfectly positioned, I'm not here for a season at all. No? Diana's eyes held understanding rather than judgment. And here I thought we might make a match of it. You and Marcus would make quite the pair. I have no intention of marriage, to anyone. My only purpose is finding William. And yet, Diana's smile turned gentle. Life has a way of upending our most carefully laid plans. I should know. This is different. Lucy watched dancers moving through their precise patterns, like the steps she'd have to master to pull off this mad scheme. William hasn't written in 8 months, not properly, and his last letter, she caught herself. Go on. It wasn't him, not really. Lucy pressed her lips into a thin line before continuing. William has always been reckless, but this was different. Something was wrong. And now I discover he's abandoned his rooms, hasn't been seen at his usual haunts. And Lord Pembrey offered to help. Diana's tone held no mockery now, before being called away. Yes, well, Lucy lifted her chin. I managed perfectly well before his interference. I shall simply have to be more creative in my methods. Starting with a gentleman's wardrobe? Diana's eyes sparkled. I must say, you're far more interesting than the usual debutante's grandmother sponsors. Speaking of the Duchess, Lucy whispered, perhaps we shouldn't mention this particular scheme. Naturally, though I don't suppose you've considered what Marcus might say when he discovers. Lord Pembrey won't discover anything. Lucy's voice held more conviction than she felt. He'll be in Wales for weeks yet. Of course. Diana's innocent tone wouldn't have fooled anyone. And I suppose you've given no thought to what you'll do when these theoretical investigations prove successful? When you find William? Lucy's fingers stilled on her fan. In truth, she hadn't thought beyond finding him, hadn't allowed herself to consider what state she might find him in, or what she would do then. I shall deal with that when it happens. She lifted her chin, though first I shall need to master a gentleman's particular stride. Indeed. Diana rose with careful grace, one hand resting on her condition. Perhaps we might continue this theoretical discussion tomorrow, over morning chocolate? Lucy recognized the gleam in the Duchess's eye, the same look she'd worn, no doubt, when planning her own scandalous scheme. Chocolate sounds delightful. Excellent. Diana's fan snapped open. As Lucy watched Diana glide away through the crowd, her heart raced with equal parts anticipation and terror. Tomorrow she would take the first real step toward finding William. And then a traitorous part of her hoped she could bring a certain Marquess racing back from Wales. No, that was not a thought she would entertain. Chapter 7. Marcus slouched deeper into his favorite chair at White's, brandy untouched before him. The tenant agreements from Pembrey Park swam before his eyes, columns of numbers that refused to align properly, no matter how long he stared at them. James would have known exactly what to do with these blasted leases. James had known everything about running their father's estate, while Marcus had been content with his military commission and his small holding near Rothbury. I see exile in Wales proved brief. Gabriel's familiar voice cut through his brooding. Or did your mother's list of suitable brides drive you back to London? Both. Marcus pushed the offending papers aside. Though I'd rather face every matchmaking mama in London than another afternoon of estate accounts. Gabriel settled into the opposite chair, signaling for his own drink. Surely your steward requires the Marquess's signature on every bloody lease. Marcus's fingers tightened on his glass. The weight of his new title still sat as uncomfortably as an ill-fitted coat. As my mother repeatedly reminds me, James would have managed it all perfectly. Ah, Gabriel's expression held understanding rather than pity. And how is the Dowager bearing up? She's channeling her grief into finding me a wife. Marcus withdrew a carefully folded paper from his coat, complete with detailed observations about each lady's particular skill with household accounts. A valuable trait in a marchioness. So my mother insists. The brandy burned going down, though I notice you didn't choose your Duchess based on her accounting abilities. To be fair, Gabriel's smile held a touch of irony. I didn't choose my Duchess at all. My father did, and it turned out rather splendidly. Marcus swirled the brandy in his glass, remembering his mother's pointed comments about Diana's success in managing Rothbury Abbey. A fact my mother never tires of mentioning. The Tun does enjoy its matchmaking, Gabriel said, though you're rather fortunate to have options. No pressure to marry for anything but inclination. For breeding, you mean? Marcus thought of his mother's carefully curated list of suitable young ladies. None of them had sparked half the interest that a certain American's sharp wit and determined chin had managed in one evening. Not that he was thinking about Miss Livingston. If only my mother shared your view of fortunate options. Children have a way of changing one's perspective. Gabriel's expression softened. Diana insists this one will be a girl, though I'm perfectly content either way. Marcus studied his friend's face, noting the quiet contentment that had settled over Gabriel in the past 2 years. 4 children soon, 2 from his first marriage, and now a second with Diana. The happiness sat well on him. Sophie asked after you yesterday. Gabriel's smile grew. She's quite determined you should attend her birthday celebration next month. Something about judging their medieval pageant. I believe Oliver is to play William the Conqueror. Good God, Marcus's laugh held genuine warmth. I'd forgotten that particular promise, though anything's better than estate accounts. Last time I visited, they'd enlisted half the stable boys for their Battle of Hastings. There's more to life than ledgers, old friend. Gabriel's tone turned thoughtful. Even James knew that. The mention of his brother still felt like a blade between his ribs, but somehow less sharp than before. He did rather enjoy playing the indulgent uncle to your brood. And now here you sit, hiding from the very thing that might bring you similar joy. Gabriel nodded toward the folded paper in Marcus's coat. A wife, children of your own. I'm hardly hiding, though the tenant agreements scattered across the table rather gave lie to that protest. No. Gabriel's eyebrow rose with devastating accuracy. Then you won't mind that Diana has invited several eligible young ladies too. A flash of movement near the door caught Marcus's attention. Something about that particular stride. He straightened in his chair, every military-honed instinct suddenly alert. The gentleman who had just passed was entirely too graceful, the set of those shoulders far too elegant beneath that poorly fitted coat. My apologies. Marcus rose abruptly, his brandy forgotten. I find I have an urgent appointment. An appointment? Gabriel's knowing look suggested he hadn't missed his friend's sudden attention to the door, or an escape from Diana's matchmaking. But Marcus was already striding away, his focus entirely on the retreating figure whose walk betrayed her with every step. Marcus stopped dead in his tracks. What in God's name? He blinked, certain his eyes must be deceiving him. But no, that gentleman striding down the corridor with determined grace could be none other than Miss Lucy Livingston, in men's clothing, inside whites. His mind reeled, even as his blood heated. Pantaloons. She was wearing bloody pantaloons, for God's sake. The fine wool outlined every curve of her legs, the shape of her. No, he absolutely would not notice how the masculine attire emphasized the feminine grace of her form. Though whoever had fitted her coat had done a criminally poor job of disguising her figure. What the devil was she thinking? More importantly, how had she gained entrance? And where in all hell had she acquired men's clothing? His brain supplied unhelpful images of exactly how well she wore those clothes, how the dark fabric clung to her slender legs, the gentle sway of her hips as she walked. Blast it all! He'd recognized her deception immediately. How had no one else noticed? The graceful line of her neck, the delicate turn of her ankle, everything about her screamed feminine elegance, despite her attempts at a masculine stride. She disappeared around a corner. Marcus's jaw clenched. Whatever mad scheme she'd concocted, he couldn't allow her to proceed. For her own protection, of course. Not because the sight of her in men's attire had his blood racing in entirely improper ways. Though he had to admit, if only to himself, that Miss Livingston cut quite a striking figure in evening black. The pale glow of gas lamps flickered against the polished facade of whites, the legendary gentleman's club that loomed before her like a bastion of power and privilege. Lucy Livingston adjusted the lapels of her ill-fitting coat and took a steadying breath. Her hands trembled slightly, but she tucked them into the pockets of her borrowed trousers before anyone might notice. Borrowed trousers. Good heavens, what had she been thinking? She had no choice. William needed her, and if society dictated that only men could enter this sanctum of information and influence, then a man she would become. Never mind that her coat sagged at the shoulders or that her stride still needed work. She would get inside, keep her head down, and learn what she could. Then she would vanish before anyone realized an imposter had been among them. "You've come this far," she murmured to herself. "It's just one door, one man." That one man stood immovable at White's entrance, arms crossed, an expression impassive. Harris, the club's doorman, was a figure she remembered all too well from her ill-fated attempt to persuade her way inside weeks earlier. His stiff jawline and watchful eyes seemed carved from granite. At least he didn't seem to recognize her now from her earlier debacle. Good. Shoulders squared, Lucy approached, adopting the precise stride she'd practiced in Diana's garden earlier that afternoon. Confident, deliberate, a touch of swagger, not so much as to seem exaggerated, but just enough to suggest she belonged. "Name?" Harris's tone was clipped as his gaze swept her attire. The slight quirk brow suggested her disguise wasn't quite as perfect as she hoped. Lucy suppressed the urge to tug at her coat sleeves. "I've come to call on Lord Rothbury." Her voice emerged deeper than usual, though not unnaturally so, and she prayed it would pass muster. She added a hint of impatience, as though the very idea of being questioned at the door offended her sensibilities. Harris's eyes narrowed. "His Grace is already inside." Lucy's heart skipped a beat. "Lord Rothbury is here?" Of course, she had no reason to panic. Gabriel's presence was mere coincidence, or so she told herself. There was no way he would recognize her in this disguise, and even if he did, surely he would. "Shall I announce you?" Harris's question cut through her spinning thoughts. Lucy shook her head sharply. "That won't be necessary. I know my way." She kept her voice level, her expression calm, even as her mind raced. If Gabriel was here, did that mean Marcus? No. He was in Wales, dealing with his estates, or so she believed, or hoped. "Focus, Lucy. Keep moving." Harris stepped aside reluctantly, the weight of his scrutiny lingering on her shoulders as she entered the hallowed halls of White's. The air inside was thick with the scent of cigar smoke and brandy, underscored by the low murmur of masculine voices. Lucy kept her gaze fixed forward, resisting the urge to glance around like some wide-eyed tourist. She would have plenty of time to take in her surroundings later, if she succeeded in her mission. Her two big boots clacked against the marble floor as she navigated the labyrinth of rooms, clusters of gentlemen engaged in card games, debates, or quiet contemplation. She noted every detail, the exits, the position of footmen, the tone of laughter, but didn't linger. Keep moving. Look like you belong. Her heart thudded in her chest as she turned a corner toward the card rooms, where she'd been told many debts and secrets were exchanged. If William's name had crossed anyone's lips, it would be here. Did Lord Pembrey even bother asking after William? The thought burned as she passed a group of gentlemen in heated conversation. He promised to call, promised to help. And yet here I am, alone, chasing shadows because he couldn't be bothered to. No. She wouldn't let herself think of him. Not now, when every step brought her closer to the truth. And if she did happen to cross his path, well, Lord Pembrey would have some explaining to do. As she approached the card room's double doors, she caught her reflection in a glass-paneled cabinet. Her hat cast a shadow over her face, but the glint of determination in her eyes was unmistakable. She adjusted her collar, took another breath, and reached for the door. Chapter 8. Marcus Fitzwilliam, Marquess of Pembrey, rarely found himself at a loss for words. Yet as he stared down at Lucy Livingston, standing before him in ill-fitted trousers and radiating righteous fury, his mind spun between disbelief, irritation, and something far more dangerous. What in God's name was she doing here? The urge to shake sense into her ward with the undeniable admiration stirring in his chest. She shouldn't be here, shouldn't have made it past the door, shouldn't be looking at him with a defiant lift of her chin that made his throat tighten. Miss Livingston. He bit back the rest, glancing around the corridor. Several gentlemen were milling nearby, their curious gazes sliding toward the unlikely pair. If anyone recognized her, the scandal would ripple through London before the hour was out. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "We are not having this conversation in the middle of White's." "Oh?" Lucy's jaw tightened, her fingers curling into her coat as though it might shield her from his scrutiny. "I suppose you'd rather I disappear quietly, so no one notices how thoroughly you've abandoned your promises?" The accusation burned, but Marcus forced himself to remain calm. You've made your point. Now, if you'll follow me, discreetly, there's a private card room nearby. I'm not going anywhere until you, Miss Livingston. His tone sharpened, cutting through her protests. I suggest you save your indignation for when we're not in a gentleman's club. Her lips parted as though she'd argue further, but she hesitated. The growing hum of voices around them seemed to register, her gaze flickering toward the curious stares. Fine, she bit out, but I'm not leaving this place until I get answers. Marcus motioned for her to follow, his grip firm but not ungentle, as he guided her away from the gathering crowd. He prayed her disguise would hold as he navigated the hallways with military precision, his steps brisk and determined. The door to a small card room came into view, and he all but dragged her inside. Marcus shut the door with a decisive click and turned to face her. Lucy stood in the center of the room, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze blazing with fury. Well? She demanded, her voice sharp. What excuse do you have this time, my lord? He drew a breath, his patience stretched thin. Excuse me, you promised to look into William, she said, stepping closer, her hands now clenched at her sides. You said you'd call on me with anything you learned, and yet here you are, drinking brandy at White's while my brother is. Enough, Marcus snapped, his own temper flaring. You have no idea what you're accusing me of. I'm accusing you of breaking your word, she shot back, her voice trembling slightly. If you'd done anything at all, I wouldn't have to be here, risking everything to find him. Her words struck a nerve. His voice lowered dangerously. And what, precisely, do you think you've accomplished by barging into White's dressed as a... He gestured to her attire, his gaze sweeping over her borrowed trousers and poorly tailored coat. Never mind. What was your plan, Miss Livingston? To confront every member and demand answers. If that's what it takes, she fired back. At least I'm doing something, which is more than I can say for you. I've made inquiries, Marcus growled. Quiet, careful inquiries, ones that won't lead to gossip that could ruin you. Or have you not considered what happens when the Ton discovers the Livingston heiress skulking about gentlemen's clubs? Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't back down. I don't care about gossip. I care about my brother. And you think I don't? He stepped even closer, the air between them charged. I've uncovered more about William in the past week than you could hope to in a year of playing dress-up. Lucy blinked, the fire in her eyes dimming just slightly. What do you mean? Marcus clenched his jaw, wrestling down his frustration. I discovered that William owes a significant debt to Lord Dalton. Her face paled. Dalton? Could that be Lord D? From William's letters? Yes, Dalton, Marcus confirmed grimly. He's made a career out of preying on young men with more money than sense. Your brother was part of his circle until a few weeks ago, when he abruptly vanished. Lucy's brow furrowed. Vanished? No one has seen him at Dalton's usual haunts, Marcus continued, watching her carefully. Not since he ran up debts that even Dalton's generosity couldn't extend further. Lucy swayed slightly, her hand gripping the back of a chair for support. For the first time, Marcus saw fear flicker in her eyes, and it struck something deep within him. He wanted to pull her into his arms, to promise that he'd find William no matter what. But he held back. I went to his lodgings, she said quietly, her voice breaking the silence. The building manager wouldn't let me in. He said William's rents are unpaid. Marcus swore under his breath. You should have told me. Why would I? She shot back. You didn't seem interested in helping. I was called away to Wales, Marcus said, his tone softening. Estate matters, but that doesn't mean I abandoned my promise. Lucy's eyes searched his, her defiance faltering. Then why didn't you call on me? Why leave me to think? Because I only just returned to London, Marcus interrupted, his voice firm but not unkind. And before I could visit, I found you here, masquerading as a gentleman. Her chin lifted stubbornly. I had to do something. And what, precisely, were you planning to do next? Marcus asked, his gaze narrowing. She hesitated, then looked away. I was going to climb the tree outside his lodgings, break into his rooms. Marcus's jaw dropped. You were going to what? Her gaze was filled with challenge. You heard me. If they won't let me in, I'll find my own way. Marcus stared at her, his exasperation warring with something perilously close to admiration. You're mad, he muttered. completely, utterly mad. "Perhaps," she said quietly, "but William is my brother. I'll do whatever it takes to find him." Marcus dragged a hand through his hair, his mind racing. "Fine," he said finally, resigned. "But you'll do it with me, and you will not go anywhere or attempt anything without my presence." Her eyes widened. "You mean—" "I'll help you, Miss Livingston," Marcus said, his voice steady, "but on my terms." The tension between them hung thick in the air, their gazes locked in a battle of wills. For a moment, Marcus thought she might refuse, might insist on her reckless independence, but then she nodded, her shoulders sagging slightly. "Fine," she said, "but if you don't keep your word this time—" "I will," he interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. "Now come, we're leaving before someone recognizes you." "Leaving? Already?" Lucy's voice cut through the thick tension in the room, incredulous and defiant. "We've barely begun." Marcus closed his eyes briefly, his patience fraying. "Miss Livingston, don't you dare," she interrupted, stepping closer. "I didn't go through all of this just to be escorted out like some disobedient child. Not when—" She hesitated, her hands clenching at her sides. "Not when I haven't even seen the card rooms or spoken to anyone who might know something." Marcus's eyes narrowed. "Do you even hear yourself? Were you to march into the card rooms, announce your true identity, and demand answers?" "I would have been discreet," she snapped, her voice low but fierce. "Unlike some people, I'm capable of subtlety." A laugh escaped him, sharp and humorless. "Discreet? Subtle? You're standing here in trousers that don't fit, in a club where you don't belong, at an hour when every gentleman in London is filing in for the evening." Lucy bristled, but before she could respond, Marcus took a step closer. "And speaking of which," he added, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble, "what, pray tell, was your plan for getting out of White's? Or did you think you'd simply waltz out unnoticed?" Her lips parted, but no answer came. Marcus watched as realization dawned, her bravado faltering. Her gaze dropped briefly, then snapped back to his with renewed defiance. "I would have figured it out," she said stubbornly. Marcus stepped closer still, the distance between them shrinking to a breath. "Figured it out?" he repeated, his voice rougher now. "Do you have any idea how easily this could have gone wrong? How easily it still could?" She lifted her chin, refusing to back down, but he saw it then. The flicker of doubt, the awareness of just how precarious her position was. The realization sent a fresh wave of protectiveness surging through him, colliding with his frustration. He should have stepped back, should have put space between them before her defiance unraveled his control entirely. But instead, his hand moved. He couldn't have stopped it if he tried, and brushed against her sleeve, his fingers skimming the soft wool as though drawn by some unseen force. Miss Livingston. Her name slipped out, low and raw, before he could stop it. The feel of her so close, the faint scent of lavender and something uniquely hers, sent his pulse racing, which had nothing to do with anger. Her breath hitched, her eyes widening slightly at his tone. He felt her pulse quicken, saw the way her chest rose and fell just a fraction faster. The charged silence wrapped around them, broken only by the distant murmur of voices beyond the door. "You're insufferable," she whispered, her voice trembling with something that wasn't fury. "Utterly, maddeningly insufferable." "And you," Marcus replied, his voice dropping lower, "are reckless. Infuriatingly reckless." They were too close. He knew it, felt it in the taut line of her body and the heat radiating between them. If he moved even an inch closer— He stepped back abruptly, his jaw tightening as he fought for composure. She stared at him, her own breathing uneven, her cheeks flushed with more than anger now. "You're leaving," he said finally, his voice clipped. "Before anyone sees you." Her eyes flashed. "You can't just—" "Oh, I can." He straightened, his commanding tone leaving no room for argument. "You should be grateful I haven't marched you out by the ear." Her mouth opened, a retort forming on her tongue, but he cut her off with a sharp gesture. "Do you want to risk every man in white seeing through your disguise? Or worse, hearing your accent and recognizing you?" Lucy hesitated, her shoulders rising and falling as she wrestled with the truth of his words. Her lips pressed into a thin line, but she finally nodded, the fight draining from her stance. "Fine," she said, her voice tight, "but this isn't over." "Not by a long shot," Marcus replied, already moving toward the door. He paused, glancing back at her with an unreadable expression. Stay behind me, and keep your head down. The corridor outside was busier now, gentlemen filing in for their evening pursuits. Marcus kept his stride brisk but unhurried, his presence commanding enough to deter any lingering curiosity. Lucy followed a step behind, her head bowed but her posture defiant. They reached the quieter side entrance without incident, though Marcus's sharp eyes caught more than one curious glance. He didn't relax until they stepped outside, the cool evening air washing over them. His carriage waited at the curb, its driver already alert. Marcus opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Inside, now. Lucy climbed in without a word, her silence unnerving after the fiery exchanges inside. Marcus followed, shutting the door behind him and signaling the driver to move. The carriage jerked forward, the wheels clicking against cobblestones as they left White's behind. Each lamp they passed cast fleeting shadows through the carriage windows, creating an oddly intimate dance of light and darkness in the confined space. The leather seats creaked with familiar protest as Marcus leaned back, his gaze fixed on the woman across from him. The evening air had turned cool enough that their breath formed delicate clouds between them. The scent of leather and sandalwood mingled with a lingering trace of Lucy's lavender water, an oddly feminine note that made her borrowed masculine attire seem all the more outrageous. Lucy sat ramrod straight. Her hair had begun to escape its careful binding beneath her hat, one errant curl brushing her collar in a way that drew Marcus's gaze far more than it should. "You've been uncharacteristically quiet," Marcus drawled. "Planning your next reckless venture, no doubt?" Her head snapped toward him, moonlight catching the amber flecks in her glare, sharp enough to slice through his composure. "You've already made it abundantly clear that you disapprove of my methods, Lord Pembrey. There's no need to repeat yourself." "Ah, but I've yet to mention my real concern." He shifted forward, the movement bringing them close enough that he could see the rapid flutter of her pulse at her throat. His eyes narrowed. "Where exactly did you acquire those clothes?" A becoming flush crept up Lucy's neck, visible even in the dim carriage light. Her defiance faltered. "That's hardly relevant." "Oh, it's entirely relevant," Marcus countered, the rhythmic sway of the carriage bringing them fractionally closer with each turn of the wheels. "Because whoever helped you procure a gentleman's wardrobe, and such a poorly tailored one at that, clearly has a flair for chaos. Diana, perhaps?" Lucy's sharp intake of breath betrayed her before she could school her features. Her lips parted in a sharp inhale, but she quickly snapped her mouth shut, her gaze darting to the carriage window. The passing street lamps caught the fine bones of her profile, highlighting the stubborn set of her jaw. "Of course," he murmured, more to himself than to her. Only Diana would consider men's attire an acceptable solution to social restrictions. His tone softened, his frustration giving way to something warmer, almost fond. "And I know she delights in meddling, particularly when it comes to women with strong wills. You, Miss Livingston, would be irresistible to her." The carriage hit a rough patch of road, sending Lucy's hat slightly askew. One hand flew up to adjust it, the gesture unconsciously feminine despite her borrowed masculinity. Her eyes narrowed. "If you're quite finished speculating about my associates—" "I'm not," he interrupted smoothly. "Because your theatrics tonight suggest we need a plan, and I prefer not to involve my friend's wife in further schemes that might send the ton into apoplexy." "A plan?" Lucy tilted her head, moonlight silvering the exposed curve of her neck where her cravat had come loose. Suspicion flickered in her gaze. "You mean more rules? More conditions? Like those you so helpfully imposed earlier?" Marcus's lips curved despite himself, the memory of her fierce defiance in the cardroom still burning in his mind. "Call them what you like, but if we're to find William without burning your reputation to the ground, then yes, a plan is necessary." The intimate confines of the carriage made every slight movement, every shared breath, feel oddly significant. "And what precisely does your plan entail?" Marcus leaned back, folding his arms across his chest. The gesture pulled his evening coat taut across his shoulders, a detail Lucy firmly told herself she wasn't noticing. "Tomorrow morning, I'll call upon you. Officially." Lucy blinked, her carefully maintained composure slipping for just a moment. "Officially?" Yes, officially, Marcus said. Though I warn you, the Tun will draw its own conclusions about such a visit, particularly given my recent return to London. Lucy frowned. A stray curl had escaped her hat entirely now, brushing against her cheek, making Marcus's fingers itch to tuck it back. How do you propose we manage that? We'll require a chaperone, he said, his voice holding a note of dry amusement, to silence any wagging tongues. Luckily, we both know someone who thrives on such roles. The passing lights caught the golden flecks in her eyes as they widened with understanding. You mean Diana? Unless you have another candidate in mind? The carriage swayed around a corner, moving them closer still. Someone trusted, respectable, and impervious to gossip? Lucy hesitated, clearly reluctant to involve her friend further. The carriage wheels rattled over uneven cobblestones, making her grip the leather seat for balance. Lucy hesitated, twisting her borrowed gloves between her fingers. Diana will be impossible to manage once she realizes you're calling tomorrow. She'll have the wedding breakfast planned before you cross the threshold. Marcus's chest tightened at the thought of Diana's matchmaking enthusiasm colliding with their actual purpose. Perhaps we should make it clear that my visit is purely about your brother. Oh yes, that will work splendidly. Lucy's voice dripped with sarcasm that would have shocked the Tun, because nothing says not courting like a marquess making early morning calls with a duchess in attendance. The truth of her words hung between them, highlighted by each passing street lamp. Every eye in London would be watching tomorrow, measuring each glance, cataloging each word. Diana could help deflect attention, Marcus offered, though the words felt hollow even to him. She has a particular talent for misdirection when it suits her. Lucy's laugh held an edge of hysteria. Yes, and she'll misdirect it straight toward the altar. That's an understatement. The carriage took a sharp turn, sending Lucy off balance. Her hand shot out instinctively, catching herself against Marcus's knee. The contact was fleeting, accidental, but it sent a jolt of awareness through him. She pulled back quickly, color blooming across her cheeks. Apologies, she muttered, her voice unusually quiet. Marcus cleared his throat, adjusting his position to put a more proper distance between them despite the carriage's confines. If we're to proceed, he said, his tone carefully measured, you'll need to trust me. Her head lifted sharply, her gaze meeting his. The hat cast shadows across her face, but couldn't hide the flash of indignation in her eyes. Trust you? She echoed, incredulous. You, who didn't bother to call on me for a week? I had reasons, he said, fighting to maintain his composure as another curl escaped her disguise. Reasons I've explained. And if you recall, it was I who prevented your little escapade tonight from ending in disaster. Her eyes flashed. If you'd kept your word in the first place, I wouldn't have needed an escapade. The fire in her gaze struck him anew, igniting something deep and unwelcome in his chest. Damn her. Even at her most maddening, she was. No, he refused to entertain the thought. Tomorrow, he said firmly, steering the conversation back to safer ground. I'll call on you at 10. Diana will accompany us to your brother's lodgings. From there, we'll determine our next steps. Lucy studied him, her expression unreadable. Finally, she nodded, though her shoulders remained stiff with tension. Very well, she said. But if you try to control everything... I'm not controlling everything, Marcus said, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I'm merely ensuring you don't get yourself ruined. Her glare returned, but there was a spark of reluctant amusement behind it. Insufferable, she muttered under her breath. And reckless, he replied lightly. We make quite the pair, don't we? Chapter 9. Lucy yanked off her third bonnet of the morning, tossing it onto the growing pile of discarded accessories with a frustrated huff. The ivory ribbons, which had seemed perfectly sensible when she'd selected them, now struck her as hopelessly provincial, like something a green girl might wear to her first assembly, desperate to catch a marquess's eye. Lord above, what is wrong with me? She pressed her palms against her dressing table, glaring at her reflection. It's only Lord Pembrey, arrogant, insufferable Lord Pembrey, who thinks he can dictate my every move. Yet here she was, behaving like a complete ninny hammer, changing her dress twice before settling on the blue muslin, as if his lordship's opinion of her attire mattered in the slightest. The door burst open without warning, admitting a very pregnant and very amused Diana. "My dear Lucy, your maid tells me you've been awake since dawn, terrorizing your wardrobe. I simply had to investigate." "I have not been terrorizing anything." Lucy snatched up a fourth bonnet, determinedly avoiding Diana's knowing smile. "And Eliza should learn to keep her observations to herself." "Oh, then I suppose these rejected bonnets arranged themselves into this lovely display?" Diana settled into the chair by the window, one hand resting on her rounded belly. "How clever of them!" Lucy's fingers fumbled with the ribbon, creating a knot instead of the elegant bow she'd intended. "I merely wished to look appropriate." "Appropriate for what, precisely?" Diana's eyes sparkled with unholy glee. "Or should I say, for whom?" "For no one." The knot grew worse under Lucy's agitated fingers. "Lord Pembrey is calling this morning, that's all. And since you're to accompany us—" "Lord Pembrey?" Diana practically bounced in her seat, pregnancy and propriety forgotten. "Is he not still in Wales?" "Apparently not." "The same Lord Pembrey you declared. What was it?" "Ah, yes, the most arrogant, dictatorial man in all of London, just yesterday?" Heat crept up Lucy's neck. "Yes, well, circumstances have changed." "Change?" Diana leaned forward, eyes bright with curiosity. "Do tell me how circumstances involving a notoriously proper Marquess could possibly change between yesterday afternoon and this morning." Lucy abandoned the hopeless bonnet, turning to face her friend's gleaming eyes. "He caught me at White's." Diana's delighted gasp filled the room. "He what?" "Lucy Livingston, you absolute treasure. Start from the beginning, and don't you dare leave out a single detail." "Lord Pembrey is taking me to William's apartments." "William's apartments?" Diana's eyebrows shot up, her earlier amusement giving way to genuine concern. "Lucy, darling, please tell me you haven't dragged a Marquess into your brother's difficulties." Lucy abandoned all pretense of fixing her appearance, dropping onto the settee beside Diana. "He offered to help. Well, after catching me dressed as a gentleman and threatening to expose my madness to all of London." Diana pressed her lips together, clearly fighting another burst of laughter. "No wonder you've changed your gown 3 times this morning. Though I must say, men's attire does have its advantages." "Diana?" Lucy's voice held a warning note. "This isn't about that. Lord Pembrey insisted on a proper chaperone if he's to assist with William. And since you're the only one who knows about my escapade at White's—" Diana's eyes danced. "How cozy. And he's simply offering his assistance out of the goodness of his heart, I suppose." Lucy smoothed her skirts, steadfastly ignoring the flutter in her stomach. "He's being honorable." "Honorable." Diana rolled the word around like a fine wine. "Yes, Marcus has always been terribly honorable, particularly when it comes to beautiful young ladies." Lucy broke off, flustered. "You cannot breathe a word of this to anyone, not even Gabriel. William's reputation is already somewhat tattered," Diana finished gently, "as will yours be if anyone discovers you've enlisted a Marquess in your search." She studied Lucy's face. "Though something tells me reputation isn't your primary concern where Lord Pembrey is involved. My only concern is finding William." Lucy stood, retrieving the least offensive of her discarded bonnets. "Lord Pembrey simply happens to have connections that might help." "Connections." Diana's smile turned knowing, and a rather fine pair of shoulders beneath that proper coat of his. "Diana." "Oh, very well." Diana struggled to her feet, her condition making the movement less than graceful. "I shall be the soul of discretion, although chaperoning a morning call that involves breaking into bachelor apartments was not quite what I expected when I awakened today." Lucy secured her bonnet with trembling fingers. "We're not breaking in, we're investigating." "Of course you are." Diana patted Lucy's arm. "And I'm merely accompanying you out of charitable concern for propriety, not burning curiosity about how our dear Marcus handles himself during criminal enterprises." "It isn't criminal," Lucy protested, "and he's not our dear anything." Diana's laugh followed them into the corridor. "Keep telling yourself that, darling, though perhaps try saying it without blushing quite so beautifully next time." Lucy followed Diana down the grand staircase, her earlier agitation turning to fraying nerves. How were they to maintain this charade in front of her sponsor? The Duchess of Radcliffe missed nothing. "Remember," Diana whispered as they approached the drawing room, "appear utterly surprised when he arrives." The drawing room already held the familiar comfort of morning ritual, her grandmother presiding over the tea service like a general planning campaign strategy. The Duchess's silver-streaked dark hair caught the light as she delivered her daily intelligence report on society's latest mishaps. And then Lady Hasbrouck had the audacity to wear orange silk to a morning call. Her grandmother's fan sliced through the air with devastating precision. Orange silk, in April. Lucy met Diana's gaze across the Sevres tea service, fighting to suppress the wild flutter of anticipation in her chest. Any moment now, Marcus would arrive. Lord Pembrey, she corrected herself firmly. She had no business thinking of him as Marcus. The familiar click of Jenkins' perfectly polished shoes in the doorway nearly made her drop her teacup. "A caller for Miss Livingston, Your Grace." Lucy's heart performed an entirely unnecessary series of acrobatics as her Lady Radcliffe plucked the calling card from Jenkins's salver. She watched the Duchess's perfectly arched eyebrows rise in elegant surprise. "Lord Pembrey?" Lady Radcliffe's rapier-sharp gaze cut straight through Lucy's attempted composure. "The Marquess of Pembrey is calling on you? I thought he was in Wales." The teacup trembled traitorously in Lucy's hands. How unexpected. She didn't dare look at Diana, knowing her friend's expression would undo what little composure she'd managed to gather. Instead, she focused on steadying her breathing as Jenkins announced Marcus's arrival. He filled the doorway like a gathering storm, his broad shoulders making the perfectly tailored morning coat seem almost insufficient to contain them. Lucy's breath caught as his presence seemed to charge the very air of the room. Blast the man. He had no right to look so devastatingly proper after catching her in men's clothing mere hours ago. Marcus bowed with fluid grace, every movement a study in aristocratic precision that made Lucy's heart perform another set of unnecessary acrobatics. "Your Grace, I trust I find you well this morning?" Lucy gripped her teacup harder, fighting the urge to smooth her skirts. The memory of his hands steadying her in White's carriage flickered treacherously through her mind. "Quite well, my lord." Lady Radcliffe eyed him with a careful evaluation that had sent lesser gentlemen fleeing, though I confess some surprise at your early call. He turned to Diana first, as protocol demanded, inclining his head. "Your Grace." Then his gaze found Lucy's, and something in those steel-gray eyes made her chest tight. "Miss Livingston, I wondered if you might be amenable to a morning drive? The weather is particularly fine for it." Lucy forced her voice into perfect social pleasantry. "That would be lovely, my lord. Though perhaps Diana might accompany us?" She turned to her friend with what she hoped was casual grace rather than desperate conspiracy. "If you're feeling up to it." A barely suppressed mischievous glint shone in Diana's eyes. Her hand drifted to the gentle swell beneath her morning dress. "Fresh air would be wonderful for my constitution. Dr. Morris insists upon it, in fact. Surely Eliza would be a more suitable companion." The Duchess's fan snapped open with the precision of a military command. "Given your condition, Diana," Lucy held her breath. Everything hinged on this moment. Their entire plan would collapse if they couldn't secure Diana's company. She watched Marcus from beneath her lashes, noting the almost imperceptible tension in his jaw. "Nonsense." Diana waved away her grandmother's concern with the casual authority that only a duchess could wield. "A gentle carriage ride is exactly what I need, and Lord Pembrey's horses are exceptionally well-mannered." The weight of Lady Radcliffe's scrutiny pressed against Lucy's composure. The Duchess's gaze swept over their little tableau, and Lucy could practically see the calculations spinning behind those sharp eyes. "My lord, while I appreciate your kind offer, perhaps, I assure you, your grace," Marcus interrupted with such smooth charm that Lucy wanted to kick him. "Both her grace and Miss Livingston will be in excellent care. We shall keep to the park, where everyone might observe our perfect propriety." Perfect propriety indeed. Lucy bit back a wholly improper snort, remembering their heated exchange in White's card room. Nothing about Marcus Fitzwilliam inspired thoughts of propriety. Damn him. "Very well," the Duchess finally nodded. "Though I expect you back well before the fashionable hour, Diana. You know how the afternoon air affects you." "Of course, grandmother." Diana rose with remarkable grace, given her condition. "We shall be the very picture of decorum." Marcus offered his arm to Diana first. When he turned to Lucy, The brief contact of his hand against hers sent awareness shooting up her arm like lightning. Blast the man. Even his proper manners felt like deliberate provocation. As they moved toward the door, Lucy caught Diana's conspiratorial wink. The morning stretched before them, full of possibility and danger in equal measure. Between Marcus's commanding presence, Diana's barely contained delight, and their secret mission, Lucy wasn't sure whether to be thrilled or terrified. Lord help her. This morning was either going to be brilliant or disastrous, possibly both. Marcus kept his gaze fixed firmly on the passing London streets, steadfastly ignoring the way Lucy's skirts brushed against his boots with each turn of the carriage wheels. The confined space seemed to shrink with every breath, filled with the maddening scent of lavender and the even more maddening awareness of her presence. "Tell me, Lord Pembrey," Diana's voice cut through his studied concentration, "do you often escort young ladies on mysterious morning excursions?" "Only when they've proven themselves capable of creating a far worse scandal without my intervention." The words slipped out before he could stop them, drawing a sharp intake of breath from Lucy. He turned just in time to catch the flash of indignation in her eyes. "I believe, my lord, that you promised discretion. And I believe, Miss Livingston, that your definition of discretion requires some adjustment." He shifted, his leg brushing against hers as the carriage rounded a corner. The contact sent an unwelcome jolt through his entire body. Diana's quiet laugh filled the carriage. "Oh, this is delightful." "It is not delightful." Marcus gritted his teeth. "And you, I cannot believe you helped her. Where did you find the men's attire?" Diana laughed. "Really, Marcus, what you must think of me." "No, I know you, Diana." "Where?" Diana shrugged. "Beatrice, she appropriated it from another maid who—" Marcus held up his hand. "For the love of— No, tell me now more. I do not wish to know." Diana's smile widened. "Marcus, I must say, when I imagined your eventual romantic pursuit, I didn't expect it to involve quite so much investigation. This is not a romantic pursuit." Lucy's voice carried that particular note of fury that had first caught his attention at White's. "This is about William." Marcus studied her profile, noting the stubborn set of her jaw, the way her fingers twisted in her lap. "Indeed, though one might question why your brother chose to take rooms at Hargrove House of all places." "Hargrove House?" Diana leaned forward, her eyes widening. "Isn't that where—" "Where many wealthy Americans choose to reside while in London," Marcus cut in smoothly, "though the rates are rather prohibitive." Lucy's spine stiffened. "William has his reasons." "No doubt." Marcus caught a glimpse of their destination through the window, a towering Georgian facade of pale stone and ostentatious architectural flourishes, though I suspect those reasons may prove illuminating. The carriage slowed as they approached Hargrove House, its imposing entrance guarded by two massive stone lions. The building rose 4 stories, its windows gleaming with the kind of meticulous care that spoke of exorbitant fees and careful screening of potential residents. Twin gas lamps flanked the black lacquered door, their brass fixtures polished to mirror brightness. "Good Lord," Diana breathed, peering out the window. "It's even grander than I remembered. How on earth did William manage?" She broke off at Lucy's sharp look, but Marcus had already noted the flash of worry in Lucy's eyes. His suspicions about William's financial situation deepened. The monthly cost of rooms could bankrupt a minor estate. He'd heard rumors of desperate young bucks pawning their futures for a chance to claim such a prestigious address. Marcus descended first, extending his hand with practiced courtesy that felt oddly hollow given their true purpose. "Miss Livingston." Lucy's gloved fingers met his, and the contact sent heat racing up his arm. She stepped down with careful grace, close enough that he caught the faint scent of lavender rising from her skin. The sudden, visceral image of pressing her against the carriage door and claiming those defiant lips with his own nearly undid him. He imagined how she'd taste, like the morning's tea, perhaps, or something wilder, more dangerous. His mind conjured visions of her dark hair spilled across his pillows, those amber eyes heavy-lidded with passion rather than fury. Her quick wit turned to breathless gasps. "Oh, don't mind me," Diana called from the carriage window, her smile arch enough to shame a cathedral. "I'm only here for the scandal." "Stay put, Diana." Marcus fixed her with the same look that had once quelled an entire cavalry unit. It merely made her smile wider. "Of course, my lord." Mischief danced in her eyes. "I'll simply sit here and imagine the headlines." Lucy huffed a quiet breath beside him, but Marcus kept his attention on Hargrove House's imposing facade. The morning sun caught the freshly polished brass knocker, nearly blinding in its ostentatious gleam. Everything about the place spoke of money. Old money, new money, borrowed money. The sort of establishment that didn't ask questions as long as the bills were paid. "Shall we?" He gestured toward the entrance, noting the way Lucy's shoulders squared, ready for battle. Then, they had barely reached the first step when the massive oak door swung open. A gentleman emerged, his evening clothes bearing the distinct wrinkles of extended revelry. Marcus recognized him instantly. Dalton, the very devil who held William's mounting debts in his perfectly manicured hands. Dalton paused at the top of the steps, addressing the liveried doorman behind him. "Should our young American friend return, Sims, do inform him that I am most eager to continue our discussion." His cultured drawl carried the bite of a threat beneath its polish. As he descended, Dalton's gaze swept past Lucy with an aristocratic dismissal before landing on Marcus. Recognition flickered in his bloodshot eyes. Pembrey, Dalton. The exchange held volumes of unspoken history, none of it pleasant. Dalton moved past them, the scent of expensive brandy and pending violence trailing in his wake. Lucy spun, clearly intent on confronting the man who held her brother's fate in his hands, but Marcus caught her arm. The heat of her skin burned through layers of morning dress and kid gloves, making his grip tighten involuntarily. "Not here," he murmured, low enough that only she could hear. His thumb brushed the inside of her wrist, feeling her pulse race beneath silk and propriety. "Let's get inside." She turned back to him, fury and fear warring in those amber eyes. "That was him, wasn't it? The man you mentioned at White's?" "Yes." Marcus guided her up the remaining steps, painfully aware of both Diana's worried gaze from the carriage and the doorman's increasing interest in their exchange. "But this isn't the place for that particular discussion." Lucy's fingers curled into his coat sleeve, her voice dropping to a fierce whisper. "If he's just left, then William is not. Precisely why we need to move quickly." Marcus turned to the doorman, who watched their approach with professional suspicion. Time to discover exactly what sort of trouble William Livingston had entangled himself in, and why a man like Dalton would be calling at Hargrove House at this hour. Chapter 10. "I'm afraid his lordship's purse carries no more weight than yours, miss." Hawthorne's thin smile held all the warmth of a December frost. "Though if you'd care to settle the outstanding balance." Lucy's spine stiffened beside Marcus. He could practically feel the calculations spinning behind those amber eyes, wondering, no doubt, if her carefully hoarded coins might buy them entry. "Come." Marcus placed his hand on her elbow, steering her away from Hawthorne's smug surveillance. "There are other ways." A pair of matrons passed the alley entrance, their shrewd gazes sweeping the street for gossip-worthy moments. Marcus guided Lucy deeper into the shadows, painfully aware that one glimpse of them alone would set tongues wagging from Mayfair to St. James. Her reputation, already precarious just for being American, wouldn't survive a scandal. Her boots clicked against the marble as they retreated, her voice dropping to a fierce whisper. "Are there? Because at present I see only locked doors and impossible servants. Surely you didn't expect to simply walk in and demand answers?" They emerged into the watery spring sunlight, Marcus's leg protesting with each step. "Even my title, it seems, has its limits." Then perhaps, Lucy glanced over her shoulder before tugging him around the corner into a narrow alley. She pointed upward, triumph lighting her features. "That window, 3rd floor, second from the left." A hackney clattered past, its driver's curious gaze lingering a moment too long. Marcus shifted to shield Lucy from view. He followed her gesture, taking in the ancient oak that stretched its gnarled limbs toward the upper stories. "You seem remarkably certain." A flicker of doubt crossed her face. "Well, that is." She lifted her chin. "It must be his. The location is right, and I distinctly remember him mentioning a view of St. James." "Must be? Distinctly." Marcus arched a brow. "Your conviction is overwhelming. Do you have a better suggestion?" He studied the tree's thick branches, mapping potential handholds. The climb looked simple enough if one discounted the prospect of breaking one's neck. As it happens, I do. Before Lucy could protest, he gripped the lowest branch and hauled himself upward. Or tried to. White-hot pain lanced through his thigh, turning his grip to water. He dropped back, cursing through clenched teeth. "Marcus?" Lucy's hand found his arm, steadying him. "What is it?" "Nothing." He forced the word past the remnants of agony. "An old war wound, usually manageable, except when attempting to scale trees like a common housebreaker." She squeezed his arm ever so slightly. "Salamanca?" The genuine concern in her voice caught him off guard. "A French cavalry officer took exception to my continued existence." He tried for lightness, but memory darkened his tone. His saber made a rather compelling argument. Lucy's expression softened for a heartbeat before hardening into familiar determination. She shrugged off her pelisse, the motion drawing his eye to the elegant line of her throat. "Well then, I suppose there's nothing for it." Understanding struck. "Absolutely not. You can't climb and I can." She handed him her pelisse, their fingers brushing. "Really, Marcus, what choice do we have?" "Several. All of them are less likely to end in your neck being broken." But she was already moving, gathering her skirts with practiced efficiency. The sight of her slim ankle disappearing beneath muslin sent entirely inappropriate heat through his blood. "Lucy, do stop fussing." She reached for the lowest branch. "I've been climbing trees since I could walk, though admittedly not usually in morning dress. If anyone sees," Marcus glanced toward the street, where passing figures moved like darker shadows against the morning light. His mind raced through the consequences. Her ruined reputation, society's merciless judgment, the Duchess of Radcliffe's fury. Yet he couldn't bring himself to stop her. "At least let me position myself to block the view from the street." But before he could, she began her ascent. Each graceful movement spoke of years of scaling New England oaks, her confidence both terrifying and oddly captivating. Marcus found himself torn between the urge to drag her back to earth and the unwilling admiration of her determined grace. "Good heavens," Diana's voice cut through his internal battle. "What on earth are you two doing?" Marcus turned to find his friend's wife standing at the alley's entrance, one hand pressed to her heart in theatrical shock. Behind her, their carriage waited like a guilty conspirator. "Diana, this isn't... Let me guess." Her eyes sparkled with unholy glee. "Lucy is halfway up a tree, and you're standing there pretending this is perfectly normal. That's not... Save it." She glanced upward, a smile tugging at her lips. "Miss Livingston, do be careful. I'd hate for you to ruin that lovely dress." "I'm fine," Lucy called down, her skirts rustling against bark. "Just keep him from having a fit, would you?" Diana turned to Marcus, mischief dancing in her expression. "Well, my lord?" Marcus pinched the bridge of his nose, fighting both exasperation and the maddening urge to smile. "If she falls, you're explaining it to Gabriel." "Oh, please." Diana leaned on the tree, clearly settling in for the entertainment. "As if you'd let her fall." The truth of that struck deeper than he cared to examine. Above them, Lucy disappeared into the shadows of upper branches, taking his peace of mind with her. The muffled gasp above was his only warning. Marcus looked up to see Lucy scrambling backwards, her feet slipping on the treacherous bark. His body moved before his mind could catch up, positioning himself beneath her falling form. She landed against his chest with enough force to drive them both back against the alley wall. Her hands clutched his lapels, her face pressed to his shoulder. The scent of lavender filled his senses, along with the entirely inappropriate awareness of her soft curves molded against him. "Aye, that is..." Lucy's voice emerged muffled against his coat. "That was most definitely not William's room." Her whole body trembled, though whether from shock or suppressed laughter, he couldn't tell. His hands splayed across her back, steadying her even as common sense demanded he release her. "What did you see?" The words came out rougher than intended. She lifted her face, cheeks flaming. "A gentleman and a lady who were decidedly not." She swallowed hard. "That is to say, they were rather occupied with..." "Ah," his thumb traced small circles against her spine, a completely unconscious movement that he couldn't seem to stop. "Perhaps not the intelligence gathering you had in mind." A choked laugh escaped her. "Not quite the sort of intelligence I was seeking, no." They stood frozen, neither quite willing to break the moment. Lucy's fingers remained tangled in his lapels, her breath warm against his throat. The proper thing would be to set her away, to restore the distance that propriety demanded. Instead, his grip tightened fractionally. Diana's pointed throat clearing shattered the spell. While this is thoroughly entertaining, her voice carried equal measures of amusement and concern, perhaps we might consider a strategic retreat before someone notices our little tableau. Lucy sprang back as if burned, though Marcus's hands lingered an instant too long before releasing her. The loss of her warmth hit him like a physical blow. "This was a terrible plan," Lucy whispered, smoothing her skirts with trembling hands. "On the contrary." Marcus fought the urge to draw her back into his arms. "I found it rather illuminating." Her eyes snapped to his, confusion warring with lingering embarrassment. "Illuminating? We learned nothing about William." "Didn't we?" He reached out, plucking a leaf from her disheveled hair. The simple touch sent awareness crackling between them. "We learned he's not in that particular room, at least." The laugh that burst from her surprised them both. "You are impossible." "So you've mentioned." He offered his arm, hyper-aware of every point of contact, as she placed her hand in the crook of his elbow. "Though I notice it hasn't stopped you from involving me in your schemes." "If you two are quite finished," Diana called from the carriage, "I should mention Lady Lawrence has specifically requested your presence at her garden party, Lucy." Marcus felt Lucy stiffen beside him. "Lady Lawrence, the American Baroness?" "The very same." Diana's smile held a dangerous promise. "Her grand affair is Thursday next. She's quite determined to meet the young lady who's caused such a stir at White's." "Diana," Marcus's warning tone only brightened her smile. "Oh, don't glower so, Marcus. You'll be there too, of course. Lady Lawrence was most insistent." Marcus groaned. "More Americans? Diana, are you collecting them?" "Only the interesting ones." Diana's eyes sparkled. "And Miss Sears is quite interesting. Apparently, she caused quite a stir at Lady Jersey's last week by suggesting that young ladies might benefit from university education. The sciences, in fact." Lucy's spine straightened. "Really? How fascinating." "Don't encourage her," Marcus muttered, though his thumb traced an absent pattern where Lucy's hand still rested on his arm. "The last thing London needs is more revolutionary ideas about female education." "Says the man who just assisted a lady in climbing a tree," Diana observed sweetly. The way Lucy's fingers tightened on his arm told Marcus this afternoon would prove far more dangerous than any morning tree-climbing expedition, especially given how his body still hummed from their brief contact. Heaven help him. Chapter 11. Lucy had survived precisely 43 minutes of Lady Lawrence's garden party before contemplating escape. The pristine lawns of Lawrence House stretched before her like a battlefield, dotted with parasols and polite warfare. Every introduction, every careful curtsy felt like a moment wasted when William might be— "You're scowling again." Diana materialized at her elbow, pressing a delicate fan into her hands. "Do try to look less like you're plotting treason." "I'm not plotting anything." Lucy snapped open the fan, grateful for something to do with her restless fingers. "I simply don't see why I must waste an entire afternoon watching the ton play at pastoral pleasures when my brother might be spotted by any one of these 100 carefully cultivated connections." Diana's voice dropped to a whisper. "Unless you'd prefer another attempt at tree climbing?" Heat crept up Lucy's neck at the memory. 3 days had passed since that mortifying episode, and still no word from Marcus about William's whereabouts. Though perhaps that was for the best, given how often her thoughts strayed to the feeling of his arms around her, the way his hands had. "Oh, this is delicious." Diana's observation jerked Lucy from her entirely improper reverie. "You're blushing." "It's merely the heat." "Of course it is." Diana's knowing smile suggested she wasn't fooled in the slightest. "Though I don't recall the weather causing quite such a becoming flush when Lord Pembrey arrived a moment ago." Lucy's fan faltered. "He's here, by the rose garden." Diana's gesture managed to encompass half the party without appearing to point at all. "Though do try not to stare. My grandmother is watching with that particular expression that suggests she's already planning the wedding breakfast." "There will be no wedding breakfast." Lucy forced her gaze away from the distant figure whose broad shoulders she absolutely had not noticed. "There will be no anything until I find William. Then you'll be delighted to know I've found someone you simply must meet." Diana's eyes sparkled with the particular gleam that usually preceded social chaos. "Miss Sears has the most fascinating collection of—" A blur of pale blue muslin darted past, wielding what appeared to be a butterfly net with deadly intent. Lucy blinked as the young lady disappeared into a nearby shrubbery, her dark curls escaping their pins with every determined movement. "I see what you mean by fascinating." Diana's laugh carried across the lawn. "Miss Livingston, you simply must meet Miss Sears." "They're not escaping this time," declared a determined voice with unmistakable American inflections. The speaker, a young lady who appeared more interested in Lepidoptera than social graces, darted past Lucy's shoulder in pursuit of her quarry. A butterfly net protruded from her reticule at an angle that would have given Lucy's grandmother apoplexy. A movement across the lawn caught Lucy's attention. Marcus's arrival at the edge of their little tableau, his expression hovering between amusement and resignation. Her pulse quickened traitorously at the sight of him, memories of their last encounter sending heat climbing up her neck. "Abigail." Lady Lawrence's voice carried the particular tone Lucy recognized from her own mother's attempts to tame her childhood enthusiasm. "Perhaps this isn't the moment for specimen collection?" The young lady straightened, revealing a striking face lit with the kind of fierce intelligence Lucy had rarely encountered in London drawing rooms. Dark curls escaped their pins in artistic defiance of proper coiffure, and a distinctive yellow and black butterfly perched precariously near Freedom in her specimen jar. "But Mama, it's a Papilio macaon, a swallowtail." The enthusiasm in her voice made Lucy's lips twitch. "Do you know how rare these are in London gardens?" Those keen eyes found Lucy's face, brightening with recognition. "Oh, you must be Miss Livingston. Diana's told me all about your progressive views on female education. Tell me, what are your thoughts on Linnaeus's classification system?" Lucy blinked, caught between laughter and admiration for such a magnificent disregard of social niceties. She felt Marcus's attention sharpen, though she steadfastly refused to look his way. "I apologize for my daughter," Lady Lawrence murmured, though her tone held more fondness than censure. "She becomes rather enthusiastic about her scientific pursuits." Something in the way Lady Lawrence watched her daughter, pride warring with social obligation, struck a chord in Lucy's heart. "Don't apologize, Lady Lawrence. I find it refreshing to meet a lady who thinks beyond the latest fashion plates." Though perhaps Marcus's voice came from somewhere entirely too close behind her, sending awareness skittering down her spine. "We might save discussions of classification systems for after the butterfly has been properly secured." The specimen in question seized its moment, launching toward Freedom with impressive timing. Miss Sears's pursuit, complete with several creative applications of Latin terminology, suggested this afternoon might prove far more interesting than Lucy had anticipated. She caught Diana's knowing smile and realized she'd completely forgotten her determination to escape the party, though whether that was due to Miss Sears's unconventional charms or the way she could feel Marcus's presence like a physical touch remained to be determined. "Tea, I think." Lady Lawrence's tone brooked no argument as she gestured toward the refreshment tables, before any other specimens make bids for Freedom. Lucy found herself swept along in the wake of their hostess's determined progress across the lawn, uncomfortably aware of Marcus's continued presence somewhere behind her. The tea tables had been arranged with military precision, white linens stark against the vibrant gardens. A cluster of guests parted at their approach, revealing a gentleman whose carefully casual posture suggested he'd been waiting for just such an introduction. Miss Livingston. Lady Lawrence performed the social alchemy of turning strangers into acquaintances. "Allow me to present Mr. Forrester. He's recently returned from an extended stay in Boston." Lucy's curtsy was perhaps less graceful than the Duchess of Radcliffe might have wished, her attention caught by that single word. "Boston? How fascinating." Indeed, Mr. Forrester's bow held just the right degree of interest to be proper. "I believe I had the pleasure of making your brother's acquaintance there. William Livingston, yes?" The teacup nearly slipped from Lucy's suddenly nerveless fingers. "You know William? Charming fellow." Mr. Forrester accepted a cup from a hovering footman, though I confess I haven't seen him in quite some time, most peculiar given his enthusiasm for cards. "When exactly?" Lucy stepped closer, propriety forgotten. "That is, when did you last?" "My dear Miss Livingston." Diana's voice was bright with artificial cheer. "You simply must tell Mr. Forrester about your thoughts on the new Mozart piece Lady Jersey plans for her musicale." Lucy waved aside the attempted diversion. "But surely you must have some idea of his usual haunts? The clubs he frequented?" Mr. Forrester's expression shifted from polite interest to careful distance. "Aye, that is." "Miss Livingston," Marcus's voice carried across the growing tension, "I believe Lady Lawrence mentioned something about archery?" But Lucy had already moved to intercept Mr. Forrester's attempted retreat. Was he alone? Did he speak of any particular associates? The surrounding conversations dimmed, heads turning with growing interest toward this breach of social protocol. Lucy could practically feel her grandmother's horror from across the garden, but William's face, drawn and desperate, she imagined, drove her forward. "Really, I couldn't say." Mr. Forrester backed away, nearly colliding with a footman. "Though perhaps Lord Dalton might. That is." "Dalton?" The name fell between them like a stone in still water. "You've seen William with Lord Dalton?" A strong hand caught her elbow, and Marcus's voice dropped low near her ear. "Perhaps we might continue this discussion somewhere more private?" His touch sent awareness racing along her skin, but Lucy refused to be diverted. "Mr. Forrester, please, when did you see them together?" But Mr. Forrester had already seized his chance for escape, disappearing into the crowd with remarkable agility for a man of his years. Lucy made to follow, only to find herself caught firmly in Marcus's grip. "Not here." His breath stirred the curls at her temple. "Unless you'd prefer to make tomorrow's gossip sheets?" "The gossip sheets?" Lucy tried to turn, but Marcus's grip remained firm. "I hardly think inquiring after my own brother qualifies as scandal." "No?" His voice dropped lower, meant for her ears alone. "Then perhaps you missed Lady Jersey's raised lorgnette, or the way Lord Rutland nearly choked on his tea at your mention of Dalton." She could feel the heat of him behind her. The propriety of their position was rapidly deteriorating, yet she couldn't bring herself to step away. "I don't care about their sensibilities. William would hardly thank you for drawing such attention to his associations." His thumb traced a maddening circle against her sleeve. "Unless you mean to announce to all of London society that your brother frequents gaming hells with notorious rake hells?" Lucy's spine stiffened. "As opposed to announcing that I climb trees in gentlemen's gardens?" A sound suspiciously like suppressed laughter rumbled through his chest. "I rather thought we'd agreed not to mention that particular incident in polite company." "We agreed to nothing of the sort." She turned within his grip, realizing too late that the movement brought them nearly nose to nose. "Just as we apparently haven't agreed on whether you mean to actually help me find William, or simply prevent me from doing so myself." Something dangerous flickered in his eyes. "If you think I've spent the past 3 days idly—" "How would I know?" The words escaped before she could catch them. "You've been remarkably absent for someone who promised assistance." His jaw tightened. "Discretion, Miss Livingston, is key, something which your little performance just now rather thoroughly undermined." "Performance?" Heat climbed her neck, though whether from anger or his proximity, she couldn't say. "Is that what you call desperate concern for one's brother?" "I call it reckless." His fingers flexed against her arm. "And entirely too likely to send Dalton to ground before we can discover what hold he has over William." The genuine worry in his voice caught her off guard. Lucy found her anger faltering, replaced by something far more dangerous. "We?" His expression softened fractionally. "Unless you've decided to exclude me from your schemes?" "Aye, that is." She became suddenly acutely aware of their position, of the way his hand still curved around her elbow, of the scent of sandalwood that seemed to wrap around her senses, of how very easy it would be to sway forward just slightly and— "I believe," came Abby's calm observation from somewhere to their left, "the archery competition is about to begin, though the participants' stances are proving far less interesting than certain specimens' mating rituals." Come along, Lucy. Diana's voice cut through whatever madness had nearly transpired between them. Lord Carlisle is absolutely desperate to partner you for the archery competition. Marcus watched as Diana swept Lucy away, his hands clenching at his sides, where they still burned from touching her. Damnation, but she was magnificent when riled. The afternoon sun caught amber lights in her dark hair, and her morning dress, a soft blue muslin that had no business making his blood heat, swayed with each determined step. Lord Carlisle materialized at Lucy's side with the eager attention that made Marcus's jaw tighten involuntarily. The younger man's hand rose to assist Lucy with her bow, lingering far too long for propriety. Or sanity. Exasperating creatures, aren't they? Marcus turned to find Gabriel approaching, his expression caught between sympathy and amusement as he watched his wife orchestrate the archery arrangements. Infuriating. Marcus bit out the word, unable to tear his gaze from the way Lucy's spine straightened under Carlisle's hovering assistance. The boy was liable to find an arrow in an uncomfortable place if he didn't step back soon. They do take a peculiar delight in driving us to distraction. Gabriel's tone held the wisdom of a man who had long since surrendered to the chaos of loving a force of nature. Though I notice you're not exactly discouraging the lady's attention. Marcus finally dragged his attention from Lucy's figure. I'm merely preventing social disaster. Of course you are. Gabriel's smile suggested he saw far too much. Just as I merely prevented Diana from creating scandal at half a dozen society events. That's hardly. Marcus broke off as Lucy's laugh floated across the lawn, the sound striking him like a physical blow. She was smiling up at Carlisle, allowing him to adjust her grip on the bow, and Marcus never wanted to commit violence quite so desperately. Fascinating. Gabriel's observation dripped with amusement. I don't recall you being quite so interested in archery before. Marcus shot his friend a quelling look that would have silenced a lesser man. Don't you have a wife to attend to? Oh no. Gabriel's grin widened. I believe I'll stay right here and watch you pretend not to stare at Miss Livingston. It's proving far more entertaining than the actual competition. Chapter 12. Your elbow must be higher, Miss Livingston. Lord Carlisle's helpful advice came accompanied by a tentative touch to her arm that Lucy endured with rapidly diminishing patience. And perhaps if you adjusted your stance. How fascinating. Lucy kept her voice uneasy while allowing the arrow to fly completely wide of the target. I cannot imagine why my aim suffers under such expert tutelage. Diana's poorly disguised snort from the nearby cluster of ladies suggested Lucy's sarcasm hadn't gone unnoticed. But Lord Carlisle, bless his earnest heart, merely shifted closer to demonstrate the proper form. Again, you see, if you'll allow me. His hands fluttered near her shoulders like anxious butterflies. The key is in the positioning. Lucy bit back several unladylike observations about positioning. She'd been hitting targets since she was 12, spending countless afternoons in friendly competition with William in their Boston garden. But explaining that would hardly aid her current strategy of appearing delightfully incompetent while gathering intelligence about her brother's whereabouts. Still, there were limits to what even sisterly devotion could endure. My lord. She shifted away from his hovering assistance. Perhaps if you demonstrated? I'm sure I would learn ever so much more from observing your technique. The way his chest puffed at the suggestion would have been endearing if Lucy weren't acutely aware of Marcus watching from across the lawn. She hadn't dared look directly at him since Diana had swept her away to the archery range, but his presence burned against her awareness. Of course. Lord Carlisle seized his bow with puppyish enthusiasm. Though I must warn you, I've something of a reputation with. His arrow went wide, nearly striking a rosebush where several young ladies had gathered to observe the competition. Their shrieks drew every eye on the lawn, including those of their hovering mammas. Lucy pressed her fan to her lips, hiding what might have been either a laugh or a scream of frustration. At this rate, she'd never discover anything about William except Lord Carlisle's remarkable ability to make every social activity an exercise in chaos. Perhaps, Diana murmured as she glided past, we might find you a more experienced partner for the next round. Lucy's eyes narrowed at her friend's too innocent tone. Diana. But Diana had already turned away, her voice carrying across the lawn with deadly precision. Lord Pembrey, I believe we require your expertise in this matter. Lucy's heart performed a series of entirely unnecessary acrobatics as Marcus approached, each measured step bringing him inexorably closer. The afternoon sun caught the angle of his jaw, highlighting the dangerous mix of aristocratic authority and barely leashed control in his bearing. She ought to look away. A proper lady would certainly not notice how his coat stretched across his shoulders, or the way his hands, those elegant, maddening hands, flexed at his sides. Your assistance is required, Marcus. Diana's voice carried a thread of wicked amusement. It seems Miss Livingston requires instruction in proper form. Lucy's fingers tightened on her bow. I require nothing of the sort. But Marcus had already reached them, close enough now that his presence seemed to steal all the air from her lungs. Their gazes locked, and for one breathless moment, the rest of the party fell away. She was going to be the death of him. Marcus watched a becoming flush climb Lucy's neck, staining her cheeks with color that made him want to discover just how far that blush might spread. The blue muslin of her dress emphasized curves that no gentleman should notice in broad daylight, and her lips, God help him, were pressed into that particular stubborn line. He wanted to taste her defiance. I assure you, Lucy's voice carried a sharp edge that did nothing to cool his blood. I am perfectly capable of managing without assistance. Evidence suggests otherwise. He moved behind her, close enough to catch the faint scent of lavender rising from her skin. Unless you intended to prune Lady Lawrence's roses with that last shot? Her spine stiffened. Perhaps I simply object to being manhandled by every common gentleman who fancies himself an expert in archery. Manhandled? He allowed his voice to drop lower, meant for her ears alone. I assure you, Miss Livingston, if I were to handle you, there would be nothing common about it. The sharp inhale of her breath sent satisfaction curling through his chest. He stepped closer, ostensibly to adjust her stance. Your elbow is too low. My elbow, she bit out, is precisely where it should be. Is it? His fingers skimmed her arm, feeling the slight tremor beneath silk and skin. Strange, then, that your arrows seem to find every target except the one intended. She turned her head, a retort clearly forming on those damnably tempting lips, but the movement brought them nearly nose to nose. Marcus watched her pupils dilate, heard the slight catch in her breathing. I suppose, she managed, her voice less steady now, you believe you could do better? Undoubtedly. He allowed his hand to settle at her waist, feeling the heat of her through layers of muslin. Though your form shows promise. Her laugh held a dangerous edge. How fortunate that I have such an accomplished instructor. Indeed. He adjusted her position with deliberate care, each point of contact sending awareness racing through his blood. Though I find myself curious about your sudden inability to hit a target, particularly given your rather impressive climbing abilities. My ability, Lucy's voice carried that particular note of defiance that made Marcus's blood heat, is more than adequate. She moved to step away, but his hands tightened fractionally at her waist. Is it? Then perhaps you might demonstrate. The silk of her gown whispered beneath his fingers as she drew in a sharp breath. He could feel the rise and fall of her ribs, the barely contained tension in her frame. Just breathe, he murmured, his lips close enough to her ear that he felt her shiver. Draw the bow slowly. I know how to. Breathe, he repeated, allowing his thumb to trace a small circle against her side. And trust me. She made a sound of protest or surrender. He couldn't be certain, but her body yielded fractionally to his guidance. The afternoon heat seemed to press closer, wrapping around them like a tangible thing. Now. His voice dropped lower, rougher. Draw back smoothly. Let the tension build. Lucy pulled on the bowstring, and Marcus fought to maintain his composure as she shifted minutely against him. The motion brought her more firmly against his chest, each breath creating a maddening friction. I hardly see how this improves my aim, she managed, though her voice had lost its sharp edge. Don't you? He adjusted her elbow with deliberate care, hyper-aware of every point of contact between them. Your previous attempts suggested a certain lack of focus. I assure you, my lord, my focus is perfectly release. The arrow flew true, striking dead center with a satisfying thud that was nearly lost beneath the sound of Lucy's caught breath. For a moment, neither of them moved. Well, Diana's voice carried across the sudden stillness. That was certainly instructive. Lucy jerked away as if burned, though Marcus noted with satisfaction that her usual grace seemed somewhat compromised. A becoming flush stained her cheeks, and her chest rose and fell in a way that made Marcus's breeches tighten uncomfortably. "I believe," she managed, smoothing her skirts with trembling fingers, "that concludes today's lesson." "Does it?" Marcus allowed his gaze to linger on the pulse fluttering at her throat. "And here I thought we were just getting started." Just getting started? I wasn't aware garden party archery exercises typically lasted beyond a single arrow. Most don't. Marcus's voice held that particular tone that sent heat coursing beneath her skin, though most students aren't quite so resistant to instruction. "Perhaps," she managed, acutely aware of his continued proximity, "your instruction requires resistance." His soft laugh ghosted across her neck. "Does it? I thought we worked rather well together." The double meaning in his words conjured images of their last collaboration, his arms around her as she fell from that damnable tree, the heat of his body against hers. "The right," Lucy spun to face him, a mistake that brought them entirely too close together. "My lord, my motivation has nothing to do with—" She faltered as his gaze dropped to her lips. "Nothing." His voice had roughened to something dangerous. "Then perhaps we should try another round, to prove the point." "I believe," Lucy managed past her thundering heart, "I've proved quite enough for one afternoon." She needed air, space, distance from the maddening presence of Lord Pembrey and his knowing eyes and impossible hands that seemed to burn through her gloves. "If you'll excuse me." She stepped back, grateful her voice remained steady. "I find myself in need of refreshment." Diana's arched eyebrow suggested she wasn't fooled by the excuse, but Lucy was already turning away, her skirts swishing against the grass as she fled toward the relative safety of the gardens. Lucy fled through the formal gardens, her composure as ruffled as the hem of her muslin dress. The gravel paths stretched before her like escape routes, each turn offering promised sanctuary from Pembrey's knowing gaze and her own traitorous responses. Insufferable man. How dare he stand there being all lordly and commanding, making her forget about William with nothing more than the brush of his fingers against her skin? She was meant to be gathering information, not letting him reduce her to a quivering mess with his precise instructions and that voice that seemed designed to— "Do stop pacing," came Abby's calm observation. "You're disturbing the painted ladies." Lucy halted, finding herself in a secluded corner where Miss Sears crouched beside a flowering shrub, her scientific journal balanced precariously on her knees. "I wasn't pacing." The protest sounded weak even to her own ears. "I was merely attempting to wear a path through Lady Lawrence's prized gardens while simultaneously trying not to think about Lord Pembrey." Abby's pencil moved steadily across her page. Fascinating behavioral pattern, rather like certain species during mating season. "I am not," Lucy broke off, heat climbing her neck. "That is to say, Lord Pembrey and I are not." "No." Abby glanced up finally, her dark eyes sharp with intelligence. "A pity. I couldn't help but observe your rather pointed inquiries to Lord Forrester earlier." Abby's pencil continued its steady movement across the page. "About your brother," Lucy stiffened. "You saw that?" "I see most things." A slight smile curved Abby's lips. "It's essential for scientific observation, much like how the mourning cloak butterfly tracks specific patterns of movement before." She broke off, glancing up. "But perhaps you're more interested in your brother's patterns than lepidopteran ones?" "My brother's? I saw him, you know." Abby didn't look up from her sketching. "Your brother," Lucy's heart stuttered. "Where?" "3 days ago at Hatchard's." The scratch of pencil against paper continued steadily. "He was consulting a book on Passage to India, most peculiar, given the season." "India?" Lucy sank onto the stone bench, her fingers curling into her skirts. "Are you certain?" "Oh, yes." Abby's attention remained fixed on whatever specimen she was documenting. "I have an excellent memory for detail, you see." He looked rather desperate, kept glancing over his shoulder as though expecting pursuit. Lucy's breath caught. Planning an escape to India? The implications. "I don't suppose." Lucy hesitated, studying the younger girl's absorbed expression. That is, did you happen to notice anything else about William? Only that he seemed rather preoccupied with charts of sailing routes. Abby's attention returned to her specimen, though I find human migration patterns far less interesting than lepidopteran ones. Miss Sears, do call me Abby. She glanced up, her dark eyes sparkling with that peculiar scientific gleam. Though speaking of patterns, Lord Pembrey appears to be making quite a systematic search of the gardens, rather like my swallowtail earlier, following an invisible trail of nectar with remarkable persistence. Lucy's pulse quickened as she caught sight of Marcus's tall figure moving through the shrubbery. I hardly think. The maze entrance is just beyond those roses. Abby's pencil moved with deliberate precision. The third turn offers excellent privacy for discussing one's brother's travel plans. Her gaze flickered toward Marcus's approaching figure. I found it particularly useful for studying the courtship rituals of painted ladies, the butterflies, of course. Heat climbed Lucy's neck. Are you suggesting? I'm suggesting nothing. Abby returned to her sketching. Though should anyone disturb your discussion of travel arrangements, I've perfected quite a remarkable imitation of a painted lady's distress call. 3 short whistles rather like this, she demonstrated with a delicate trill. Most effective for warning of approaching specimens. For scientific purposes, naturally. Naturally, Lucy managed, her voice faint. Do hurry. Abby's smile never wavered from her scientific observation. Your particular specimen appears quite determined, and I'd so hate to waste such a perfect opportunity to study behavioral patterns in their natural habitat. Chapter 13. Lucy's fingers curled into her palms, her nails biting crescents through her gloves as Abby's words about India echoed in her mind. The maze entrance beckoned a leafy sanctuary from prying eyes and proper behavior. William always rushing headlong into trouble with the same reckless determination that had marked his childhood escapes. Miss Livingston. Marcus's voice slid down her spine like warm honey, unwanted and impossible to ignore. She turned to find him measuring the space between them with aristocratic precision, as though gauging exactly how many steps of propriety separated them from scandal. There were shadows beneath his cheekbones, highlighting the tension in his jaw that suggested he knew precisely how dangerous this corner of the garden might prove. What a surprise to find you here. His voice held that particular note of carefully restrained authority that made her want to do something thoroughly improper. I had thought to find Gabriel. Did you indeed? Lucy lifted her chin, watching his gaze track the movement with predatory focus. How fascinating that your search led you directly to this particularly secluded corner of Lady Lawrence's gardens. A muscle ticked in his jaw, betraying the control that made his next words dangerously soft. Your earlier behavior has set tongues wagging. I merely thought to warn you. I hardly think tongues wagging is my primary concern at present. Lucy clenched her fists to keep from reaching for him. My brother is planning to. Her eyes widened. Oh, come with me. She caught his sleeve, tugging him toward the maze entrance, but Marcus held fast. His gaze flickered to where Abby sat sketching, her dark curls escaping their pins with scientific determination. Miss Livingston. That deep voice carried equal measures of exasperation and something far more dangerous. It would be utterly improper to enter a garden maze unchaperoned. Your reputation. Fear not, my lord. Abby's pencil never paused in its steady documentation. I shall keep most careful watch. Rather like the sentinel butterfly who alerts the entire colony to approaching predators. Marcus's expression suggested he was rapidly reconsidering his previous tolerance of American ladies and their peculiar notions. Of all the reckless, improper, I believe, Lucy cut in, her chin lifting, making his jaw tighten. You were about to say something about Americans? Fascinating. Abby's quiet laugh floated up from her scientific pursuits. I've observed that particular tone in several species of particularly stubborn English lords, usually just before they succumb to the inevitable. Marcus muttered something that sounded suspiciously like a prayer for deliverance from headstrong Americans before allowing Lucy to tug him along. The leafy walls rose around them, offering a peculiar kind of privacy that felt more dangerous than their tree-climbing escapade. I trust, he said as they rounded the first turn. "This intelligence about William is worth the inevitable scandal?" Lucy released his sleeve, though the loss of contact seemed to vibrate between them. "He means to sail for India." "India?" Marcus caught her arm, turning her to face him. The narrow path forced them closer than propriety would ever allow. "What makes you think?" "Miss Sears saw him at Hatchard's, studying sailing charts." Lucy's voice trembled with barely contained urgency. "He was planning routes, eastern routes." "And you believe this? Scientific observation of Miss Sears?" "She has no reason to fabricate such a thing." Lucy stepped closer, close enough that her skirts brushed his boots. "We must go to the docks, tonight." Marcus's fingers tightened on her arm. "We?" "Yes, we. Unless you'd prefer I go alone?" "The hell you will." The oath escaped before he could catch it, roughening his voice to something almost primitive. "You're not going anywhere near the docks, with or without my assistance." Color flooded Lucy's cheeks. "I wasn't aware I required your permission, my lord." "Miss Livingston, you have no right to dictate my actions." Her chin lifted in that particular way that made him want to do thoroughly improper things to silence her. "You are neither my father, my guardian, nor my husband?" The word emerged like a growl. "No, but I am the man who's going to keep you from getting yourself killed in some misguided attempt at—" Her eyes flashed. "Misguided? While my brother sails halfway around the world to escape whatever hold Dalton has over him? While you stand there being all nobility and arrogant, as if that somehow gives you the right to." Marcus didn't remember moving. One moment they were arguing, the next his hands were tangled in her hair, and her mouth was under his, soft and warm and tasting of everything he'd been trying so damn hard not to want. One heartbeat, she was furious. The next, her world narrowed to the sensation of Marcus's hands scattering pins like her scattered thoughts. His mouth claimed hers with an intensity that stole her breath, that made her forget about William and India and everything that wasn't the taste of him, the heat of him, the way his fingers curved around the nape of her neck, as though he'd imagined this precise moment 1,000 times. She should push him away, should remember they stood in a garden maze where anyone might discover them, should recall that she was a lady, and ladies most certainly did not melt against a gentleman's chest or part their lips beneath the sweet invasion of his tongue. But oh, his kiss. Nothing in her life had prepared her for the way it would feel to be thoroughly, properly kissed by Marcus Fitzwilliam. He tasted of tea and desire and something darker that made her fingers curl into the fine wool of his coat. When his teeth grazed her bottom lip, a sound escaped her throat that would have scandalized the ton. His hands slid down her back, pressing her closer until she felt the thundering of his heart against her breasts, the confirmation that he was as affected as she sent heat pooling low in her belly. She arched into him, chasing the sensation, and felt rather than heard him groan. "Miss Livingston?" Her name emerged rough against her lips, a prayer or a curse or both. "God, the things you make me want to." She silenced him with her mouth, surprising them both with her boldness. His kiss turned harder, deeper, stealing what remained of her sanity. His tongue swept against hers, making her imagine other kisses, other touches, things that proper young ladies weren't supposed to know existed. The world had narrowed to sensation. The press of Marcus's hands against her spine, the demanding slide of his mouth, the way her body seemed to melt and burn wherever he touched her. Lucy's fingers found their way into his hair, surprisingly soft against her silk gloves. The proper thing would be to stop, to remember her position, her reputation, the very real danger of being discovered. Instead, she pressed closer. His response was immediate and devastating. One hand slid lower, pulling her harder against him until she could feel every inch of his solid frame. The other cradled her face, tilting her head to deepen the kiss in a way that made her toes curl in her kid slippers. "You drive me mad." He breathed against her mouth, utterly, completely mad. She might have laughed if she wasn't so desperate for his kiss again. "The feeling is entirely mutual, my lord." "Marcus," he nipped at her bottom lip, "if I'm to be damned for this, at least say my name." Marcus. The word tasted like freedom on her tongue, like danger and desire and everything she wasn't supposed to want. "I." 3 sharp whistles cut through the haze of sensation. Abby's warning, clear as church bells on Sunday morning. They broke apart as though burned. The loss of his mouth felt like physical pain. Someone's coming. Lucy's voice emerged breathless, foreign to her own ears. She pressed trembling fingers to lips that felt deliciously bruised. Marcus's eyes tracked the movement, dark with barely leashed desire. Then reality seemed to crash over him. He took a step back, though his hands lingered at her waist, as if unable to completely break contact. "We must," he drew in a ragged breath. "Your reputation, always so proper." The words emerged more tender than taunting. Even now, especially now, his thumb brushed her cheek with exquisite care. "I won't have your name bandied about in gaming hells and gentlemen's clubs. Not when." 3 more whistles. "Go." Marcus released her with visible effort. "Return to the party. I'll follow in 10 minutes. But William, the docks. I'll make inquiries." Usually the tone of voice he used made her bristle with defiance. But now, with her lips tingling, the sound of his voice sent an entirely different sort of shiver down her spine. Discreet ones. "If you think I'm going to sit at home while you... Tomorrow." He caught her hand, pressing a kiss to her gloved palm that somehow felt more intimate than their earlier passion. "Meet me at Hyde Park, the path near the Serpentine, just after morning services. Bring Diana if you must, but come prepared for a long ride." Lucy's pulse quickened. The docks? Among other places. His eyes held a promise that had nothing to do with William, though I suggest you wear your sturdy boots rather than those delicate slippers. Another series of whistles, more urgent now. "Now go, before Miss Sears runs out of warning calls and I forget myself entirely." Chapter 14. Marcus's watch ticked away each excruciating minute as he paced the path near the Serpentine, every passing couple drawing his scrutiny before being dismissed. The morning air held the particular crispness that suggested spring hadn't quite decided whether to fully commit to the season, much like his own wavering between duty and desire. He checked his watch again. 3 minutes past the hour. She wasn't coming. Good. Better that she'd shown proper judgment, remained safely ensconced in Lady Radcliffe's townhouse where... "You'll wear a path in the gravel if you continue at that pace." Marcus turned sharply to find Lucy approaching, utterly and completely alone. The morning light caught amber highlights in her dark hair, and her riding habit, a deep blue that had no business making his blood heat, emphasized curves that proper gentlemen absolutely did not notice during Sunday morning constitutionals. "Where," he bit out, already reaching for her arm, "is your escort?" How fascinating. Her voice held a note of defiance that made him want to do thoroughly improper things to silence it. "No good morning, Miss Livingston, or lovely weather we're having?" Miss Livingston. He guided her swiftly toward his waiting carriage, scanning the path for observers. This is not the moment for wit. No? She allowed herself to be hurried along, though her chin lifted in that way that always spelled trouble. Then when precisely is the appropriate moment for wit? After you've finished scolding me for coming alone? Or perhaps during your inevitable lecture about proper behavior? As he helped her into the carriage, Marcus gripped her arm more tightly. "I hadn't planned a lecture, but since you mention it..." "Oh, do spare me." She settled onto the seat with deliberate grace. "How else was I to manage this expedition? Bring the Duchess's elderly companion, or perhaps Diana in her delicate condition?" "The shipping offices first." Marcus kept his voice carefully measured despite the way Lucy's proximity sent his pulse racing. "I've made inquiries about passenger manifests." "Passenger manifests?" Lucy shifted, her skirts brushing his boots in a way that tested every ounce of his control. "You mean to tell me you've actually been investigating rather than merely lecturing about propriety? The two aren't mutually exclusive." He studied her profile, watching emotions chase across her face like clouds before a storm. "Though I must say, your brother's choice of destination proved rather illuminating." Her gloved fingers twisted in her lap. "India. Specifically, the East India Company's latest merchant vessel." His hand moved of its own accord to still her restless movements. "The Marquess of Camden is set to depart this very afternoon." "This afternoon?" Color drained from her face. "But surely, that is..." She turned to him with such raw desperation that his chest ached. "Lord Pembrey. Marcus, we can't let him." "We won't." He squeezed her fingers. Propriety be damned. I've arranged to meet with James Blackwood at the company offices. He oversees passenger manifests and might be prevailed upon to share certain details. James Blackwood? Her eyes narrowed. Not Lord Rutland's younger brother? The very same. Marcus kept his tone deliberately light, though I rather suspect this meeting may prove somewhat more complicated now that I'm arriving with you unchaperoned rather than alone. Are you suggesting I wait in the carriage? The dangerous note in her voice suggested he choose his next words with extreme care. I'm suggesting, he said with exquisite precision, that perhaps we might fabricate some explanation for your presence that doesn't involve climbing trees or breaking into bachelor apartments. A reluctant laugh escaped her. As opposed to what? The truth? That my life was perfectly ordered before a certain American heiress turned it completely upside down? The words emerged softer than intended, weighted with implications neither of them was ready to examine. No, I rather think we'll need something more creative than that. The East India Company offices loomed before them, all imposing brick and self-important windows. Lucy made to step down from the carriage, but Marcus's hand shot out to stop her. Perhaps, he said with the particular tone that always made her want to do precisely the opposite of whatever he suggested, we might take a moment to establish our story. Our story? Yes, well, I can hardly introduce you as the American heiress I've been escorting about London's less savory quarters without a chaperone. Why not? It's perfectly accurate. His expression suggested he was rapidly developing a headache. I was thinking something more along the lines of... But whatever perfectly proper fiction he'd concocted was lost as a familiar voice rang out across the docks. I say, is that Miss Livingston? Lucy's heart stuttered as Lord Rutland himself emerged from a nearby warehouse, his expression suggesting Christmas had arrived early. Behind him, his younger brother James's eyes widened with the particular horror of a man watching his carefully organized day descend into chaos. Good Lord. Marcus's grip tightened on her arm. Of all the bloody timing, Marcus, old boy. Rutland's grin wouldn't have been out of place on a cat discovering an unguarded cream pitcher. Escorting the lovely Miss Livingston on a Sunday outing to the docks? We were just, Lucy began, discussing trade routes, Marcus finished smoothly. Maritime architecture, Lucy said at the exact same moment. Rutland's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. How fascinating! The docks do seem an unusual choice for such scholarly pursuits. Miss Livingston has a particular interest in... Marcus's voice held the desperate edge of a man searching for any plausible explanation. Rigging, Lucy supplied helpfully. The precise mathematical calculations required for proper sail configuration. Utterly absorbing subject. James Blackwood looked as though he dearly wished to be anywhere else. Brother, perhaps we might... Oh no. Rutland's smile grew positively wicked. I wouldn't dream of interrupting such an educational excursion, although, Miss Livingston, your enthusiasm for nautical pursuits bears a striking resemblance to another young gentleman's recent interest in Eastern trading ventures. Lucy's spine stiffened at Rutland's knowing tone. How interesting that you should mention Eastern trading ventures. I don't suppose you've seen my brother recently? Lucy? Marcus's warning came too late. William? Rutland's smile took on a predatory edge. Why, yes, as a matter of fact. Fascinating discussion about the virtues of Bombay this time of year. Though perhaps you might enlighten us as to his particular interest in such distant shores? I should think, Lucy managed through clenched teeth, that my brother's interest in trade routes is hardly remarkable, given our family's shipping connections. James Blackwood shuffled a stack of papers with pointed dedication. Speaking of shipping, there are several matters requiring immediate... Oh, do stop fussing with those manifests, James. Rutland waved away his brother's attempt at intervention. Surely Miss Livingston would be fascinated to learn that certain parties have taken a rather keen interest in today's departures. Lord Dalton, for instance, seemed particularly concerned about passenger lists. Marcus's hand found the small of Lucy's back, a gesture that looked like gallantry but felt like restraint. Dalton's business interests are hardly our concern. No. Rutland's gaze flickered between them. Then perhaps you'd care to explain why you're haunting the docks on a Sunday morning with an unchaperoned young lady whose brother happens to have booked passage on this afternoon's tide." Lucy's heart stuttered. "He's booked passage? You're certain?" "Lucy," Marcus warned as if knew she was about to do something terribly improper. She ignored him. "Which berth? When does the ship sail? I believe." James finally abandoned all pretense of studying his papers, "that such information is rather confidential, though if Lord Pembrey wishes to make formal inquiries." "Formal inquiries?" Lucy's laugh held an edge of hysteria. "While my brother flees to India like a common criminal?" "Criminal is such an ugly word." Rutland's observation cut through her rising panic. "Though £5,000 is an equally ugly sum to lose at cards." £5,000? Lucy's voice emerged barely above a whisper. Then, with growing urgency, "The berth, Mr. Blackwood. Which berth?" James shuffled his papers with increasing agitation. "Really, Miss Livingston, I couldn't possibly—" "Oh, for heaven's sake!" She rounded on Rutland, propriety forgotten. "You clearly know where he is. Either tell me, or I shall search every ship in this harbor myself." "Lucy, perhaps we might discuss this somewhere more." "More proper?" She twisted free of his hold, amber eyes blazing. "While my brother boards a ship to escape a debt that could ruin him, I think not." Rutland's smile only widened. "The Camden boards at berth 7, though I hardly think—" Lucy didn't wait to hear what he hardly thought. She gathered her skirts and ran with desperate determination. Behind her, she heard Marcus's curse, Rutland's delighted laugh, and James's scandalized gasp. "Miss Livingston!" Marcus's voice carried over the din of the docks. "For God's sake!" But she was already weaving through the crowd, dodging sailors and merchants with the same skill that had served her tree-climbing adventures. The wind caught her bonnet ribbons, threatening to tear the whole thing free. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew she'd never live down the scandal of running through the docks like a madwoman. She didn't care. A flash of familiar golden hair caught her eye. William, ascending the gangplank with the defeated posture of a man who'd run out of choices. "William Livingston." Her voice cut through the harbor noise with all the authority of their mother's finest lecture. "Don't you dare take another step." "William Livingston." The name tore from Lucy's throat, carrying over the cacophony of creaking timber and shouting sailors. The air hung thick with hemp rope and tar, the peculiar perfume of adventure that had always made William's eyes shine with wanderlust. But there was no adventure in her brother's bearing now. He stood frozen on the gangplank, his golden hair dulled by whatever shadows had driven him to flee. The fine coat that had once fit his shoulders perfectly now hung loose, as though worry had eaten away at more than his peace of mind. He turned slowly, his face draining of what little color remained. "Lucy?" The word emerged as though he'd seen a ghost. "What in God's name? How are you? You're meant to be in Boston, and you're meant to be anywhere but aboard that ship." Her boots rang against the wooden planks as she mounted the gangplank, ignoring the startled looks from nearby sailors. Up close, the shadows beneath William's eyes told a story of sleepless nights and desperate choices. "You're here for the season?" His gaze swept over her disheveled appearance, lingering on her wind-loosened bonnet and the distinct absence of any chaperone. "Good God, Lucy, what have you done?" "What have I done?" Lucy's laugh held a hysterical edge. The relief of seeing him whole warred with a sudden, burning fury. "I might ask the same of you, brother dear. £5,000? Was that worth running away to India without so much as a word to your family?" His jaw tightened in that particular way that had always preceded childhood tantrums. "How did you, that is?" His gaze caught on something behind her, and his eyes widened further. "Is that Lord Pembrey?" "A great deal less damage to the family name than fleeing the country to escape gambling debts." Marcus's voice carried that particular note of authority that made dock workers and dandies alike step aside. He'd caught up to them now, and Lucy felt rather than saw him take up position at her shoulder. "My sister," William bit out, "shouldn't be anywhere near these docks, or in London at all, and certainly not in the company of—" "Someone willing to help?" Lucy took another step forward, close enough now to catch the faint tremor in her brother's hands. The scent of tar and hemp rope caught in her throat, mingling with the salt-sharp breeze that pulled at her curls. Because that's what Marquess, Lord Pembrey, is offering. Help, William. You don't have to run. You weren't supposed to know. William's voice softened to the one she remembered from childhood's scrapes and adventures. Any of it. About Dalton, about your brilliant plan to abandon your family? The tears that threatened had no business falling here on the docks of London. Did you think I wouldn't come looking when your letters stopped, when rumors reached Boston about your difficulties? Boston, William's voice cracked. How could word possibly have reached? He broke off, dawning horror spreading across his features. Tell me you didn't receive a letter from Lady Dalton. Lady D? Lucy caught the tremor in his hands, the way his gaze darted toward the ship like a trapped animal. I wasn't aware the Lady D was Lady Dalton, though perhaps if you'd deigned to answer any of my letters, I might not have required intelligence from mysterious correspondence. Damn and blast. William raked fingers through his already disordered hair. That interfering, manipulative. He caught himself, forcing a breath. Lucy, you must understand. I had everything under control until what? A tear escaped despite her fury, and Lucy dashed it away with trembling fingers. Until your creditors began hunting you through London's gaming hells? Until some noblewoman took it upon herself to write to your sister because she feared. Her voice caught. Do you have any idea what it was like reading that letter? Imagining you dead in some alley while I sat safe in Boston drinking tea. I never meant. He reached for her arm, but she stepped back. No? The word emerged sharp as a blade. Then what precisely did you mean, William? Because from where I stand, watching my only brother attempt to flee to India, your intentions seem remarkably clear. Perhaps, Marcus's voice cut through their rising emotions with aristocratic precision, we might continue this discussion somewhere less public. He gestured toward the growing crowd of dock workers and sailors whose curiosity had shifted from idle to intent. Lucy noticed with a start how their little tableau had begun drawing attention. A lady of quality, her disheveled brother, and a marquess creating quite the spectacle on a ship's gangplank. My carriage is waiting. Marcus's tone brooked no argument, and I believe I have a proposition that might interest all parties concerned. William's laugh held no humor. Unless your proposition involves £5,000 appearing from thin air. Don't be absurd. Marcus guided Lucy with the kind of possessive authority that would have ordinarily made her bristle. I have a rather more practical solution in mind, one that doesn't involve fleeing the country. Lucy looked at Marcus then. You do? I do. William, Lucy caught her brother's sleeve as he hesitated. Please, at least hear him out. Something in her voice must have reached past his pride. He glanced toward the ship, then back at his sister's face, his expression softening. I suppose, he said with careful lightness, India will still be there tomorrow. Excellent. Marcus's hand settled at Lucy's waist as they navigated the crowded dock, a touch that sent heat racing beneath her skin despite their precarious situation. Though I suggest we make haste, your sister's mad dash through the harbor is likely making its way through certain social circles as we speak. Good Lord. William fell into step beside them, his voice dropping to a horrified whisper. Lucy, tell me you didn't actually run through the docks like someone trying to save her brother from his own idiocy? Lucy's sweet arch tone drew a reluctant laugh from William. I'm afraid the ton will simply have to survive the scandal. Chapter 15. Marcus's carriage rattled over London's cobblestones, the tension inside thick enough to rival the afternoon heat. William hadn't stopped glaring since they'd left the docks, his proper sensibilities clearly offended by his sister's remarkable disregard for them. I simply cannot believe, William began for what felt like the 100th time, that you allowed my sister to parade about the docks like some sort of... Allowed? The word caught in his chest like the beginning of madness. William, I don't believe anyone has ever successfully allowed your sister to do anything. Lucy, seated across from them both, lifted her chin with that particular defiance that made Marcus's blood heat despite the increasingly dire situation. I hardly think. No, William cut in. You clearly don't think. Running through the docks? Alone with a gentleman? Good God, Lucy, have you lost all sense of propriety since leaving Boston? I rather suspect, Marcus drawled, though his fingers clenched against his thigh, that your sister's relationship with propriety has always been somewhat adversarial. Lucy's eyes narrowed. If you mean to suggest, I mean to suggest, Marcus's voice dropped dangerously low, that perhaps your brother has a point about your complete disregard for your own reputation, though I doubt the ton can survive your particular brand of chaos long enough to properly gossip about it. He didn't add that he wasn't entirely certain he could survive it either. The sight of her running through the docks, bonnet ribbons flying, and eyes bright with determination, had nearly stopped his heart. The memory of her in his arms in Lady Lawrence's maze hadn't helped matters. My reputation? Lucy's laugh held a sharp edge. When my brother meant to sail halfway around the world to escape. Yes, yes. William's voice cracked with tension. We've established my profound lack of judgment, though I fail to see how that justifies you destroying your own future in some misguided attempt to. Perhaps, Marcus cut in before Lucy could properly ignite, we might focus on solving the immediate problem rather than debating its cause. Solving the problem is quite simple, Lucy said. We shall write to my father and pay the debt in full. Write to father? William's voice cracked. I'd sooner take my chances in India. Marcus watched the siblings wage their private war across his carriage, noting how Lucy's fingers twisted in her skirts, a tell she likely didn't realize betrayed her rising desperation. Then we'll use my dowry. £5,000 is exactly. Absolutely not. William's face had gone the peculiar shade of puce that suggested apoplexy approached. Your dowry? How do you propose to make an advantageous match without... A match? Lucy's laugh held no humor. Do you imagine I crossed an ocean to secure a husband? Something sharp twisted in Marcus's chest, and he leaned forward, every nerve suddenly alert. I came to London for you, you foolish boy. Lucy's voice trembled. To drag you home to Boston by your ears if necessary. Though I must say, William, fleeing to India is a new depth of idiocy, even for you. Boston? The word escaped Marcus before he could catch it. Lucy's gaze snapped to his, defiance warring with something softer. Of course, Boston. Did you think I meant to stay, to parade through London's ballrooms while my brother ruins himself? Marcus's mind raced. Lucy returning to Boston. Her reputation was already compromised by their unchaperoned adventures. William's debt hanging over them all like Damocles' sword. And beneath it all, the feel and taste of her still haunting his dreams. The solution crystallized with the particular clarity that accompanied impossible choices. Your dowry, he heard himself say, his voice steady despite the thunder of his pulse, will serve as collateral, but only if you agree to marry me. Lucy's fan clattered to the carriage floor. I beg your pardon? It's the only logical solution. Though logic, he suspected, had precious little to do with the desperate need to keep her from leaving. Your reputation requires immediate repair, your brother requires immediate funds, and I require... He broke off, aware of William's increasingly thunderous expression. You require? Lucy's voice could have frozen the Thames. Do enlighten us, my lord Loire. What precisely does the Marquess of Pembrey require of a scandalous American? My mother, Marcus continued with the particular desperation of a man who knew he was only digging himself deeper, would be delighted to cease her endless parade of suitable young ladies. How fascinating. And I suppose my American manners would thrill her beyond measure. Actually, William cut in, his expression shifting from thunderous to thoughtful, Lucy's quite brilliant with accounts. Father always said she had a better head for business than... He broke off at his sister's glare. That is to say... Indeed? Marcus seized on this like a drowning man spotting shore. You see, a marchioness who understands ledgers would be invaluable. My estates require. Your estates? How wonderful that my financial acumen might benefit your properties. Tell me, do all your marriage proposals involve such romantic calculations? I rather think, William mused, as though his sister hadn't spoken. She'd be quite good at managing the books. I remember that time in Boston when she caught Harrison, an associate of our father's, trying to embezzle from the shipping company. Marcus leaned forward with genuine interest. Did she really? Oh, yes. William warmed to his topic. Spotted the discrepancy in less than an hour. Father was beside himself with... If you two have quite finished arranging my future, Lucy's words cracked like summer lightning. Perhaps we might return to the rather crucial fact that I have no intention of becoming anyone's wife, let alone a marchioness. But think of the advantages, William pressed, now fully invested in the scheme. The connection would benefit our shipping interests immeasurably, and Lord Pembrey's mother would surely. That's another thing. Lucy's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. What precisely makes you think Lady Pembrey would welcome an American daughter-in-law who climbs trees and runs through dockyards? Mother, Marcus said with careful precision, is rather desperate to secure the next generation of Pembreys. Your mathematical aptitude would merely sweeten what she'd consider an otherwise perfect solution to her deepest anxiety. Lucy's fan might have snapped had she still been holding it. How delightful! So I'm to be a brood mare for the Pembrey line as well as your accountant. Lucy, William cautioned, though his sister's color had risen in a way that usually preceded social catastrophe. No. Lucy's smile held enough edge to draw blood. Do continue planning my future, gentlemen. Shall we discuss how many heirs I'm to produce while managing the estate ledgers? Or perhaps we might calculate the exact value of my reputation against the Pembrey need for succession. Marcus's gut twisted at the hurt beneath her fury. He'd bungled this entirely, letting practicality overshadow the one truth he couldn't quite bring himself to voice, that the thought of her sailing back to Boston felt like someone had torn out vital parts of his anatomy. That's not, he began, but Lucy was already building up a fine head of steam. Tell me, my lord, she continued with deadly sweetness, do you plan to advertise for all your future marchionesses? Wanted, one lady of reasonable breeding and exceptional mathematical skills must be willing to sacrifice all personal autonomy for the greater glory of the Pembrey line. The carriage wheels struck a particularly vicious cobblestone, making Lucy's bonnet ribbons tremble with what Marcus rather suspected was sympathetic rage. The grand facade of the Duchess of Radcliffe's townhouse loomed before them. Well, this has been a delightfully instructive afternoon. How fascinating to learn that my mathematical aptitude might recommend me for breeding stock. Lucy, William's protest held more exhaustion than heat. No one suggested. Didn't they? She gathered her skirts with precise fury. Marcus's fingers tightened against his thigh. If you'd allow me to explain. Oh, I believe you've explained yourself quite thoroughly, my lord. She didn't look at him, though the rigid line of her spine spoke volumes. But you need not concern yourself with my reputation or William's debts any longer. My dowry will suffice to clear his obligations, and we shall be on our way back to Boston by week's end. The words struck Marcus like physical blows. By week's end? Yes, Lucy said, and something about the tilt of her head made him want to kiss her senseless. Back to Boston, where, I assure you, my mathematical aptitude will be put to far better use than securing anyone's bloodline. Lucy. William's voice had gone soft with understanding. You don't have to. Don't I? The question emerged sharp enough to draw blood. I achieved precisely what I traveled to London for, did I not? To find my wayward brother and drag him home before he could completely ruin himself? Though, William, £5,000 is rather impressive, even for you. Marcus watched the pulse flutter in her throat, the way her hands trembled, despite their white-knuckled grip on her skirts. All that fury, burning hot enough to mask something far more dangerous, something that made her eyes too bright and her voice too sharp. She pushed open the carriage door before it had properly stopped. My lord, I believe we've nothing further to discuss. Then she was gone in a swish of skirts and barely contained emotion, leaving behind only the ghost of lavender water and the distinct impression that Marcus had bungled something far more precious than a business arrangement. Chapter 16. Marcus stepped into Radcliffe House's marble foyer just as Lucy's voice carried down from above, her American accent growing more pronounced with each heated word about immediate passage to Boston. As a crash echoed from above, followed by what sounded suspiciously like a string of very unladylike American expletives. William winced beside him, no doubt cataloging each shattered piece of propriety his sister scattered in her wake. I see our afternoon excursion ended well. Diana descended the grand staircase, her lips curved in a smile that suggested she found their predicament far more entertaining than she ought. Though I confess, I didn't expect it to result in quite so many travel arrangements, or creative language. Travel arrangements? The Duchess of Radcliffe emerged from her study, her silver-streaked hair arranged with the kind of precision that made generals nervous. I trust there is an excellent explanation for why Miss Livingston appears to be planning an immediate departure from London. William's complexion took on the ghostly pallor of a man facing his own execution. Your Grace, I can explain. Can you? The Duchess's fan snapped open. Begin with why my housekeeper has just informed me that Lord Rutland's valet was overheard at the butcher's discussing Miss Livingston's remarkable athletic prowess at the docks this afternoon. Diana's quiet, "Oh dear," did nothing to ease the mounting tension. Into my study. The Duchess's tone brooked no argument. All of you, and Diana, do fetch Miss Livingston before she convinces Eliza to book passage on the next ship to Boston. The Duchess of Radcliffe's private study wrapped them in leather-bound gravity, generations of aristocratic censure gazing down from gilt-framed portraits. Marcus watched William shift beneath their painted scrutiny, his usual polish worn thin by the afternoon's events. You are? The Duchess settled behind her mahogany desk, her quizzing glass catching lamplight as she studied William. William Livingston, Your Grace. He executed a bow that would have done credit to any London ballroom. Miss Livingston's brother. Brother? The Duchess's quizzing glass lowered a precise inch. I was unaware Miss Livingston had family in London. Diana sank onto the leather settee, arranging her skirts with deliberate care. How fascinating that Lucy never mentioned it. More fascinating, the Duchess's tone could have etched glass, that Miss Livingston spent her afternoon racing through the docks in pursuit of said brother. Unless Lord Rutland's valet has suddenly developed a talent for fiction? William's complexion shifted from ghostly to gray. I can explain. Oh, do. Why was my young charge seen in the company of Lord Pembrey, entirely unchaperoned in one of London's least savory districts? Marcus stepped forward. The fault is entirely mine, Your Grace, when I learned of William's intention to sail for India. India? Diana's eyes widened. Good heavens. To escape certain obligations, Marcus continued carefully, watching the Duchess's expression sharpen with understanding. Miss Livingston was rather determined to prevent his departure. Obligations. The Duchess's tone suggested she knew precisely what sort of obligations young men usually fled to India to escape. I see. And naturally, the only solution was to allow a gently bred young lady to go herring about the docks like some sort of... A knock at the study door interrupted what promised to be a magnificent set-down. Eliza, Lucy's maid, appeared in the doorway, her expression suggesting she'd rather face Napoleon's entire army than deliver her message. If you please, Your Grace. The maid's curtsy held the particular depth of one bearing bad news. Miss Livingston says that is, she requests that I inform you she has no intention of joining this gathering, as she will be too busy packing for her immediate return to Boston. Boston, the Duchess turned to William. Perhaps you might illuminate why Miss Livingston seems so determined to flee London with such unseemly haste? William's cravat suddenly appeared to be strangling him. Well, that is, I rather suspect. He cast a desperate glance at Marcus. You see, there was a somewhat unfortunate proposal of marriage. Unfortunate? Diana leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with unholy glee. Do elaborate. I merely suggested, Marcus began, though the memory of Lucy's fury made him choose his next words with extreme care, that a marriage of convenience might solve several pressing concerns. Pressing concerns? The Duchess lowered her quizzing glass with deadly precision. How intriguing. To share these concerns that prompted such a practical proposition. Well, William offered, warming to his role as inadvertent saboteur, he did mention that Lucy's exceptional skill with accounting ledgers would prove invaluable to the Pembrey estates. The estates? Diana pressed her fingers to her lips. Surely that wasn't your opening gambit, Marcus? He followed it with a rather compelling argument about his mother's desire for heirs, William added, apparently intent on digging Marcus's grave even deeper. Heirs? The Duchess's fans stilled. Every portrait on the wall seemed to lean forward in fascinated horror. Lord Pembrey, Am I to understand that you offered marriage to a young lady by cataloging her utility as both accountant and broodmare? Marcus had faced down Napoleon's cavalry with less trepidation than he felt under that Arctic gaze. When you put it that way, I begin to understand Miss Livingston's sudden interest in transatlantic travel. I expected better from a man of your experience. Experience. Marcus's laugh emerged sharp as broken crystal, which apparently counts for nothing when proposing to a lady who, well, rather exasperates one. I rather thought, William mused, that the bit about your mother's desperation for grandchildren might have softened the accounting references. Diana's shoulders shook with poorly suppressed mirth. Oh yes, nothing says romance quite like, marry me, your mathematical prowess will save my estates and satisfy my mother's dynastic ambitions. If we might focus on the rather pressing matter at hand, the Duchess cut in, though amusement flickered beneath her stern facade. Miss Livingston cannot be permitted to flee to Boston running from an unfortunate suitor. I wouldn't say unfortunate. William straightened his cuffs with careful precision. The offer was quite sound from a business perspective, though perhaps leading with Lucy's skill at uncovering embezzlement wasn't the most romantic. Yes, thank you, William. Marcus pinched the bridge of his nose. Your helpful observations have been noted. Well, the Duchess's fan resumed its steady rhythm. Something must be done. We cannot have Miss Livingston departing England under such circumstances. The Ton would be discussing it until Christmas. Perhaps, Diana ventured, her eyes holding that dangerous sparkle that usually preceded social chaos, if someone were to court her properly, without mentioning ledgers or heirs or mathematical aptitude. What did you have in mind, my dear? I merely wonder. Diana's tone dripped innocence like honey from a knife. If Lord Pembrey's estate in Wales might not provide the perfect setting for a more traditional courtship. Wales? Do elaborate. The annual hunt gathering approaches. Diana smoothed her skirts, though mischief danced in her eyes. Such a lovely opportunity to observe a gentleman on his own ground. The library alone is worth the journey, or so I hear. Marcus caught her strategy immediately. The library does house several rare volumes on maritime trade. And accounting ledgers? William's helpful observation earned him 3 quelling glares. What it houses, the Duchess interrupted, is an excellent opportunity for proper chaperoned interaction, far from the docks and their peculiar romantic appeal. Excellent point, grandmother. Diana's smile brightened. And of course, I would be delighted to accompany dear Lucy. Being in my condition, the country air would do me worlds of good. The Duchess's fan paused mid-stroke. Would it indeed? Oh yes. Diana's hand drifted to her growing belly. Dr. Morris was quite insistent about the benefits of Welsh air. Wasn't he, Marcus? Marcus, who would have wagered his entire estate that Dr. Morris had said no such thing, merely inclined his head. Most insistent. And naturally, Diana continued, warming to her theme, Gabriel would need to accompany me. Such a gathering would be perfectly proper. Unlike racing through London's dockyards, the Duchess observed dryly, though I suspect convincing Miss Livingston to delay her travel plans may prove challenging. Leave that to me. Diana rose with the particular grace of a woman who knew she'd won before the battle began. Lucy may have a ruthless head for numbers, but I have something far more powerful. And that would be? William ventured. Diana's smile could have lit all of Mayfair, the ability to make her think this entire scheme was her own idea. How convenient for everyone. The Duchess's gaze swung to William, who suddenly found his cravat fascinating, particularly for certain parties whose financial obligations would be so neatly resolved by their sister's marriage to a marquess. No. Diana's voice cut through the scheming with unexpected steel. Lucy must have a choice in this. I won't see her forced into marriage, no matter how practical the solution might appear. The Duchess lowered her fan. My dear, surely you don't suggest we leave such an important arrangement to mere inclination? I suggest, Diana's expression softening with memory, that Lucy deserves the chance to know Marcus as more than a title or a solution to her brother's problems. Her gaze swept the room, landing finally on Marcus with particular intensity. And it will give certain parties the opportunity to prove they see her as more than a convenient mathematical genius with childbearing potential. Marcus felt the hit land. I never meant... No. Diana's smile held equal measures of affection and censure. Then perhaps you might spend the gathering demonstrating exactly what you did mean? Marcus barely heard her words. His mind had already transported him to Pembrey Park, conjuring visions of Lucy striding through the ancient halls as though she'd always belonged there. Her quick wit echoing in the library where generations of Pembreys had built their legacy, her fingers trailing along leather-bound volumes, her eyes lighting with that particular fire when she discovered some rare mathematical treatise. The image shifted, dangerous and unbidden. Lucy's dark curls spilled across his pillows, her amber eyes heavy-lidded with something far more perilous than mathematical interest. Her lips still swollen from his kisses, he jerked his thoughts back to safer territory, though his cravat suddenly felt damnably tight. A lovely idea, he managed, thankful his voice emerged steady. Diana rose from the settee, satisfaction curving her lips. Though you might want to prepare yourself, my lord. Prepare myself? Indeed. Her smile held a wicked promise. After all, Lucy will have a fortnight to thoroughly examine every aspect of your estate management. William's poorly disguised snort suggested he caught Diana's meaning perfectly well. Even the Duchess's fan twitched with something that might have been amusement. But Marcus barely noticed. His mind had betrayed him again, presenting him with fresh torment. Lucy, in his private study, bent over the estate books, a tendril of hair escaping its pins to brush her neck, the sweep of her throat as she turned to him with that challenging smile that made him want to blast it. He wanted her, and he needed to stop her from running off to Boston. A knock came at the door, and Eliza appeared again, her expression suggesting imminent disaster. Your Grace, Miss Livingston says, that is, she's instructed me to inform you that she's secured passage on tomorrow morning's tide. Chapter 17. Lucy's fingers trembled as she yanked another gown from her wardrobe, the silk whispering accusations as she flung it toward her trunk. The scent of lavender water rose from the disturbed fabric, a treacherous reminder of the moment Marcus had drawn her close in Lady Lawrence's maze. Curse Marquess Pembrey and his insufferable proposal. Curse his broad shoulders and the way his eyes darkened when he looked at her, the heat of his gaze following her like a physical touch across crowded ballrooms, and most especially curse his kiss that refused to leave her in peace. Her lips tingled even now with the ghost of that kiss, her body humming with a remembered sensation that no amount of furious packing could banish. I see we're organizing our wardrobe with particular vigor this evening. Diana's voice carried that dangerous note of amusement that usually preceded social chaos. Lucy spun to find her friend settled in her favorite chair, watching her frantically packing with lethal casualness. I'm merely preparing for my return to Boston. Of course, if you're determined to flee London, Diana smoothed her skirts with careful precision, I'm sure William's creditors will understand when both Livingstons disappear in the dead of night. Lucy stopped folding her gown. What precisely do you mean? Only that society adores a good scandal. Diana examined her gloves as though they held the secrets of the universe. 2 Americans fleeing London under mysterious circumstances. The ton will be dining out on that tale until Christmas. I hardly think. No? Diana's smile could have lit all of Mayfair. Then you haven't considered how delicious the gossip will be? The mysterious Miss Livingston, seen racing through the docks with Lord Pembrey, only to vanish the next day with her equally mysterious brother? Why? I dare say Lady Jersey's next ball will be entirely devoted to speculation about your dramatic escape. Lucy's hands clenched in silk worth a quarter's wages. You cannot imagine I care what Lady Jersey. Though, of course, Diana continued as though Lucy hadn't spoken, poor William's reputation might never recover. Such a shame, really, to be known forever as the American who fled his gaming debts while hiding behind his sister's skirts. The gown slipped from Lucy's suddenly nerveless fingers. William would never. Hide behind your skirts? No, but that's exactly how society will paint it. Diana rose, crossing to the window with devastating grace. Unless, of course, you were to consider a more strategic retreat. Lucy's heart performed an entirely unnecessary leap. Strategic? Diana turned, backlit by the afternoon sun in a way that seemed deliberately staged. The light caught the curve of her smile, reminding Lucy of a cat who'd found the cream pitcher unguarded. Lord Pembrey did mention something about Pembrey Park requiring attention, such a perfect excuse for a small party to retire from London while certain rumors die down. Lucy turned back to her wardrobe, fingers trailing across silk and muslin as though they might offer escape from Diana's inexorable logic. I hardly see how hiding in Wales improves matters. Hiding? Diana's laugh sparkled like champagne. My dear Lucy, you cannot possibly imagine I'd suggest anything so common. No, no. This is a perfectly proper country gathering, a chance for intimate acquaintance away from London's prying eyes. Intimate acquaintance? Lucy whirled, heat climbing her neck at the particular emphasis Diana placed on those words. If you imagine I have any interest in becoming better acquainted with Marquess Pembrey, Lord Pembrey, Diana corrected with wicked precision, who so thoughtfully offered his ancestral home as sanctuary while your brother's affairs are settled. Thoughtfully? Lucy's laugh emerged sharp as broken crystal. Was that before or after he calculated my worth in mathematical aptitude and potential heirs? After, I believe. Diana drifted to the dressing table, lifting a discarded ribbon with deliberate nonchalance, though I rather thought you might appreciate the opportunity to prove him wrong. Lucy's hands stilled on a half-packed trunk. Wrong? About your value being merely practical. Diana's smile curved with dangerous promise. Unless, of course, you'd prefer to let him believe his original assessment was correct? I hardly care what his lordship believes. No? Diana's knowing gaze caught Lucy's in the mirror. Then why are your cheeks so fetchingly pink at the mere mention of his name? The heat, Lucy managed, though her reflection betrayed her with treacherous color. This room is impossibly stuffy. Quite. Diana's tones suggested she found something far more fascinating than the weather. Though I dare say Wales will prove cooler. The gardens at Pembrey Park are particularly lovely this time of year, perfect for long walks while avoiding unwanted attention. If you think, Lucy began, the memory of Marcus's kiss rose unbidden, making her pulse skip traitorously. Well, I hardly see how fleeing to Wales improves matters. Lucy pulled out another gown. No matter what Lord Pembrey says or how many times he kisses me, I am not going to marry him. The sudden silence made Lucy's fingers still on the silk. She turned to find Diana staring at her, eyes wide with delighted shock. He kissed you? Diana leaned forward, scandal and curiosity warring in her expression. When? Where? And why, pray tell? Am I only hearing about this now? The silk felt cool beneath Lucy's now still hands, a contrast to the burning sensation in her fingers. The memory rushed back with devastating clarity. The press of ancient hedges around them, the way the afternoon light had caught golden in Marcus's eyes just before he'd pulled her close. Her heart performed the same wild dance it had then, betraying her body's stubborn refusal to forget. Heat climbed Lucy's neck. It was nothing, a momentary lapse in judgment in Lady Lawrence's gardens. A momentary lapse? Diana smiled. In the maze, perhaps, where no one could witness such a lapse? You're worse than the gossip sheets. But Lucy couldn't quite hide her own smile. If you must know, it was entirely his fault. He was being impossibly commanding and refused to listen to reason about William, and so naturally you had to silence him with your lips? Diana? Lucy lobbed a nearby bonnet at her friend's head. He kissed me, though I suppose I might have encouraged it. Slightly. Slightly. Diana caught the bonnet with impressive grace. My dear Lucy, I begin to suspect Lord Pembrey's interest extends far beyond your ability to manage his estates. Oh? Lucy away from Diana, hoping to hide the betraying flush in her cheeks. And what precisely do you imagine interests his lordship? Well, Diana's voice dripped wicked amusement. Given the location of this kiss and his rather urgent proposal, I suspect producing heirs might be foremost in his mind. The second bonnet caught Diana squarely in the face. I cannot believe, Lucy snatched up another bonnet from her dwindling supply of projectiles, that you of all people would suggest that a marquess might find you utterly irresistible? Diana dodged the incoming millinery with practiced grace. How shocking of me, though I dare say his behavior rather proves my point. Lucy sank onto the edge of her bed, the fight draining from her. He doesn't find me irresistible. He finds me convenient. Convenient? Diana's laugh sparkled with genuine amusement. My dear, I've known Marquess Pembrey for years, and I assure you there is nothing convenient about the way he looks at you. You mean with exasperation? But Lucy's pulse quickened traitorously, or perhaps with horror at my complete disregard for proper behavior. I rather meant, Diana settled beside her, the way his eyes follow you across every room, as though he's forgotten how to breathe properly. Though I suppose that could be horror. One never knows with these English lords. Diana, Lucy said, a barely contained smile playing on her lips. You're not helping, aren't I? Diana's expression turned thoughtful. Tell me something. When he kissed you in that maze, did he seem at all concerned with proper behavior? She thought of Marcus's hands tangled in her hair, his mouth demanding things she hadn't known she wanted to give, sent heat flooding her cheeks. That's hardly. I thought not. Diana's smile held triumph. Now about Wales. I'm not going. But the protest sounded weak even to Lucy's ears. I cannot possibly let your brother face scandal alone? Diana rose, gathering the scattered bonnets with regal efficiency. Or cannot possibly trust yourself alone with Lord Pembrey? Lucy traced the embroidered edge of her trunk's lining, unable to meet Diana's knowing gaze. I trust myself perfectly well around Lord Pembrey. Do you indeed? Diana settled back into her chair like a queen preparing for a particularly entertaining court session. Is that why you're fleeing London at first light? Because you trust yourself so completely in his presence? I'm leaving because, Lucy broke off. The real reason stuck somewhere between her pride and her thundering heart. Because he bungled a proposal so spectacularly that even my grandmother was impressed? Diana's smile softened. Or because you're afraid he might make another attempt, only this time without mentioning estate management at all. The memory of Marcus's voice, rough with something far more dangerous than practicality, sent heat climbing Lucy's neck. I highly doubt his lordship intends. His lordship, Diana observed with deadly accuracy, hasn't taken his eyes off you since that archery lesson, though he simply could be concerned about your form with a bow. Diana? I merely suggest... Diana rose with fluid grace that 2 weeks in Wales might prove illuminating about many things. She paused at the door, mischief dancing in her eyes, including where Lord Pembrey's expertise extends beyond proper stance and drawn strings. Lucy hurled her last remaining bonnet, but Diana had already slipped away, her laugh echoing down the corridor like a promise. Or a prophecy, Lucy sighed, brushing a hand over her face. She was surrounded by half-packed trunks and scattered gowns. The defiance in her chest warred with the bittersweet tug of Diana's words. Marquess, Pembrey Park, Wales. It was all so tempting, like the shimmering lure of an illusion too beautiful to be real. But she had no place in that world. No future where she was anything other than a fleeting scandal or an impractical solution. Rising slowly, she began folding the abandoned silk and muslin into her trunk with meticulous care. She smoothed every wrinkle with a reverence she didn't feel, her hands steadier than her heart. When Diana returned a short while later, the Duchess of Radcliffe's grandson in tow, she found Lucy waiting for her with a rare, almost shy smile. Diana, Lucy began, lifting her chin despite the heaviness that lingered in the room. I know I owe you a greater debt of gratitude than I can repay. I'll thank your grandmother in the morning for the generosity of this season, and for the friendships it allowed me to form. She paused, taking a deep breath as her hands fluttered over her things once more, sorting all remaining sentiment away for the final time. But we depart in the morning. Diana paused, the teasing light in her eyes dimming as she took in the resoluteness in Lucy's posture. For a moment it seemed as though she might argue further, her lips parting with the beginnings of another clever retort. But instead, she sighed, stepping fully into the room and smoothing her skirts with uncharacteristic hesitance. Are you absolutely certain, Lucy, she asked softly. You could take a few days. Let the waters settle. Let him, well. She waved a hand vaguely, as though Marcus's intentions were so obvious they hardly needed mentioning. Lucy shook her head, her resolve hardening. Diana, I can't. She offered a small, sad smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. I can't be that girl, the one who waits for a man to decide what I'm worth. And I can't ask William to stay here, drowning under his debts, when we both know Boston offers him a chance to start fresh. But Boston offers you nothing, Diana countered, her voice edged with frustration. No society that understands you, no protection from whispers about scandal, and certainly no Marquess Pembrey. That, Lucy said firmly, her voice carrying a finality that even Diana couldn't contest, is precisely why I must leave. Boston may not understand me, but it's mine. It's my world. And as for Marquess, she trailed off, her fingers lingering on the lid of her trunk. The memory of his kiss threatened to rise, warm and disquieting all at once, but she pushed it back. As for Marquess, she repeated, her voice softening, he'll find someone far more suited to his life and title, someone who fits. Diana snorted delicately, her hand resting on the doorframe. Marquess doesn't want someone who fits, Lucy. He wants you. Though God only knows why you're so determined not to see it. Lucy glanced down at her hands, her nails pressed into her palms. Perhaps, she murmured, almost to herself, because I'd rather leave now than let him realize that I don't belong. Diana sighed, turning to the door with a flick of her fan. You're wrong, you know, but I won't press you any further. If you're determined to run away, I suppose I'll simply have to let Marquess make his own foolish attempts to stop you. Lucy managed a faint laugh, shaking her head. He wouldn't dare. Oh, my dear, Diana said, pausing with one last mischievous smile. If you truly believe that, you don't know Marquess Pembrey at all. And with that, Diana swept from the room, leaving Lucy to the quiet weight of her decision, and the unsettling realization that for the first time, she almost wished she could be wrong. Chapter 18. The door to Lucy's room slammed open with a force that rattled the hinges, sending the sharp scent of lavender water and freshly packed linen swirling into the air. Lucy spun around, her hand clutching the edge of her trunk as Marquess strode in, his boots striking the floor with sharp finality. Marquess, she hissed, her voice low but laced with fury. What in heaven's name are you doing? You cannot. You're not leaving. His voice was rough, commanding, and entirely unrepentant. He closed the door behind him with a snap, his dark gaze locking onto hers with an intensity that made her chest tighten. Lucy straightened, clutching her dressing gown tighter around her, as if it could shield her from the raw power of his presence. You've lost your mind. Get out of my room this instant. No. His jaw tightened as he stepped closer, his broad shoulders filling the space between them and the door. Your reputation's already in tatters, Lucy. My presence here won't change a damn thing. Her pulse hammered in her throat. I don't care about my reputation, she snapped, though the flush creeping up her neck betrayed her. But I care about yours, and I will not. Damn my reputation, he growled, his voice cutting through her protest like a blade. Damn society, damn propriety, and damn whatever ridiculous sense of independence you think you're clinging to. You are not getting on that boat tomorrow. The words struck her like a physical blow, her breath catching as anger flared hot and bright in her chest. You don't get to tell me what I will or will not do, she shot back, her voice trembling with fury. I am not to be ordered about. My life is my own, Marquess, and I'll leave if I damn well please. Her defiance only seemed to stoke the fire in his eyes, his nostrils flaring as he advanced another step. The room seemed to shrink around them, the air growing thick and electric with something she didn't dare name. Your life is your own? His voice dropped to a dangerous murmur, the kind that made her knees weaken despite herself. Then why are you so desperate to run from it? From me? I'm not running. Then what are you doing, Lucy? His voice rose as he closed the final distance between them. Heat radiated from his body, a faint, maddening scent of cedar and rain clung to him. What are you so afraid of? I'm not afraid, she insisted, though her voice cracked. Yes, you are. His voice softened, but the steel in it remained. You're afraid because you feel it too, this thing between us, and it terrifies you because you can't control it. You can't run the numbers or calculate your way out of it. It's real, Lucy, and you don't want to leave it behind. The air between them crackled, her breath coming in shallow gasps as his words struck something deep and vulnerable inside her. She hated him for saying it, for being so maddeningly close to the truth. You're wrong, she whispered, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Am I? His hand shot out, grasping her wrist, not harshly, but firmly, and made her heart lurch. He pulled her closer, so close she could feel the warmth of his breath against her cheek. "Tell me you don't feel it, Lucy. Tell me you don't want this." "I don't." But the words never made it past her lips, because his mouth was on hers. The kiss was wildfire, fierce, consuming, and impossible to resist. His lips claimed hers with a desperation that stole her breath, his hands coming up to cup her face as if she might disappear if he let go. Her protest dissolved into a soft gasp as he deepened the kiss, his tongue sweeping against hers with a hunger that made her head spin. Her hands, traitorous and trembling, gripped the front of his shirt, pulling him closer, even as her mind screamed at her to stop. But there was no stopping this, no stopping him, or the way her body betrayed her with every shiver, every arch toward him. He groaned low in his throat, the sound sending a delicious thrill down her spine. His hands slid down her arms, his touch leaving a trail of fire in its wake, until they settled on her waist and pulled her flush against him. The solid strength of his body, the heat of his skin through the thin fabric of her gown, and it was enough to make her knees give way. For a moment, just a moment, she let herself fall. She let herself drown in the heat of him, in the way his lips moved against hers, with a reverence that felt like worship and a hunger that felt like possession. Reality returned, harsh and unforgiving, forcing her retreat. She stumbled back until her fingers grasped her trunk. "No," she gasped, her voice trembling as she pressed her fingers to her swollen lips. "No, Marcus." His chest heaved, his eyes dark with a mixture of desire and frustration. "Lucy, you can't do this," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You can't just kiss me and expect me to stay." "Why not?" he demanded, his voice raw. "You don't want to leave, Lucy. You know you don't." She shook her head, tears stinging her eyes as she forced herself to meet his gaze. "It doesn't matter what I want. My place isn't here, Marcus. It never was." "Then let me give you one," he said fiercely, stepping toward her again. "Stay, Lucy. Let me show you." "No," she cried, her voice sharp and trembling as she pushed him back. "Just go, please." He froze, his hand halfway to reaching for her again, before he let it drop to his side. For a long moment, he just stared at her, his expression a storm of emotions she couldn't bear to decipher. And then, with a sharp nod, he turned and strode to the door. He paused at the threshold, his shoulders stiff with tension, before glancing back at her. "This isn't over, Lucy," he said quietly, his voice thick with promise. "You know it isn't." And with that, he left. The door closed with a soft click that felt far louder than it should have. Lucy sank onto her bed, her trembling fingers brushing against her still tingling lips. Her breath came in uneven gasps, her mind spinning with the chaos of everything he'd said, everything he'd made her feel. She pressed her palms to her face, her heart aching with the truth she couldn't bring herself to admit. Because he was right. Heaven help her. He was right. And yet, she could not stay. The heavy oak door of the gaming hell creaked on its hinges as William pushed it open, and met a waft of stale cheroot smoke and spilled brandy rushing to greet him. The room was alive with noise, dice clattering against wooden tables, the low murmur of conspiratorial whispers and bursts of laughter sharp as shattered glass. This was it, his last night in London. His conscience prickled as he stepped inside, the thought of Lucy waiting for him at Radcliffe House like a stone in his chest. She'd done so much, sacrificed so much, and it wasn't fair to make her leave London because of him. Not without trying to fix this first. Adjusting the brim of his hat to shield his face from any overly curious glances, William made his way to the far side of the room. The heat of too many bodies pressed into the dim, smoky space had already turned his collar damp, but he ignored the discomfort. He'd deal with that and everything else in the morning. For now, there was whiskey to drink and coin to lose. A faro table sat in the corner, its green felt already crowded with men hunched over cards, their expressions split between triumph and dread. The croupier's gloved hands moved with practiced efficiency, dealing cards with a snap that cut through the surrounding din. "Room for one more?" William asked, his voice deliberately light as he slipped into an empty chair. The man seated next to him, a barrel-chested fellow with a thick beard and sharper eyes, looked him over, then snorted. "If you've got coin, there's room. If not, there's the door." William flashed a tight smile and tossed a handful of shillings onto the table. The coins clinked together, catching the dim lamplight before the croupier scooped them up with a nod. "Very well, gentlemen," the croupier said, his tone clipped. "Place your bets." The cards slid across the table, smooth and seamless. William reached for his whiskey glass, the burn of the liquor settling like fire in his chest as he studied the cards already revealed. The 8 of diamonds sat next to the Queen of clubs, the perfect start for a cautious man. But caution wasn't on William's mind tonight. If he could win, if he could get back even a portion of what he owed. 10 shillings on the King of Hearts, he said, sliding his coins to the appropriate square with a casualness that belied the tightness in his throat. The man to his left raised an eyebrow. Bold move, that. William shrugged, his fingers drumming against the edge of the table. "I've always had a soft spot for kings." The croupier's hands moved again, revealing the next card, the 10 of spades. A ripple of murmurs swept through the table as a pair of players collected modest winnings, while the rest, including William, were left staring at their dwindling coin piles. He took another sip of whiskey, letting the fiery numbness spread through him. What did it matter if he lost? By dawn, he'd be on a ship bound for Boston, leaving his debts and his disgrace behind. Still, the familiar thrill of the game stirred something restless in his chest. He dropped another handful of coins onto the King of Hearts, his hand steady even as his pulse quickened. Another round. His voice was loud enough to draw a few glances from the other players. The man to his right smirked. "Your funeral, lad." The next card slid into place, and William felt his heart lurch. The King of Hearts. The sharp thrill of victory shot through him as the croupier pushed a neat pile of coins toward his square. He couldn't help the small, breathless laugh that escaped him. It wasn't enough, not yet, but it was something. "Not bad," the man beside him muttered, eyeing William's winnings. William pressed his luck. He pushed a larger stack of coins onto the king again, the weight of the gamble pressing against his chest. The card flipped, the King of Spades. Another win. A bigger one this time. William allowed himself a shaky breath as the croupier slid the coins toward him. This was working. If he could keep this up, if luck stayed on his side, he'd have enough to cover a third of his debt. It was a start. But the voice in his head whispered again, louder this time. "Walk away while you can." He didn't leave. Instead, he pressed his luck, each hand drawing him deeper into the haze of smoke, whiskey, and tension. The coins dwindled, the wins never quite outweighing the losses, but he hardly cared. The room around him blurred, the faces of the other players melting into an indistinct crowd. The cards, the bets, the sharp bite of liquor on his tongue. It all became a strange, detached rhythm. 2 pounds on the Queen of Diamonds. The croupier glanced up at him, his expression unreadable, before dealing with the next card. The 7 of clubs. William's stomach dropped. The pile of coins that had seemed so promising an hour ago were gone, swept away with one bad hand. The relief that had flickered inside him moments before burned to ash. A barely audible curse escaped his lips as his knuckles blanched, his hands clenching the table's edge. "That's me done, gentlemen," he said with a grin that felt hollow even to himself. "A pleasure, as always." But as he pushed back from the table, a low voice stopped him cold. "Not so fast." The voice came from the shadows, smooth and edged with steel. William froze, his pulse skittering as 2 men stepped into the light. They weren't like the other patrons, no tailored waistcoats or polished boots here. These men were rough, their faces lined with hard angles and cold eyes that made William's stomach churn. "Lord Dalton sends his regards," one of them said, his tone far too polite to be comforting. "He'd like to know when you plan to settle your obligations." William's mouth went dry. William tugged at his cravat, his heart pounding as he met the cold, unrelenting eyes of the 2 men. "I'm leaving London in the morning. Perhaps we could. Outside." The larger man grabbed William's arm with a grip like iron, cutting him off mid-sentence. "What?" William stammered, his pulse skittering. "I don't think. Move." The second man, leaner but no less intimidating, gestured toward the side door with a sharp jerk of his chin. His voice was low and menacing, but it carried the weight of someone used to being obeyed. The noise of gaming seemed to dim around them, as if the air had been sucked out of the room. William cast a desperate glance at the other patrons, but no one looked up from their cards or glasses. The unwritten rule of places like this was simple: mind your own business. "Gentlemen," William tried, his voice shaky as he stumbled toward the door under the man's unrelenting grip. "Surely we can settle this like civilized men?" The larger man let out a low chuckle, though there was no humor in it. "Civilized men pay their debts, Mr. Livingston. You're just another spoiled little American who thinks the rules don't apply to him." The side door creaked open, and the cold night air hit William like a slap. He was dragged into a narrow alley, the walls pressing close on either side, and the faint flicker of a gas lamp casting long shadows across the cobblestones. "I've got no quarrel with Lord Dalton," William started, his voice trembling as he tried to pull free. "I'm leaving London." A fist collided with his stomach, stealing his breath. He doubled over, clutching his ribs as pain lanced through him, but the larger man wasn't done. "You think you can just leave London?" the man snarled, grabbing William by the lapels and slamming him against the cold, damp brick wall. William's head hit the stone with a sickening thud, and stars exploded behind his eyes. He barely registered the leaner man stepping closer, his voice low and sharp. "You've got 1 week to pay what you owe. 1 week, and don't think of fleeing to Boston or anywhere else for that matter." The man leaned in, his breath hot and foul against William's ear. "Lord Dalton's reach is longer than the Atlantic. If you run, we'll find you." William struggled to catch his breath, his chest heaving as he clutched at the lapels of his coat. "I don't." The larger man slammed him against the wall again, his voice a low growl. "You don't think? Maybe you should think about what'll happen to your family back in Boston. That pretty little sister of yours, Lucy, isn't it? It'd be a shame if something unfortunate happened to her." Rage and fear warred within William, his fists clenching uselessly at his sides. "Leave her out of this," he gasped, his voice hoarse and ragged. "We'll leave her out of it when you pay up," the lean man said with a chilling calmness. "But if you don't..." The larger man finished the sentence with a hard punch to William's ribs that left him crumpled on the ground, gasping for air. Then a boot hit him square in the face, the taste of blood filling his mouth. 1 week, the lean man repeated, crouching down to meet William's bloodied gaze. His tone was almost conversational, which made it all the more terrifying. "Don't make us come looking for you again. You won't like what happens if we do." With that, the two men straightened and walked off, their boots echoing against the cobblestones. William lay there for a moment, the cold seeping into his bones as pain throbbed through his ribs and skull. Every breath felt like fire, but he forced himself to his feet, clutching the wall for support. The gas lamp flickered weakly overhead as he staggered toward the main street, his eyes swelling shut with one thought only burning through the haze of pain and fear. He needed to get back to Radcliffe House, needed to warn Lucy before it was too late. Chapter 19. The amber glow of lamplight in White's glinted off the cut crystal glasses scattered across the polished mahogany table. Marcus swirled the remaining brandy in his glass, watching the lid catch the light like liquid fire. It burned no less fiercely in his throat, but no amount of brandy seemed capable of erasing the image burned into his mind. Lucy, Lucy, striding through these very halls like some brazen hoyden, her curls tucked beneath a ridiculous cap and wearing men's breeches. Blast her audacity, her daring, her infuriating ability to leave him utterly unmoored. "She's impossible," Marcus muttered, gripping the glass tighter. Across the table, Gabriel raised an eyebrow, his expression far too amused for Marcus's liking. "Who is? The brandy?" "Women," Marcus bit out, his scowl deepening. "Exasperating creatures, the lot of them." Gabriel leaned back in his chair, stretching his long legs with a lazy grin. "Come now, they aren't all bad. Diana, for instance." "Was a handful," Marcus interrupted, shooting his friend a pointed look. "Is a handful," Gabriel corrected with a chuckle. "And I wouldn't give her up for the world. You know that better than anyone." Marcus's lips twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Yes, I remember standing in that damn abbey trying to convince Diana not to leave you. And you succeeded." Gabriel raised his glass in salute. "Don't think I've forgotten either. I owe you for that, you know." "You've repaid it 10 times over," Marcus said gruffly, though the memory of that chaotic day brought a flicker of warmth to his chest. Not yet. I haven't. Gabriel's gaze sharpened, his easy smile giving way to something more serious. Because now it's my turn to remind you of your own blasted stupidity. Marcus narrowed his eyes. What are you on about? Gabriel leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. Lucy, you're letting her leave, and it's the most idiotic thing I've ever seen you do. She's made her decision, Marcus ground out, the words tasting like ash. She's determined to go back to Boston, and I'm not about to force her to stay. Oh, for God's sake. Gabriel rolled his eyes, looking to the heavens as though seeking divine patience. Have you told her how you feel? Have you given her any reason to believe she should stay? Marcus's jaw tightened. And how precisely do I feel, Gabriel? Enlighten me, since you seem to have all the answers. Gabriel smirked. Like you're a stubborn fool who's spent the past month falling in love with the most exasperating, infuriating, brilliant woman you've ever met. Marcus opened his mouth to retort, but the words caught in his throat. The image of Lucy, her fire, her wit, her maddening determination, flashed through his mind, and with it came the hollow ache of losing her. Gabriel leaned closer, his voice softening. You think I don't recognize it? You stood by me when I nearly lost Diana because of my own pride and stupidity. You told me to fight for her, to do whatever it took to keep her. Well, Marcus, now I'm telling you the same damn thing. Marcus stared into his glass, the amber liquid swirling like the storm in his chest. You think letting her go is noble? That it's for the best? Gabriel continued, his tone sharpening. It's not. It's cowardice, Marcus. You're afraid she'll say no again, so you're letting her walk away without even trying. Marcus's fingers tightened around the glass until his knuckles turned white. And what would you have me do? He asked, his voice low. She's already told me she doesn't want to marry me. What am I supposed to say? Stay and watch your brother ruin himself further? Stay and endure my mother's disapproval and the ton's whispers? Say whatever you damn well please. Gabriel shot back. Tell her you're a bloody fool who can't imagine life without her. Tell her you'll make it worth her while to stay. But for God's sake, tell her something. Marcus ran a hand through his hair, frustration and longing warring within him. And if she still leaves? Gabriel's expression softened, though his eyes remained steady. Then at least you'll know you fought for her, and you won't spend the rest of your life wondering what might have been. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the clink of glasses and the murmur of conversation from the other tables. Finally, Marcus exhaled a sharp breath, his jaw tightening with renewed resolve. She's not getting on that boat. Good man. Gabriel grinned, raising his glass again. Though I suggest a plan slightly less dramatic than storming the docks and sinking the ship yourself. Marcus huffed a laugh, though the flicker of amusement was short-lived. I'll do whatever it takes, Gabriel. If I have to free every horse in the stable to keep her carriage from reaching the docks, I'll do it. If I have to stand in the street and threaten every hackney driver who dares approach Radcliffe House, I'll do that too. I don't doubt it, Gabriel said, his tone lighter now. But perhaps start by talking to her? Women tend to appreciate that sort of thing. Marcus stood, his chair scraping against the floor as he reached for his coat. You may be right, but I'm not taking any chances. She's not leaving London, Gabriel. Not if I have anything to say about it. Gabriel smirked as he leaned back in his chair. I look forward to hearing Diana's version of this saga. She'll never let me hear the end of it if you let Lucy slip away. Marcus shot him a wry look before heading for the door, his stride purposeful. Then it's a good thing I don't intend to. And as he stepped into the cool night air, a single thought burned in his mind with the force of a vow. Lucy Livingston wasn't getting on that boat. I am absolutely, positively getting on that boat, Lucy said aloud for the third time as she tossed the last of her belongings into her trunk. Her voice rang hollow in the quiet room, a feeble attempt to bolster her resolve against the gnawing doubts that refused to quiet. The faintest light of pre-dawn filtered through the curtains, casting long gray shadows across the room. The London streets outside were eerily still, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of a carriage wheel or the distant bark of a dog. With a sharp tug, she snapped her trunk shut and tied the leather straps with more force than necessary. "William," she called, "we'll miss the tide if you don't get up." Silence. Lucy pressed her lips into a tight line, smoothing the folds of her traveling dress with nervous fingers. "Stubborn fool," she muttered, stepping into the hallway. Her boots tapped against the hardwood floor as she made her way toward William's room. The corridor was dim, the faint light from the wall sconces flickering weakly. She knocked on his door, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. "William, if you're still asleep, so help me." "I'll—" No answer. Her brow furrowed and unease prickled at the back of her neck. She knocked again, harder this time. "William, we'll be late." Still nothing. Lucy hesitated for a moment before grasping the doorknob and pushing the door open. The room was empty. The bed was undisturbed, the linens crisp and untouched. Her breath caught, cold dread seeping into her chest as she stepped further inside. His coat was gone, along with the boots he'd left by the hearth the previous evening. The small glass of whiskey he'd poured before bed sat untouched on the bedside table, the amber liquid glinting faintly in the weak light. "Where?" Her voice broke as she turned, her pulse hammering in her ears. Where had he gone? The question twisted in her mind, bringing with it a flood of possibilities, none of them good. Panic clawed at her throat as she hurried back down the corridor, her skirts brushing against her ankles. "William," she called, her voice rising as she reached the foyer. The house was still, the kind of oppressive silence that made every creak of the floorboards echo like a gunshot. She paced the length of the foyer, her hands twisting together as she fought the rising tide of fear. Her gaze darted to the tall grandfather clock standing sentinel in the corner, its pendulum swinging steadily. Too steadily. Each tick felt like a countdown, the time to their departure slipping away, and then the door creaked open. Lucy spun toward the sound, the words of her reprimand already forming on her lips, but they froze in her throat the moment she saw him. William staggered across the threshold, his face pale as death, his shirt torn and stained with blood. His right eye was swollen shut, the skin around it mottled with dark, angry bruises. Blood trickled from a gash on his temple, trailing down his cheek to his collar, where it mingled with the ragged tear in his shirt. His steps were uneven, his legs barely holding him upright as he clutched his side. He smelled of sweat, smoke, and iron. Swaying, he reached for the doorframe to steady himself. "William!" Lucy's scream pierced the silence as she ran to him, her heart lurching in her chest. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the marble floor with a heavy thud, the sound reverberating through the foyer like the toll of a bell. "No, no, no," Lucy whispered, dropping to her knees beside him. Her hands fluttered over him, desperate and trembling as she tried to take in the full extent of his injuries. Blood smeared her fingers as she pressed them to his cheek, his skin icy and damp beneath her touch. "William, look at me," she begged, her voice breaking. "What happened? Who did this to you?" His one good eye flickered open, glazed with pain and exhaustion. His lips moved, but the words were barely a whisper, lost in the ragged gasps of his breath. "Lucy," he rasped, his voice so faint it was almost drowned out by the pounding of her own pulse. "I tried to fix it. I thought—" "Shh," she cut him off, tears streaking her cheeks as she cradled his head in her lap. "Don't talk. We'll fix it. I'll fix it." The metallic tang of blood filled the air as she pressed a shaking hand to the gash on his side, trying to stem the flow. The fabric beneath her palm was soaked through, the warmth of it seeping into her skin and making her stomach churn. "Help!" Her voice cracked as she turned toward the staircase. "Someone, please help!" The echo of her cry seemed to hang in the air, unanswered as the house remained unnervingly still. "William, stay with me," she pleaded, her hands brushing back the damp hair plastered to his forehead. "You're going to be fine. Do you hear me? You're going to be fine." His lips curved into the faintest shadow of a smile, though it was laced with pain. "Always dramatic," he murmured, his voice barely audible. Lucy choked out a laugh, though it was thin and trembling. "And you're always an idiot," she said, her voice breaking as fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. The sound of footsteps pounding down the staircase made her head snap up, and she turned to see Harrison, the butler, and a footman rushing toward them, their faces pale with alarm. "Fetch a doctor," she commanded, her voice sharper than it had ever been. "Now!" The footman bolted back up the stairs, leaving Harrison and the butler to hover uncertainly. Lucy turned back to William, her fingers brushing against his cheek as her tears fell freely. "You're not allowed to leave me," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Do you hear me, William? You're not allowed." But as his eyes fluttered shut and his breathing grew shallow, the icy tendrils of fear tightened their grip on her chest, threatening to crush her beneath their weight. Marcus pulled his greatcoat tighter against the chill as he approached the familiar silhouette of Radcliffe House. The first pale streaks of dawn barely kissed the horizon, the city still cloaked in the heavy quiet of early morning. His boots struck the cobblestones with a steady rhythm, though the tumult of his thoughts was anything but calm. He had spent the long night pacing London's streets, wrestling with the impossible tangle of frustration, desire, and guilt that Lucy Livingston had become. He had resolved, somewhere between White's and the docks, that he wouldn't let her leave, couldn't let her leave. Now, as the house loomed before him, he rehearsed his argument once more. He would make her listen. But the sound of a scream pierced the pre-dawn stillness, sharp and raw and unmistakably Lucy's. The blood drained from his face as his pulse thundered in his ears. He broke into a run, his long strides eating up the distance between him and the door as fear clawed at his chest. "Lucy," he bellowed as he reached the house, shoving the door open with a force that sent it slamming against the wall. The scene that met him in the foyer stole the breath from his lungs. Lucy was on the floor, cradling a bloodied, battered figure in her lap. Her dress was stained crimson, her face pale and streaked with tears, her amber eyes wild with panic. "Lucy." Marcus's voice was hoarse as he crossed the room in a few swift strides, dropping to his knees beside her. What happened?" "It's William," she choked out, her voice trembling as she pressed her hands to the gash in her brother's side. "Marcus, he's hurt. Her voice broke, and she shook her head, her tears falling unchecked. Marcus turned his gaze to William, his stomach twisting at the sight. The younger man's face was a mess of blood and bruises, one eye swollen shut and his lower lip split. His chest rose and fell in shallow, uneven breaths, and his shirt was torn and soaked with blood. "Dear God," Marcus muttered, his hands curling into fists as rage and fear warred within him. "It was Dalton," Lucy whispered, her voice trembling with fury and pain. "This is his doing. I know it is." Marcus's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding as his mind raced. Of course it was Dalton. Who else would send his men to deliver such a brutal warning? He reached out, his hand covering Lucy's where she pressed against William's wound. "Lucy," he said softly, his voice steady despite the storm raging in his chest. "We'll get him help. We've already sent for the doctor." She shook her head violently, her curls clinging to her damp cheeks. "He said he'd leave it all behind, Marcus. He said he wouldn't gamble again. And now," her voice broke, her breath hitching, "and now he's like this, and it's my fault." "It's not your fault," Marcus said firmly, his hand tightening over hers. "Dalton did this, not you." "But if I'd kept a closer watch." "Stop," he said, his voice sharp enough to cut through her spiraling panic. She froze, her wide eyes locking on his. "This isn't your fault. Do you hear me, Lucy? None of it is your fault." Her lip trembled, and for a moment she looked like she might argue. But then the fight seemed to drain from her, and she slumped forward, her forehead resting against William's damp hair. Marcus shifted closer, his hand brushing against her shoulder in a gesture meant to comfort. "He's alive," he said quietly, his voice low and certain, "and we'll keep him that way." Her shoulders shook as she took a shuddering breath. "He's all I have left, Marcus," she whispered. "I can't lose him. You won't." Chapter 20. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the foyer, followed by the low murmur of voices as the front door swung open. A sharp gust of pre-dawn air swept into the house, carrying with it the chill dampness of London streets and the acrid scent of spent lantern oil. Marcus turned toward the commotion just as Dr. Aldridge, a wiry man in his late 50s with graying sideburns and a perpetually stern expression, stepped inside. He was dressed hastily, his greatcoat half-buttoned and his medical bag swinging heavily at his side. His sharp, assessing gaze swept the scene, pausing briefly on Lucy, whose blood-streaked hands clutched at her brother. Without waiting for pleasantries, Dr. Aldridge strode forward, his voice brisk. Move him carefully to the settee, don't jostle him, and bring light. I'll need a proper look at him. The household was already stirring. Harrison appeared first, her hair hastily pinned under a lace cap, and behind her came the butler, his expression grave as he carried an extra lamp. The flickering glow cast long, trembling shadows across the walls. Marcus moved to the settee and crouched beside William. "Harrison, help me lift him." Harrison hesitated, her gaze darting between William's bloodied form and Lucy, who knelt frozen beside him. "Miss Livingston." "I'm fine," Lucy snapped, though her trembling hands betrayed her. "Just do it." With great care, Marcus and Harrison lifted William, his limp form sagging between them. A low moan escaped his lips as they shifted him, his face twisting in unconscious pain. Lucy flinched, but Marcus kept his grip steady, lowering William onto the settee as gently as possible. Dr. Aldridge was already setting out his tools. "Hot water, clean cloths, and plenty of bandages," he barked, snapping his fingers. "Quickly now, and someone fetch the laudanum." Harrison scurried away, her skirts swishing in her haste. A pair of footmen followed, their usual composure cracked by the urgency in the doctor's voice. The commotion brought more figures to the scene. The Duchess of Radcliffe swept into the room, her dressing gown immaculate despite the early hour. Her sharp gaze took in the blood-stained carpet, Lucy's pale face, and William's prone form in a single sweep. "What on earth has happened?" she demanded, her voice cutting through the tense silence. Before Marcus could answer, Diana appeared at her grandmother's side, her hair loose around her shoulders, and her expression startled. Gabriel followed closely behind, his shirt half unbuttoned and his cravat missing entirely, looking more like a man ready for a brawl than a duke. "Lucy?" Diana's voice was a mixture of concern and confusion as she took in her friend's bloodied hands. "What's going on?" Lucy didn't answer. She was frozen, her eyes locked on William, as though afraid he might vanish if she looked away. "It's William," Marcus said quietly, rising to his full height as he turned to the Duchess. "He's been attacked." "Attacked?" The Duchess's fan snapped open, though there was no one present who believed the gesture was meant to cool her temper. "By whom?" "We don't know yet," Marcus replied, his jaw tightening, "but I intend to find out." Dr. Aldridge cleared his throat pointedly. "If we're done with introductions, I'd like to keep this young man from bleeding all over the furniture." His eyes flicked to Marcus. "You. Hold the lamp steady. I need better light." Marcus took the lamp from the butler and moved closer, the golden glow illuminating the bruises spreading across William's ribs like a grotesque watercolor. Lucy let out a small, involuntary gasp. "His ribs. Likely broken," Aldridge said briskly, pressing along William's side with quick, practiced movements. William groaned faintly, his head lolling to the side. "At least 2, possibly 3. He'll need to stay completely still for the next week, or he'll risk puncturing something important." Harrison returned with the requested supplies, setting them down on the side table with trembling hands. Aldridge dipped a cloth into the steaming water and began cleaning the blood from William's face, revealing the deep gash on his temple. "This will need stitching," he muttered, reaching for his needle. Lucy swayed slightly, her hands gripping the back of a chair for support. Diana rushed to her side, slipping an arm around her friend's waist. "Sit down before you collapse," Diana said gently, guiding Lucy into a nearby chair. "I'm fine," Lucy protested weakly, though her ashen complexion suggested otherwise. "You're not," Marcus said, his voice sharper than he intended. She flinched, and he softened his tone. "Let Aldridge do his work, Lucy. William needs you steady." Her lips pressed into a thin line, but she nodded, her fingers clenching the folds of her skirt. Dr. Aldridge worked quickly, the needle glinting in the lamplight as he stitched the gash above William's temple. Each pass of the thread made Lucy flinch, but she didn't look away. She sat rigid in the chair, her hands gripping the armrest so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "You're certain he'll recover?" Lucy's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with a vulnerability she rarely allowed herself to show. Dr. Aldridge didn't glance up from his work. "As I said, provided he stays still, he should mend well enough. The ribs will take time, but they'll heal. It's the head injury that concerns me most. He'll need quiet and rest, absolute rest, for the next few days. and if he shows signs of fever or confusion, you'll need to send for me at once." Marcus shifted beside the doctor, holding the lamp steady, but his eyes never left Lucy. She looked fragile in the harsh light of the foyer, her blood-streaked hands trembling as she fought to maintain her composure. The Duchess stepped forward, her voice crisp and commanding. "Harrison, see that Mr. Livingston's room is made ready, and have someone bring fresh linens and a warming pan. We can't have him catching a chill on top of his injuries." "Yes, Your Grace," Harrison said, bobbing a quick curtsy before hurrying off again. Gabriel folded his arms, his jaw clenched as he studied William's battered form. Whoever did this wasn't aiming to scare him. This was meant to send a message. Marcus nodded grimly, and the message was received. Lucy's head snapped up, her eyes flashing with anger. "The message was cowardly," she said, her voice steadier now, though still edged with fury. "Only a coward sends thugs in the dead of night to attack a man who can't defend himself." Gabriel's brows furrowed. "Where did this happen?" Lucy froze, her breath catching in her throat. I don't know." Her gaze darted to William, and a terrible realization began to dawn. He was supposed to be asleep. He wouldn't have. Marcus's jaw tightened, his voice low and clipped. "He went out." Lucy turned sharply to Marcus, her eyes wide. "No, he couldn't have. He was exhausted. She broke off, the truth crashing over her like cold water. "He must have. Oh, God." Gabriel swore under his breath, his hand raking through his hair. What the hell was he thinking, going out like this? Did he tell anyone where he was going? "He didn't tell me," Lucy said, her voice trembling. "I didn't know. I should have checked on him." Her fingers twisted in the folds of her skirt as guilt rose, sharp and unrelenting. "I thought he was asleep." Marcus set the lamp down with a deliberate motion, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We'll get to the bottom of this, Lucy. But first, he needs to be settled. Once he's comfortable." His dark gaze locked on hers, steady and unyielding. "You and I need to talk." Her lips parted, a protest rising to the surface, but the weight of his words silenced her. He wasn't asking. "I'll help carry him up," Gabriel interjected, breaking the charged moment. Dr. Aldridge straightened, brushing his hands off on a clean cloth. "Mind his ribs, move him slowly. He's in no condition to be jostled." As Gabriel and Marcus carefully lifted William, Lucy stood frozen, her fists clenching at her sides. The room seemed to close in around her, the low hum of voices and the scuff of boots on the floor fading into a dull roar in her ears. Diana stepped closer, placing a hand on her friend's arm. "Lucy," she said softly, "you need to rest. Come upstairs with me." "I can't." Lucy shook her head, her voice cracking. "I can't rest, not when." "Lucy." Diana's voice turned firmer. "You can't help him if you collapse. Come, just for a moment." For a long moment, Lucy didn't move, her gaze fixed on the staircase as Marcus disappeared with William. Then slowly she nodded, allowing Diana to guide her toward the stairs. The faint gray light of early dawn filtered through the curtains of Lucy's bedchamber, soft and subdued, casting long shadows across the room. The air was heavy with the lingering tension of the night, the weight of it pressing down as if the walls themselves held their breath. Lucy sat stiffly on the cushioned chair near her dressing table, her hands clasped so tightly in her lap that her knuckles were white. Her gown, crumpled and smeared with William's dried blood, clung to her like a shroud. She could feel the weight of it, the scent of copper and lavender mingling faintly in the air, making her stomach turn. Diana sat across from her on the edge of the bed, her posture as effortless as ever, though her sharp gaze missed nothing. The faint glow of the bedside lamp caught the soft sheen of her dark hair, framing her face with calm composure. "I've called for Eliza," Diana said quietly, her voice gentle but firm. "She can help you out of that gown and get you cleaned up." Lucy shook her head, the movement small and stiff. "Not yet." Her gaze dropped to her lap, where her fingers had twisted the fabric of her skirts into knots. "I need to be here in case William needs me." Diana's lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't argue. She smoothed a crease in her own pale dressing gown, watching Lucy carefully as if weighing how best to approach her. Diana said gently, breaking the silence. She gestured to Eliza, who stood waiting near the doorway with a fresh gown draped over her arm. "You'll feel better once you've changed out of that." Lucy shook her head, her voice flat. "I need to see to William." "Lucy." Diana's tone softened, but there was a thread of steel beneath it. She rose and moved to Lucy's side, placing a hand on her shoulder. Your brother is in his room, asleep and being tended to. You can't help him if you collapse from exhaustion or... Her gaze flicked briefly to the bloodstains on Lucy's skirts. If you're haunted by the sight of this every time you move... Lucy's resolve wavered, her grip tightening on the armrests. She hated the thought of leaving William's side, even for a moment. But Diana was right. Her dress clung to her like a shroud, a physical reminder of her brother's injuries and the helplessness that had clawed at her as she tried to stop the bleeding. "I'll only be a moment," she murmured, rising stiffly from her chair. Diana smiled faintly. "I'll hold you to that." She nodded to Eliza, who stepped forward and led Lucy out of the drawing room and into the nearby dressing chamber. The cool water felt like salvation as Lucy splashed it over her face, washing away the blood and tears that had dried on her skin. Eliza worked quickly, unfastening her ruined gown and helping her into a fresh one, a simple muslin dress in soft lavender that was far removed from the finery of her usual wardrobe. As Eliza adjusted the gown's neckline, Lucy caught her reflection in the mirror. Her face was pale, her eyes shadowed and red-rimmed. She looked as fragile as she felt, but there was something else in her expression, something sharp and unyielding. "Thank you, Eliza," she said quietly. The maid nodded and stepped aside as Diana appeared in the doorway. "You look better," Diana said, her tone light but sincere. "More like yourself." Lucy didn't respond. She gathered her skirts and turned back toward the drawing room, her steps purposeful. "I'm going to William," she said firmly. "Of course you are," Diana replied, following close behind. In the stillness of William's room, the faint ticking of the clock was the only sound. Lucy sank into the chair beside his bed, her eyes fixed on his face. His breathing was steady, the lines of pain on his brow softened by sleep. For a long moment, she said nothing. She simply watched him, her thoughts a tangled mess of relief, fear, and guilt. "You should sit down," Diana said quietly, pulling another chair close. She lowered herself into it with practiced grace, her skirts rustling faintly in the silence. "I should have stopped him," Lucy murmured, her voice barely audible. Diana tilted her head, studying her friend. "How could you have stopped him if you didn't even know he'd gone?" "I should have known," Lucy insisted, her fingers tightening in her lap. "I should have seen it coming. He must have been so desperate, and I..." Her voice broke, and she turned away, blinking furiously. "You're not a mind reader, Lucy," Diana said gently. "William made his own choices, foolish as they were. You can't carry the blame for that." Lucy's jaw clenched. "It doesn't matter. I have to get him away from here. As soon as he's strong enough to travel, we're leaving." Diana frowned. "Lucy, that's madness. He needs weeks, months to recover properly. A voyage like that would be dangerous." "And staying here is worse," Lucy shot back, her voice rising slightly. "Don't you see? London isn't safe for him anymore. This," she gestured to William, her hands trembling, "this will happen again. I can't let that happen. I won't." Diana sighed, leaning back in her chair. "And what about you?" she asked quietly. Lucy blinked, startled. "What do you mean?" "You're so focused on William that you're not thinking about yourself." Diana's gaze was steady, her tone calm but probing. "Leaving London, leaving everything, what will that mean for you?" "It doesn't matter," Lucy said firmly. "William's safety is what matters." Diana studied her for a long moment, then smiled faintly. "You're a remarkable woman, Lucy Livingston. Stubborn as a mule, but remarkable all the same." Lucy's lips twitched in a brief, humorless smile. "Thank you, I think." Diana hesitated, then leaned forward slightly. "Can I ask you something?" Lucy raised an eyebrow. "Since when do you ask for permission?" "Fair point," Diana conceded with a small laugh. "Why do you think Marcus was here?" The question caught Lucy off guard, and she froze. "What? This morning," Diana said, her voice careful. "Before dawn. He was here almost immediately after you screamed. Why do you think that is?" Lucy stared at her, her thoughts scrambling for purchase. He must have been nearby. Diana arched a delicate brow. "Nearby? At that hour?" "I don't know," Lucy admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Her mind replayed the moment over and over. The thunder of Marcus's boots on the marble floor, the fear etched into his features, the way he'd moved toward her without hesitation. Diana watched her closely, her expression unreadable. I think you do know, she said softly. Lucy's throat tightened, and she looked away. I can't think about that right now. Of course not, Diana said, her voice tinged with understanding. But one day, you'll have to. Lucy didn't respond. She turned back to William, her resolve hardening once more. Whatever Marcus's reasons, whatever his feelings, none of it mattered. She couldn't afford to think about him. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 21. The heavy oak door of the Radcliffe House Library closed with a soft click as Marcus strode inside, his limp more pronounced in his hurried gait. The room smelled faintly of leather, old paper, and the tang of polished brass. The amber light of the newly risen sun streamed through tall windows, catching the specks of dust that danced in the air. Gabriel sat in one of the high-backed chairs near the hearth, a half-empty brandy snifter cradled lazily in his hand despite the early hour. His dark brows lifted as Marcus poured his own glass and crossed the room to join him. "Brandy before breakfast?" Gabriel asked, his tone dry. "I thought you preferred your vices after noon." Marcus didn't reply, dropping into the chair opposite with a stiffness that betrayed the simmering tension beneath his calm facade. His right knee protested the sudden movement, but he ignored it, focusing instead on the glass in his hand. "What's the word I'm searching for?" Marcus muttered, swirling the amber liquid. "Ah, yes, imbecile. That sums up Lucy's brother quite neatly, don't you think?" Gabriel's lips twitched into a smirk. "I've heard worse descriptors, though to be fair, William seems to have invented entirely new levels of idiocy this time. He could have been killed." Marcus's voice was low, clipped, and dangerous. His hand tightened around the glass. If it had been worse, if he hadn't managed to get away, he exhaled sharply through his nose, the words turning grimmer. Lucy would never have forgiven herself. Gabriel tipped his head in acknowledgement, his expression turning serious. "I admit, the lad's judgment leaves much to be desired, but let's not assume he was entirely without cause." Marcus shot him a flat look. "You're defending him?" "Not defending exactly, merely suggesting we consider the possibility that William didn't set out to destroy his sister's peace of mind. Foolish as he may be, the boy likely thought he could manage." Gabriel swirled his brandy idly, then took a measured sip. "Most men his age still think they're invincible. And clever." "Invincible," Marcus repeated, his tone sharp with disdain. £5,000 in debt to a man like Dalton, and he thought he could manage? He stood abruptly. "Lucy offered her dowry to pay the sum, you know." Gabriel's brows lifted. "Did she?" "Oh, yes," Marcus bit out, his stride jerky as he rounded the table. As if it were her responsibility to clean up his mess. As if draining her dowry would magically prevent William from making the same mistake again in 6 months' time. Gabriel set his glass down with a soft clink, his tone turning practical. "You do realize, of course, that she wouldn't actually have access to those funds? Her dowry is hers in name, but legally it's held in trust until she marries. Only a husband could claim it outright." Marcus's pacing stilled, his hand braced against the edge of the table as he stared at his friend. "I'm well aware." Gabriel tilted his head, watching him closely. "So what does it matter if Lucy offers her dowry? She can't touch it without a husband's approval." A small, wry smile tugged at his lips. "Unless you mean to marry her after all, in which case, problem solved." Marcus's jaw tightened, his voice edged with frustration. "She's already refused to marry me." "Which leaves us with the same question," Gabriel said lightly, though his tone carried an undertone of challenge. "If you won't let her settle this herself, then what's your alternative?" Marcus crossed the room, leaning against the windowsill as his gaze swept over the London streets below. "I could pay it myself." Gabriel arched a brow. "Generous of you, though I imagine Lucy wouldn't see it that way." "She'd refuse," Marcus admitted, his jaw tightening. "She'd see it as charity, or worse, as another attempt to tie her to me." "And perhaps she wouldn't be wrong about the second part," Gabriel countered, his voice calm but pointed. "You wouldn't pay £5,000 for just anyone, Marcus." Marcus exhaled sharply. "It's not about the money. She shouldn't have to suffer because her brother is an idiot. And it's not just her reputation at stake, it's her safety." He turned, his gaze dark with determination. "If paying that sum keeps Dalton away from her and William, it's worth every damned pound." Gabriel studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he leaned back in his chair, his smile faint but approving. Well then, you've decided what needs to be done. Now you just need to convince Lucy it's the right choice. Marcus shook his head, a humorless laugh escaping him. You make it sound so simple. It's not, Gabriel said, his tone softer now. But you've stood by me in worse moments, Marcus. Do you remember Rothbury Abbey? The night Diana packed her bags, ready to leave me for good? Marcus's hand stilled on his glass, his expression unreadable as Gabriel continued. I thought I'd lost her, but you told me to stop wallowing and fight for her, that some things, some people, are worth the risk. I remember, Marcus said gruffly. Good, Gabriel said, because now it's your turn. You can let Lucy leave and spend the rest of your life brooding over what might have been, or you can fight for her. Marcus stayed away from William's room and Lucy for as long as he could, but by late afternoon, he couldn't stay away any longer. The corridor leading to William's room was quiet, the muffled sounds of the awakening household barely audible through the thick walls. Marcus's boots echoed softly against the polished wood floors, each step measured as he approached the half-open door. He had intended to give Lucy space, to let her process the morning's events in her own way, but Gabriel's words still lingered in his mind. You've faced worse odds. Tell her how you feel. But this wasn't about him, not yet. Lucy's world had just been turned upside down, and all he wanted was to make sure she knew she wasn't facing it alone. He paused in the doorway, his gaze falling on the small figure slumped in a chair beside William's bed. Lucy's head was tilted forward, her chin resting on her chest as strands of dark curls fell loose from their pins. She was still wearing the rumpled, blood-smeared gown from earlier, and her hands were clasped tightly in her lap, even in sleep. The sight struck him harder than it should have. The lines of exhaustion etched into her face, the tension still evident in her posture, even in repose. It all spoke to her stubborn refusal to rest, her unyielding need to shoulder burdens far too heavy for one person. Stubborn woman, he muttered under his breath as he stepped into the room. Lucy stirred at the sound of his voice, her eyes fluttering open. For a moment, she looked disoriented, her amber gaze darting around the room before landing on him. Marcus, she said, her voice hoarse with fatigue. She straightened in the chair, brushing a stray curl from her face. What are you doing here? He folded his arms and leaned against the doorframe. You look exhausted. I'm fine, she said quickly, though her pallor and the dark circles under her eyes said otherwise. Marcus's lips pressed into a thin line as he crossed the room. No, you're not. When was the last time you ate? I don't have time for that, Lucy said, her voice sharpening. William is stable, Marcus interrupted gently but firmly. The doctor said he'll recover. Right now, the only thing you're accomplishing by sitting here all day is making yourself ill. Gabriel and Diana are having tea. Go join them. I'm not leaving him. Her chin lifted stubbornly, but her voice wavered. Marcus knelt beside her chair, his gaze level with hers. Lucy, he said softly, the steel in his voice tempered by concern. You've done everything you can for him. Now, let someone else take over. Her eyes filled with unshed tears, and she looked away, biting her lip. I can't, she whispered. I can't leave him. Not after. Her voice broke, and she shook her head. What if something happens while I'm not here? Marcus's chest tightened. He reached out, hesitating for only a moment before covering her trembling hands with his. Nothing's going to happen. I'll stay with him. Her gaze snapped back to his, her brows knitting in confusion. You don't have to do that. I know, he said simply, but I'm going to. I can ring for, have tea and sandwiches brought up. I don't need to. You're going. For a moment, they just stared at each other, the weight of unspoken words pressing down on the room. Then Lucy exhaled shakily, her hands loosening slightly beneath his. Thank you, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Marcus gave her hands a reassuring squeeze before rising to his feet. Go to eat something, wash up, change your clothes, and try to rest, even if it's just for a little while. She hesitated, glancing back at William, who lay pale but peaceful against the pillows. Finally, she nodded, her movements reluctant. I'll be back soon, she murmured, brushing a hand across William's hair before stepping away from the chair. Marcus watched her leave, the tension in his chest easing slightly as the door clicked softly behind her. Then he turned his attention to William, his jaw tightening as he took in the younger man's battered face. "You're damned lucky, you know," he muttered, lowering himself into the chair Lucy had vacated. "If it had been any worse, I'd have throttled you myself for putting her through this." Whatever it took, he would ensure that neither William nor Lucy ever had to face this kind of danger again. He would deal with Dalton, settle the debt, and make certain their names were never uttered in the same breath again. But Lucy. Convincing her was another matter entirely. Marcus let out a slow, heavy breath and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees as his gaze lingered on William's battered face. The bruises stood out stark against pale skin, and the sight twisted something deep in his chest. Anger, guilt, and a fierce, protective instinct warring for dominance. "You don't deserve her, you know?" Marcus muttered, his voice low, as though afraid to disturb the stillness of the room. "She's been cleaning up your messes since you were children, hasn't she? Always stepping in, always putting herself second." His jaw tightened, the words growing sharper as he went on. "You might not realize it yet, but you nearly broke her tonight. She was barely holding herself together when I found her." William didn't stir, the laudanum keeping him in a deep, pain-free sleep. Leaning back in his chair, Marcus gripped the carved wooden arms. "She's going to fight me on this," he continued, his voice softening slightly, though the determination in his tone remained. "She'll try to leave, try to carry the weight of this entire disaster on her own shoulders, just like she always does. But I won't let her, not this time." The words hung in the air, heavier than the silence that followed. Marcus's throat tightened, his chest aching with the weight of emotions he could barely name. "I don't know how to make her see it yet," he admitted, the confession pulling free like a reluctant truth. "That she doesn't have to do this alone. That I—" He broke off, running a hand over his face. His voice dropped to a whisper, almost too quiet to hear, "that I can't let her go." He glanced back at William, the anger in his expression softening into something more complicated. "When you wake up, you're going to tell her exactly what happened with Dalton's men. No lies, no half-truths. She deserves to know what's at stake. And if you don't," his mouth curved into a humorless smile, "well, I'll be sure to explain it to you. Just make it through this," he murmured, "for her sake." Marcus leaned back in the chair, his hand absently brushing against the carved armrest as his gaze settled on William's bruised face. The flickering lamplight cast uneven shadows across the room, softening the sharp edges of his anger, but doing little to quiet the storm in his chest. For now, he would keep watch. Over William, over Lucy, he would protect them both. Because if there was one thing Marcus knew with absolute certainty, it was this: he wouldn't fail her again. Chapter 22. The scent of freshly brewed tea and warm scones filled the Radcliffe House drawing room, a welcome contrast to the tension that had lingered over the house since morning. The Duchess of Radcliffe sat primly in her usual high-backed chair, her quizzing glass dangling from one hand, its chain catching the sunlight streaming through the tall windows. Diana reclined elegantly on a settee, her tea saucer balanced delicately on one knee, while Gabriel occupied the armchair nearest her, his broad frame angled toward the conversation but relaxed. "Scandal, of course, is always an excellent teacher," the Duchess declared, her tone one of absolute authority as she stirred her tea. "But the young rarely listen to its lessons until it's far too late." Gabriel's lips twitched, though he wisely refrained from commenting. Instead, he reached for another sandwich from the tray on the low table between them, ignoring Diana's amused glance. "Well, I think Lucy has learned enough lessons to last a lifetime," Diana said lightly, her smile warm but her tone firm as she looked at her grandmother. The Duchess arched a silver eyebrow. "Perhaps, but lessons, my dear, are rarely enough. Action is required. A young lady's reputation, once tarnished, must be remedied swiftly and decisively." Diana's smile froze for half a second before she covered it with another sip of tea. "I'm sure Lucy will find her own way to manage the situation." "Nonsense," the Duchess replied briskly, setting her cup down with a sharp clink. "It's clear what must be done. She should marry Pembrey." Gabriel nearly choked on his sandwich, though he masked it quickly with a cough and a sip of tea. Diana, less inclined toward subtlety, rolled her eyes. Grandmother? The Duchess ignored her, fixing her quizzing glass on Gabriel. You agree, don't you, Gabriel? A sensible match. Lucy would have his protection, her brother would have stability, and the girl's reputation would be restored. Not to mention that Pembrey is quite taken with her. Gabriel cleared his throat, shooting Diana a warning glance as she opened her mouth to retort. I think, he said carefully, that it's been a trying day for Lucy, and perhaps this isn't the best moment to discuss such matters. Nonsense, the Duchess repeated, waving a hand as though brushing aside his objections. I've lived long enough to know that the best time to address a problem is before it festers. Delaying only complicates matters. And I've lived long enough to know when it's best to hold one's tongue, Gabriel muttered under his breath, earning an amused glance from Diana. Before the conversation could devolve further, the door opened, and Lucy entered, her movements brisk and purposeful. She'd changed into a clean gown, her dark curls pinned back neatly, but the strain of the day was still evident in her pale complexion and the tight set of her mouth. Ah, there you are, the Duchess said, her tone warming slightly. Do sit, my dear. You've had a dreadful morning, but tea always works wonders. Lucy hesitated, her eyes darting to Diana, whose expression was a mix of apology and encouragement. With a reluctant nod, she crossed to the table and took a seat on the edge of the settee, her posture rigid. Diana poured her a cup of tea and handed it over with a sympathetic smile. We were just talking about you. Oh, Lucy said lightly, though her grip on the delicate china tightened. Yes, the Duchess said briskly. I was saying that it might be time to consider Lord Pembrey's offer. Lucy froze, her stomach twisting. His offer? His proposal, the Duchess clarified, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. He's already made it once, and I'm quite certain the offer still stands. It's a practical solution to your current predicament, and frankly, an excellent match. You would do well to consider it. Lucy set her cup down with deliberate care, her hand trembling slightly. I appreciate your concern, Your Grace, she said evenly, but I assure you, I have no intention of accepting such an offer. The Duchess arched an eyebrow. You intend to leave London instead, I presume? Yes, Lucy said, her tone sharpening. As soon as William is well enough to travel, we'll be returning to Boston. That will resolve everything. Resolve everything? The Duchess's tone was incredulous. My dear, your reputation is in tatters. Do you truly believe you can outrun scandal? It will follow you across the Atlantic, and even if it doesn't, you'll face questions and whispers there just as you would here. Lucy's jaw tightened, but she forced her voice to remain steady. I have friends and family in Boston who will understand my choices, and frankly, I don't care what the gossips think. The Duchess gave a faint snort, clearly unimpressed by this line of reasoning, but Gabriel interjected before she could speak again. Perhaps, he said gently, we should leave this discussion for another time. Lucy has been through enough today. Diana gave him a grateful look and turned to Lucy. He's right. You don't need to make any decisions right now. Lucy hesitated, her fingers tightening around the teacup. The warm porcelain offered little comfort as her mind churned with the weight of their words. She took a slow sip, the delicate floral notes of the tea doing nothing to ease the knot forming in her chest. My decision is already made, she said softly, setting the cup back on its saucer with a precision that belied the chaos in her thoughts. Lucy, Diana began, her tone gentler now. Surely you don't have to rush this. No one is forcing you to decide anything today. No one was forcing her, but it hardly felt that way. The Duchess's sharp words echoed in her mind. Reputation in tatters, remedies with haste. They were correct, weren't they? Scandal would follow her, whispering behind every closed door, and yet the idea of solving it by marrying Marcus was untenable, impossible. She reached for a sandwich, her hand trembling slightly as she brought it to her lips. The butter-soft bread and delicate cucumber filling offered no distraction, but she forced herself to take a bite, more for something to do than any real hunger. Across the room, the Duchess's quizzing glass caught the morning light, the chain glittering as it swayed with her movements. Lucy could feel the weight of the older woman's gaze, assessing, calculating. It's not a decision that requires debate, Lucy said after a moment, her voice firmer now. I have to think of William first. He's my responsibility. And what about yourself? Diana asked quietly, her steady gaze meeting Lucy's. Lucy faltered, her fingers brushing against the delicate edge of the sandwich before setting it down on her plate. Myself? She echoed, her tone laced with faint disbelief. I'm not the one who needs protecting. Don't you? Diana's question lingered in the air, soft but unyielding. Lucy straightened in her seat, forcing her expression into one of polite neutrality. Thank you for your concern, she said briskly, her hand shaking just enough to rattle the teacup against the saucer as she set it aside. You should eat something more, Diana urged, concern flickering across her face. Lucy hesitated, then stood abruptly, brushing invisible creases from her skirts. The thought of staying in the room for another moment, under the scrutiny of their well-meaning advice, was unbearable. I'll take it with me, she said, reaching for her plate. The Duchess's sharp intake of breath filled the room like a cannon shot. Take it with you? Yes, Lucy said simply, her tone unflinching as she balanced her tea saucer atop the plate. I can eat while I sit with William. The Duchess blinked, her lips parting as though to protest such impropriety, but Lucy didn't give her the chance. Thank you for the tea, Lucy added, her voice tight as she moved toward the door. Please excuse me. The gasps of the Duchess and the faint sound of Diana suppressing a laugh followed Lucy into the corridor. She paused just outside the door, drawing a deep, steadying breath. Her hands tightened on the plate and saucer as she began to walk, her steps quick and purposeful, but her mind raced with uncertainty. Diana's words echoed in her thoughts. What about yourself? Lucy swallowed hard, brushing the thought aside as she climbed the stairs. No, this wasn't about her. It never had been. William needed her, and if she didn't leave London as soon as possible, he would only face more danger. That was all that mattered, wasn't it? Marcus hadn't left. That was the first thought that flickered to life in Lucy's mind as she blinked awake, her neck stiff from falling asleep in the chair. She shifted slightly, her fingers brushing the edge of the blanket draped across her lap, a blanket she hadn't fetched for herself. Her gaze lifted, catching on the figure slumped in the chair opposite her. Marcus. For a moment, she just stared. His head rested against the high back of the chair, his arms folded tightly across his chest as if even in sleep, he refused to let his guard down completely. The faint scruff lining his jaw made him look almost rugged, softening the usual hard lines of his face. 3 days of growth. 3 days where he'd been here, day and night, watching over William, watching over her. Lucy's heart gave an uncomfortable twist. She hadn't asked him to stay. In fact, she'd half expected him to vanish after the first day, retreating to some nobleman's excuse about urgent matters requiring his attention. But he hadn't. He'd stayed through every quiet hour and every moment of uncertainty. Her eyes lingered on the broad span of his shoulders, the way his chest rose and fell in a slow, steady rhythm. The man had fought in wars, carried wounds both visible and hidden, and yet here he was, sitting vigil over a family that wasn't his. She couldn't look away. For all his infuriating stubbornness, his arrogant assumptions, and his maddening ability to push her buttons, Marquess Pembrey had a way of surprising her, of stepping in when no one else would, and worse, of making her wonder what it would feel like to lean on him just once. The thought sent a flicker of heat rushing to her cheeks. She dragged her gaze away, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of the blanket. It wasn't just gratitude that knotted her chest, and that realization unsettled her more than anything else. A soft groan broke the silence, pulling her attention back to the bed. "William?" she whispered, her voice catching as she shot to her feet, the blanket slipping to the floor. Her brother's eyes fluttered open, his face pale and drawn against the pillows. The grogginess of laudanum lingered in his gaze, but the sharp flicker of awareness beneath it sent her pulse skittering. "Lucy?" His voice was hoarse, his brows pulling together in confusion. "What?" He winced, his hand twitching toward his side. "Don't move," she said quickly, her hand hovering just above his arm. Relief surged through her chest, warring with the knot of fear still lodged firmly in her throat. "You're safe. The doctor said you need to rest." Across the room, Marcus stirred. The soft creak of the chair as he sat up fully made William's gaze flick toward him, his confusion deepening. "You're still here?" William croaked, his voice rough with disbelief. Marcus's expression was grim, his focus sharpening like a blade. Where else would I be? Lucy glanced between them, her heart hammering as the weight of William's injuries settled over her once again. She opened her mouth to speak, but William's eyes widened, panic slicing through his grogginess. "How long?" he rasped, struggling to sit up despite the obvious pain lancing through him. "How long have I been out?" "William, lie back," Lucy pleaded, her hands pressing gently against his shoulders. "You're going to hurt yourself?" 3 days, Marcus said evenly, cutting through the rising tension. William froze, his breath hitching audibly. His gaze darted between Lucy and Marcus, his expression crumbling into something raw and panicked. 3 days, yes, Marcus confirmed, his tone sharp but controlled. "You've been unconscious since you came back that morning. The doctor gave you laudanum to keep you resting." William's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. 3 days? That's half the time. What are you talking about? Lucy asked, her voice pitching with worry. William's hands gripped the blanket, his knuckles whitening. "They said I had a week. Dalton's men." His voice broke, panic spilling into his words as he turned to Marcus. "They'll come for her. They'll come for Lucy." Chapter 23. Marcus's hand tightened on the arm of the chair, his gaze fixed on William's pale, battered face. "They'll come for her," William rasped, his voice raw and shaky. "They'll come for Lucy." Lucy stiffened in her chair beside the bed, her hands gripping the edge of the cushion. "William, don't," she said sharply, but her voice betrayed the tremor beneath her resolve. "You don't need to worry about me. Just focus on getting well." William turned his head toward her, his eyes heavy with regret and panic. "You don't understand. They said they'd follow us, even to Boston." He shifted against the pillows, groaning as his ribs protested the movement. "Dalton's men said there's nowhere we can hide." Lucy's mouth opened, but no sound came out. She sat frozen, her face pale as the weight of William's words sank in. Marcus, however, pushed forward, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "What exactly did they say, William?" he demanded, his tone sharp but controlled. "Be specific." William's gaze darted to Marcus, his expression tight with guilt. "They said they'd come for her if I didn't pay, hurt her." His throat worked as he swallowed hard. "And if we tried to flee, if I thought running to Boston would save us, they'd find us there too." He dragged in a ragged breath. "They said Dalton's reach stretches across the Atlantic." Lucy finally found her voice, though it came out in a strained whisper. "They're bluffing," she said, shaking her head as if to convince herself. "They can't possibly mean that. Once we're gone, we'll be out of their grasp." "They're not bluffing." William's voice broke as he turned to her. "Lucy, they were serious. I've never seen men like that before. They meant every word." Marcus's jaw tightened, the anger simmering beneath the surface, threatening to boil over. He wanted to pace, to throw something, to punch the nearest wall, but he forced himself to stay calm. Lucy needed steadiness, not more chaos. "Lucy," Marcus said, his voice steady but firm, "this isn't just about escaping. Dalton's men have shown they're willing to resort to violence. Do you think they'll hesitate if they believe William hasn't paid his debt?" Lucy shot him a glare, her amber eyes flashing with defiance. "I can take care of myself. I've managed perfectly well before." "You've never dealt with men like Dalton," Marcus countered, his tone low and unyielding. "This isn't Boston society or a business negotiation. These are criminals, Lucy. Dangerous ones." Her hands tightening into fists in her lap. "Then what do you suggest, Marcus? That we stay here and wait for them to come after us?" "No," Marcus said. "I suggest we deal with Dalton here and now. Running will only make things worse." Lucy shook her head, standing abruptly as her chair scraped against the floor. "I won't let my brother's mistakes drag you, or anyone else, into this. William and I will leave as soon as he's able." "You think running will solve this?" Marcus's voice rose, his frustration breaking through. He stood to face her, his broad shoulders and towering frame making the space between them feel even smaller. "You're putting yourself in even more danger by leaving London. At least here I can protect you." "I don't need your protection," Lucy shot back, her voice shaking with a mixture of anger and desperation. "Yes, you do," Marcus said, his tone quieter now, but no less resolute. "And so does William. You think you're doing what's best, but you're walking straight into the lion's den." William groaned softly from the bed, drawing both their attention. "He's right," he muttered, his voice weak but firm. "Lucy, you can't leave. They said they'd hurt you, hurt the family. I believe them. They'll find us, no matter where we go." Lucy's breath hitched, and she looked down at him, her anger melting into fear and heartbreak. "William, you're in no condition to fret over me. We'll figure something out. We always do." "You don't understand," William said, his voice cracking. "This isn't like before. These men don't care about rules or decency. They don't care about Boston or England or anything else. They'll destroy you, Lucy. They'll destroy all of us." The room fell into a tense silence, William's words hanging in the air like a storm cloud. Finally, Marcus broke the quiet, his voice low but unyielding. "You're not leaving, Lucy. Not until this is dealt with." She turned to him, her expression torn between defiance and vulnerability. "And what would you have me do, Marcus? Wait for Dalton to come knocking? Wait for him to decide we're not worth the trouble after all?" "No," Marcus said, his dark eyes meeting hers with unflinching determination. "I'll handle Dalton. I'll make sure he understands that neither you nor your brother are to be touched, ever." Lucy blinked, her lips parting as if to argue, but she couldn't find the words. The strength in Marcus's voice, the certainty in his gaze, it shook something loose in her, something she wasn't ready to face. Before she could respond, William's pained voice cut through the tension once more. "Lucy, promise me you'll listen to him, please." Lucy stared at her brother, her heart a battlefield between anguish and fierce determination. William's battered face, the bruises darkening beneath his eyes, and the tremor in his voice were all too much. He needed peace, not an argument. Marcus was right. This wasn't the time to push him, not when he was in such pain. She drew in a deep breath, forcing calm into her tone. "Fine," she said, her voice tight but steady. "We'll stay, at least until you're well enough to travel." Marcus's dark eyes narrowed, his suspicion evident. "You'll stay," he repeated, his voice low. Lucy's lips pressed into a thin line, but she nodded. "Yes, but only if William takes his medicine and rests as the doctor ordered." She turned to her brother, her brows arching pointedly. "That's the deal. No arguments." William groaned, his hand half lifting in protest. "Lucy, I don't need." "You do," she interrupted, her voice firm with an authority that brooked no opposition. "And I won't have you making your injuries worse. If I'm staying, you're staying in bed and doing as the doctor instructed. That means taking your laudanum." Marcus watched the exchange silently, his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze flickering between them. He didn't trust how quickly Lucy had agreed, but for now, he held his tongue. Her priority was clearly getting William to comply, and Marcus wasn't about to argue if it meant the younger man would finally rest. William exhaled heavily, slumping back into the pillows. "Fine," he grumbled, his tone petulant but resigned. "If it'll keep you from hovering like a mother hen, I'll take the damned medicine." Lucy's lips curved into a fleeting, weary smile as she poured the prescribed dose into a small spoon. She held it out to William, her hands steady even as her exhaustion threatened to drag her down. "Good. Now take it." With a reluctant grimace, William swallowed the bitter liquid, his face twisting in distaste. "Ugh, that's vile." "It's supposed to be," Lucy replied, her voice tinged with dry humor. "The worse it tastes, the better it works." Marcus couldn't help the faint twitch of his lips at her comment, though his focus remained on Lucy. She still looked pale, the strain of the day etched into her face. "I need a moment," Lucy said abruptly, setting the laudanum bottle back on the bedside table. She smoothed her skirts, avoiding Marcus's gaze. "To collect myself, you'll stay with him?" "Yes," Marcus said firmly, his eyes locking on hers. She nodded, her expression neutral, though there was a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "Good. He'll likely drift off soon." Without waiting for a response, she turned and left the room, the soft click of the door echoing in the silence that followed. Marcus watched her go, his chest tightening with unease. Something wasn't right. The way she'd agreed so easily, the tension in her shoulders, it didn't sit well with him. But for now, his focus had to remain on William. He turned back to find the younger man blinking sluggishly, the effects of the laudanum already pulling at him. Marcus leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. You need to tell me exactly what happened that night, William. Everything. William relayed every detail to Marcus in halting words, his voice rough with fatigue. I thought I could fix it. Thought I could win the money back. His hand twitched weakly against the sheets, his face pale and drawn. Marcus remained still, his jaw tightening. But you didn't. No, William admitted, shame and frustration lacing his voice. Lost it all, and after Dalton's men, they took me into the alley behind the hell, said they'd hurt her, Lucy, said they'd find us in Boston if I tried to run, that Dalton could reach across the ocean if he had to. The slow burn of fury ignited in Marcus's chest, spreading like wildfire. His hands curled into fists as his voice dropped to a dangerous calm. They laid hands on you and threatened your sister? William nodded, the movement barely perceptible. Said I had 1 week, or they'd make good on it. Can't let them hurt her. You won't let her try to fix this, will you? Marcus's throat tightened, his tone leaving no room for argument. No, William, I won't let her. But instead of looking reassured, William gave a faint, bitter laugh, his gaze unfocused. You think she'll listen? Lucy's been solving problems her whole life. It's what she does. Marcus frowned, his voice sharpening. What's that supposed to mean? William's lips quirked, the faintest trace of a smile ghosting over his face. She has a knack, you see, but it's always messy first. You ever hear about the time I fell into the Charles River? Marcus blinked at the unexpected shift, his brows lifting. I can't say I have. It was her fault, he said, his voice lightening despite the weariness. It was her kite, you see, a bright red one with this ridiculous tail she'd insisted on tying ribbons to. Said it was too plain otherwise. Despite himself, Marcus felt his lips twitch with faint amusement. Go on. She warned me to stay away from the edge, William continued, his words slurring slightly as the laudanum began its slow pull. But I was too busy chasing the stupid thing. It dipped over the river, caught in the wind, and I leaned too far. Next thing I knew, splash! He made a faint motion with his hand, mimicking the fall. Cold water, everywhere. Could have floated all the way to Boston Harbor. And Lucy? Marcus asked, his voice softening as he watched William's tired expression. Lucy didn't even hesitate, William said with a quiet chuckle. Tossed off her bonnet and waded right in after me. Dragged me out like I was a sack of potatoes. Ruined her best dress, of course. Father was furious. And why was that? William's grin widened faintly, his eyes drifting closed. Because she was the one flying the damned kite in the first place. Marcus gave a low laugh despite himself. The image of a young Lucy charging into the river, heedless of propriety, both endearing and entirely unsurprising. The humor faded as William's voice grew quieter. But the cold seeped into my lungs. Fever set in. Doctor didn't think I'd make it. His breath hitched slightly. But Lucy, she never left my side. Sat with me for days, nights too. Wouldn't let me go. She never gives up. Not on anyone. Marcus's chest tightened, the light-hearted moment eclipsed by William's words. She'll try? Pembrey, William murmured, his voice barely audible as he slipped into sleep. Even if it costs her everything, you have to keep her safe, even from herself. As William's breathing slowed, his features relaxing into the heavy pull of laudanum-induced sleep, Marcus remained seated. The room was silent, save for the faint rustle of the curtains and the soft sounds of the household waking beyond the door. Yet in Marcus's chest, a storm raged. Lucy had spent her life fighting battles that weren't hers, protecting those she loved with a ferocity that knew no limits. She would charge into hell itself if she thought it would save her brother. And now Marcus understood why. She'd almost lost William once, and the weight of that near loss had shaped her every decision since. He pictured her as a young girl, wading into the freezing Charles River without hesitation, dragging her brother to safety. How old must she have been? Heavens, a child herself. The thought hit Marcus like a ton of stones. Lucy blamed herself for the kite, for the fall, for everything. She'd never moved past it, never forgiven herself. And now, where William was concerned, reason didn't stand a chance against her relentless determination to protect him. Marcus's chest tightened as another face filled his mind, James, his older brother, his anchor, the man he'd looked up to all his life, the one who had taken on the weight of the title, so Marcus didn't have to. James had been everything Marcus wasn't, patient, even-tempered, endlessly dependable. And then, in the span of a single brutal moment, he was gone. The memory of that night hit Marcus with fresh force. The sound of hooves on slick cobblestones, the snap of the reins, the crash that had torn through the stillness. James's life had been snuffed out in an instant, and in the same breath, Marcus had inherited a title he'd never wanted. The helplessness that had gripped him then threatened to rear its head now, but he shoved it aside. William was still alive. There was still time. And if Marcus had anything to say about it, Lucy wouldn't lose him, not the way Marcus had lost James. He exhaled slowly, his resolve hardening. She could charge into hell if she wanted, but this time he'd be there to pull her back before the flames could touch her. Chapter 24. Lucy paced the length of her room, the soft carpet muffling her steps. Her thoughts swirled in relentless circles, each one tighter and more suffocating than the last. She couldn't sit idle any longer, waiting for someone else to solve the problem, or worse, for the danger to grow closer. No, this was her burden, and she'd shoulder it like she always had. Her gaze fell on the traveling cloak hanging from the hook near the wardrobe, its dark fabric almost blending into the shadows of the room. Pulling her lower lip between her teeth, she made her decision. She reached for the cloak, the weight of it familiar as she swept it around her shoulders. Tying the ribbon at her neck with deft fingers, she glanced at her reflection in the looking glass. The hood would obscure her features well enough, especially at this hour. Few people wandered the streets late in the evening, and those who did were too preoccupied with their own affairs to spare her a second glance. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but her movements were steady as she retrieved her reticule, its coins clinking faintly with each step toward the door. Her brother's battered face lingered in her mind's eye, every bruise a stark reminder of why she had to do this. Dalton had to be dealt with, once and for all. Lucy eased the door open, her breath catching as the hinges gave a faint groan. She froze, straining her ears for any sign of movement from the corridor beyond. Silence. She slipped into the hallway, the plush runner muffling her footsteps as she made her way toward the servants' stairs at the back of the house. The narrow staircase smelled faintly of soap and candle wax, the air cool and still. She descended quickly, her hand trailing along the wooden rail for balance as the darkness deepened around her. At the bottom, she hesitated, peering through the small door that opened onto the alleyway behind Radcliffe House. The faint glow of street lanterns illuminated the quiet road, the city settling into the stillness of night. Pulling the hood of her cloak up over her hair, Lucy stepped outside, the chill of the air biting against her skin. Her breath fogged in the faint light as she turned and began walking purposefully toward the main thoroughfare. The clatter of an approaching hackney drew her attention, and she raised her hand to hail the driver, her pulse quickening. The cab slowed to a stop beside her, the driver leaning down to peer at her from his perch. "Where to, miss?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. Lucy hesitated. "Lord Dalton's townhouse," she said, forcing her voice to remain steady. "Do you know the way?" The driver scratched his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Aye, I know it. Very well, miss. Hop in." Relief coursed through her as she climbed into the cab, settling herself on the worn leather seat. The door creaked shut behind her, and the driver urged the horse forward, the wheels clattering against the cobblestones as they began their journey. Lucy exhaled slowly as she stared out the window. The darkened streets of London passed in a blur, her resolve hardening with every turn of the wheels. She would offer her dowry, plead if she must, and see this debt paid. To protect William, she would do it. There was no other choice. Marcus paused outside Lucy's chamber, his hand hovering over the doorknob. He exhaled sharply, the weight of the past hours pressing hard against his chest. How did it come to this? He'd faced battles with clearer solutions than this mess. Dalton's threats, William's recklessness, Lucy's unyielding determination to take everything on herself, none of it gave him any foothold. But Lucy, she was the key to this. If he could just get her to listen, to understand, he could stop this madness before it spiraled even further out of control. He could protect her if she'd only let him. He knocked lightly, his knuckles barely brushing the wood. "Lucy?" His voice was calm but laced with urgency. No response. Frowning, he tried again, louder this time. "Lucy, it's Marcus. We need to talk." Silence. His unease began to twist into frustration. He hadn't come here to wait passively while she made another ill-advised decision. Turning the knob, he pushed the door open slowly, stepping into the quiet, dim room. The bed was untouched, the coverlet still perfectly smooth. His gaze swept the room, sharp and searching, catching on the small details that didn't add up. Her gloves left folded neatly on the vanity, a few stray hairpins scattered beside them. "Lucy?" he called again, his voice tighter now. He crossed to the bed, brushing his hand over the cool, undisturbed surface of the blanket. She hadn't been here, not for hours. He turned toward the window, pausing at the faint chill of air seeping through the small gap between the shutters. A storm was brewing, not in the skies, but in his chest. "Where the hell are you?" he muttered under his breath. Marcus paced the room, every muscle in his body wound tight. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. He'd come here prepared to reason with her, to make her see that she didn't have to shoulder everything on her own. He'd wanted to offer her something solid, something that might help ease the burden she carried. And now, faced with the empty room, the thought of leaving without having that conversation sat heavy in his chest. He stopped abruptly, his hand gripping the edge of her vanity as he caught sight of his reflection in the small mirror. Calm down. Think. The Duchess was probably keeping Lucy occupied with tea or advice she didn't want. Or maybe Diana had whisked her away for a walk in the garden to clear her head. Lucy wasn't a woman who could disappear without leaving a trail, except perhaps from him. The thought sent a strange pang through him. He straightened, stepping out into the hall with determined strides. She had to be somewhere. And if she wouldn't talk to him willingly, he'd find her and make her. Marcus descended the staircase at a pace just short of a jog, his steps echoing in the silent corridors of Radcliffe House. His jaw was set, his hands clenched at his sides as if bracing for battle. He needed to find Lucy. Now. When he stepped into the drawing room, the low hum of conversation halted, 3 pairs of eyes turning toward him. The Duchess of Radcliffe, seated regally on the settee, tilted her head in that sharp, calculating way she had. Diana and Gabriel were seated near the hearth, Gabriel's expression mild, while Diana's brows lifted in quiet concern. "Marcus," Diana's voice was soft, but there was a note of apprehension in it. "Where is Lucy?" he asked, his tone clipped. The Duchess arched an eyebrow. "I assume she's with William. Why?" Marcus looked around the room, as if expecting her to appear from the shadows. "She's not, and she is not in her chambers." "She's been through a great deal," Diana offered gently. "Perhaps she simply needs some time to herself." "I don't have time to wait for her to collect herself," Marcus said, his frustration bleeding through. "I need to talk to her. She's hell-bent on solving this problem on her own, and if I don't convince her to let me help—" He broke off, raking a hand through his hair. The Duchess sat forward slightly, her sharp gaze narrowing on him. "Convince her? I take it this has something to do with the situation you were discussing earlier." Marcus hesitated for only a second before answering. "William woke earlier this evening. He was groggy from the laudanum, but lucid enough to tell me what Dalton's men said. They threatened Lucy. They threatened her family in Boston. They said they'd find her anywhere, that Dalton's reach extends across the Atlantic." His voice was rough, the words laced with suppressed fury. "I won't let that bastard lay a hand on her." The room froze. Diana's face drained of color, her hand flying to her mouth. The Duchess's fan paused mid-tap against her palm, her expression hardening into something like steel. Gabriel's easy demeanor shattered, his eyes narrowing with a ferocity Marcus rarely saw. "Threatened Lucy?" Diana's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with disbelief. "Good God." The Duchess's lips pressed into a thin, unforgiving line. "Dalton's men dared to threaten her?" she repeated, each word clipped and icy. Her fan snapped shut with a sharp crack. "This will not stand." Gabriel surged to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "What else did they say?" he demanded, his tone hard and sharp as flint. "Did they give details? Or was it just more posturing from cowards who think violence makes them powerful?" Marcus met his gaze steadily. "They didn't just posture, Gabriel. They were specific. They told William they'd find Lucy. They threatened to hurt her and her family." His jaw clenched. William believed them, and I do too. Gabriel's expression darkened further, his hands curling into fists at his sides. This isn't just about money anymore. Dalton's made it personal. Diana looked to Marcus, her eyes wide with fear and urgency. We have to do something. If Lucy knows this. She knows, Marcus interrupted firmly. William told her, but she has no idea how far Dalton is willing to go. The Duchess stood abruptly, the commanding presence of a general rallying her troops. If she's not in her chambers, Marcus, where is she? I don't know, he admitted, the unease in his chest coiling tighter. That's why I need to find her. Gabriel's gaze locked on his. What's the plan, then? The plan, Marcus said firmly, is to ensure Lucy doesn't put herself in harm's way trying to settle this on her own. I'll handle Dalton myself. The Duchess's eyes narrowed, her fan snapping open again with a decisive flick. And how exactly do you intend to handle him, Lord Pembrey? With your fists? Or perhaps you're planning a duel at dawn? Marcus shot her a hard look. I intend to settle the debt. Dalton will take the money, and he will leave Lucy and her brother alone. But a duel? Absolutely not, Diana interjected sharply. There will be no calling him out. Do you understand me, Marcus? I will not make promises, Marcus said, his voice dark and unyielding. Ah, the Duchess's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. And I assume your offer of marriage still stands? Diana glanced between them, her brows rising, while Gabriel took a measured sip of his drink, his eyes steady on Marcus. Marcus stiffened. Of course it stands, he said, his voice quieter but no less resolute. The Duchess leaned back, folding her hands in her lap. Good, because I see no better way to protect her than to marry her. Surely even Lucy can see the sense in it. Gabriel chuckled dryly. You do realize Lucy is as likely to agree to that as she is to sprout wings and fly, not unless you tell her. A look of delight flashed across Diana's face. Tell what exactly? Marcus was done answering questions. I will. Make her see reason, the Duchess said crisply, as though the matter were already decided. Marcus's lips tightened. That's what I've been trying to do since the moment I found out about William's debts. But Lucy, he broke off, shaking his head. Lucy has a way of making even the most practical solutions feel like battles to the death. You admire that about her, Diana said softly, her gaze warm. I do, Marcus admitted, his voice rough. But it won't save her from Dalton. I have to stop this before it goes any further. Then perhaps, the Duchess said, her tone thoughtful, a discussion with Lord Dalton is in order. Diana's head snapped toward her. You think he should go to Lord Dalton directly? I think, the Duchess said with deliberate calm, that Dalton is a man who understands strength. Marcus, show him yours. Her sharp gaze softened slightly. But don't go alone. Gabriel was already setting down his glass. I'll come with you. That's not necessary, Marcus began, but Gabriel cut him off with a raised hand. It wasn't a request, Gabriel said lightly, though his eyes gleamed with a quiet determination. You might be a stubborn bastard, but even you aren't fool enough to face a man like Dalton alone. Marcus exhaled sharply, but gave a curt nod. Fine. Gabriel moved toward the door, already shrugging on his coat with practiced ease. Shall we, then? Marcus hesitated for a fraction of a second, his gaze sweeping the room one last time. The flickering firelight played across the Duchess's composed features, Diana's worried expression, and Gabriel's determined stance. If Lucy... He stopped, his throat tightening. If she takes matters into her own hands. She will, Diana interrupted quietly, her hands knotting in her skirts. Her voice trembled, but her eyes held steady. She always does. The Duchess rose with the air of someone ready to command an army. Then find her before she makes a mistake. Dalton will be expecting strength, Lord Pembrey, not hesitation. Chapter 25. The hired hackney came to a rattling halt before a townhouse nestled on a narrow, shadowed street. Lucy's heart beat erratically in her chest as she peered out the small window, taking in the imposing facade of Lord Dalton's residence. The house stood out even in the dim evening light, its black iron gates gleaming under the faint glow of gas lanterns. Ivy crept up the pale stone walls, its jagged tendrils like grasping hands clawing at the darkened windows. She hesitated, her fingers trembling as she clutched her cloak tighter. For the first time since leaving Radcliffe House, doubt whispered in her mind. The plan she'd constructed on the way here. simple, direct, and in hindsight foolish, now felt laughably naive in the face of Dalton's opulent fortress. But there was no turning back. William needed her, and if she had to beg, bargain, or sacrifice everything she had, she would see this through. Squaring her shoulders, Lucy stepped out of the carriage, the cobblestones slick beneath her boots. The cold evening air bit at her cheeks as she paid the driver, taking a deep breath despite the storm raging inside her. "Will you be needing me to wait, miss?" the driver asked, his gaze flicking to the shadowy townhouse with thinly veiled unease. "No," Lucy replied firmly, though her stomach twisted as the words left her mouth. She couldn't afford to have anyone else involved in this, least of all a hackney driver who might gossip about her whereabouts. The wheels clattered away behind her, leaving Lucy alone on the deserted street. She pulled up the hood of her cloak and strode toward the gate, her gloved hands fumbling with the latch before pushing it open with a creak that echoed like a warning. When she reached the door, her knuckles rapped against the heavy wood with more force than she intended. The sound reverberated in the stillness. She drew in a sharp breath and straightened her spine, channeling every ounce of Livingston resolve she possessed. The door swung open to reveal a butler who, for all his practiced composure, raised an eyebrow at the sight of her. His gaze traveled quickly over her cloak and gloved hands, lingering a moment too long on her boots, which bore faint traces of mud from her hurried journey. "Good evening," Lucy said, her voice calm but firm. "I wish to speak with Lord Dalton." The butler's expression barely shifted, but something in his eyes sharpened, as if weighing her presence against the late hour. "His lordship does not typically receive visitors at this time of night," he said evenly. Lucy ignored the subtle dismissal. She reached into the small reticule tied to her wrist and withdrew a card, holding it out with an air of authority. "It's a matter of some urgency. Please inform him that Miss Livingston requests an audience." The butler hesitated, the faintest flicker of surprise crossing his face at her name. His gloved hand took the card reluctantly, his movements measured. "Very well, if you would step inside." Relief swept through her, though it was short-lived as she crossed the threshold. The door closed behind her with a weighty finality that sent a shiver down her spine. The foyer was vast and dimly lit, the polished marble floors reflecting the soft glow of a single chandelier overhead. A cold draft snaked through the space, carrying with it the faint scent of cigar smoke and something sharper, perhaps brandy. The walls were lined with dark wood paneling, interrupted only by an oversized oil painting of a hunting scene. The bloodied carcass of a stag loomed in the center, its glassy eyes eerily lifelike. "Wait here," the butler instructed, his tone clipped. He disappeared down a hallway, leaving Lucy alone in the cavernous silence. Her breath came quicker as her gaze darted around the space, taking in every detail. The house felt oppressive, its grandeur laced with a quiet menace. She resisted the urge to pace, her hands fidgeting with the edges of her cloak. What would Dalton say? Would he laugh her out of his home or dismiss her outright? Worse, would he even listen to her plea? When the butler reappeared, his expression was unreadable. "His lordship will see you now, this way." Lucy followed him deeper into the townhouse, her boots clicking against the marble in a steady rhythm that belied the erratic pounding of her heart. They passed several closed doors, each one a mystery that only added to her building sense of unease. Finally, they stopped before a set of double doors, their ornate carvings hinting at the room's importance. The butler opened one door and stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. "His lordship is within." Lucy swallowed hard and stepped inside, the warmth of the room enveloping her like a trap. The parlor was a stark contrast to the cold austerity of the rest of the house. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the rich burgundy wallpaper and plush furnishings. A faint haze of cigar smoke lingered in the air, curling toward the high ceiling. At the center of it all, seated casually in a leather armchair, was Lord Dalton. He rose as she entered, his movements fluid and deliberate. His dark hair was neatly combed, his attire impeccable, but it was his eyes that drew her attention, a sharp, gleaming blue that seemed to see far too much. His lips curved into a smile, but it lacked any true warmth. "Miss Livingston," he said smoothly, his voice as polished as the room around him. What an unexpected pleasure. Lucy's resolve hardened as she stepped forward, meeting his gaze head-on despite the chill that ran down her spine. "Lord Dalton," she said, "thank you for seeing me on such short notice." Dalton gestured toward a nearby settee, his smile widening fractionally. "Please, sit. You've piqued my curiosity." Lucy hesitated for the briefest moment before taking the offered seat. Her hands tightened around the folds of her cloak as she settled in, her pulse thundering in her ears. Dalton returned to his chair, his movements unhurried as he sank into the leather with complete control. He took up the crystal glass on the table beside him, swirling the amber liquid within, as if the visit of a young woman to his home late at night was the most ordinary thing in the world. "I must confess, Miss Livingston," Dalton began, his voice carrying a silken edge, "when my butler said I had a caller at this hour, I didn't expect, well, you." Lucy straightened her back, keeping her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The firelight danced across Dalton's face, highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw and the faint smirk that played at the corner of his lips. "Desperate times call for desperate measures," she replied, her tone cool and measured, despite the tension thrumming through her. His smile deepened, his gaze sweeping over her in a way that made her skin crawl. "Indeed, and I can only assume your presence here is tied to the rather unfortunate circumstances surrounding your brother." Lucy's jaw tightened, but she refused to rise to the bait. "You're correct. I'm here to discuss William's debt." Dalton leaned back in his chair, cradling his glass as though it were a cherished possession. "Ah, yes. £5,000, if I recall correctly. Quite the sum for a young man to gamble away, though I suppose it's not entirely surprising given his inclinations." Lucy's fists clenched in her lap, but her expression remained neutral. "Whatever inclinations you believe my brother has, they're irrelevant. I'm here to see the debt resolved." Dalton chuckled softly, the sound low and rich, like a predator amused by its prey. "And how, pray tell, do you propose to resolve it, Miss Livingston? Has your brother suddenly come into a fortune I'm unaware of?" Her heart pounded. "No, but I'm willing to settle the debt on his behalf." His eyes narrowed slightly, the smile never leaving his face. "How generous of you. And how, may I ask, do you intend to pay such a significant sum? Surely not with funds of your own, unless—" He tilted his head, studying her with a calculating air. "You mean to offer your dowry?" Lucy's breath hitched, but she nodded. "Yes, my dowry is substantial, and it should more than cover the debt." Dalton's smile sharpened, his gaze gleaming with something dark and dangerous. "A tempting offer, Miss Livingston. But as you're no doubt aware, a dowry isn't something a young lady can access herself. It would require a husband to claim it, unless, of course, you are offering me your hand as well." Lucy's stomach twisted, but she held her ground. "I understand that perfectly. I'm certain there are arrangements that can be made, legal agreements that would allow you to claim the amount owed without complications." Dalton set his glass down on the table with a deliberate clink, leaning forward slightly. The firelight cast eerie shadows across his face, emphasizing the sharpness of his cheekbones and the glint of his teeth as he smiled. "Oh, Miss Livingston, you underestimate the complexity of such matters. And besides," his voice dropped, the mockery in it unmistakable, "where would be the fun in that?" Lucy's pulse thundered in her ears, but she would not let her fear show. "I'm not here to amuse you, Lord Dalton. I'm here to ensure my brother's safety. Name your terms, and I will meet them." For a moment, Dalton said nothing, his piercing gaze locked on hers. The room felt oppressively silent, the crackle of the fire the only sound breaking the tension. Finally he stood, his movements smooth and deliberate as he stepped closer. "You're a brave woman, Miss Livingston." His voice was low, almost admiring. "But bravery, I'm afraid, doesn't count for much in my world." Lucy tensed as he stopped just a step away. A cold dread washed over Lucy as he stopped inches from her face, his height menacing, his eyes like chips of ice. "I'll admit, your offer intrigues me," Dalton continued, his tone soft but edged with steel. "But I must wonder, what guarantee do I have that you'll follow through, that your brother won't simply run off when you leave here tonight?" Lucy's throat tightened, the weight of his scrutiny pressing down on her like a physical force. "You have my word," she said, her voice steady despite the fear curling in her chest. "Your word," Dalton repeated. He rose from his chair in one fluid motion, his tall frame casting a long shadow that seemed to stretch toward her. Your word is worth about as much as a gambler's coin, easily spent and rarely reliable. Lucy fought to maintain her composure as he took a measured step toward her. The space between them felt oppressively small now, the firelight glinting off his sharp features. She rose from the settee, unwilling to remain seated while he loomed over her. "As I've stated, my dowry is substantial, Lord Dalton," she said firmly. "You'll have your money, and this will all be over. There's no reason to drag this out further." Dalton chuckled, a low, mirthless sound. "No reason, you say? You're quite bold for someone bargaining on borrowed time." His hand lifted, the gesture deceptively casual as he brushed an imaginary speck of dust from his sleeve. "But tell me, Miss Livingston, why should I take your word over, say a signature on a contract? Or better yet—" His voice dipped lower, his smile twisting into something darker. "A husband's claim to your dowry." Lucy stiffened, the insinuation behind his words hitting like a slap. Her heart thundered in her chest, but she kept her voice even. "I'm here to settle my brother's debt, not to entertain crude suggestions." Dalton's eyes narrowed, his gaze cutting through the feigned civility. He took another step closer, his presence suffocating. "Crude, you say? You misunderstand me. I'm merely pointing out the reality of your position." His voice softened, but the menace within it was unmistakable. "A young woman, unaccompanied, arriving at my door in the dead of night to negotiate. What would society make of that, I wonder?" Lucy's pulse quickened as he closed the remaining distance between them. His hand brushed against her arm, lightly, but enough to make her skin crawl. She jerked back instinctively, her breath hitching. "Don't touch me," she said sharply, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to sound resolute. Dalton's smile widened, his expression darkly amused. "You're trembling, Miss Livingston. Surely you're not afraid? After all, you're the one who came here unbidden." Her back hit the edge of the settee, cutting off her retreat as he leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low murmur. "You see, there's one thing you failed to consider. Men like me don't take kindly to being cornered, even by clever women like yourself." Lucy swallowed hard, her throat dry as she forced herself to meet his gaze. "I'm not trying to corner you, Lord Dalton. I'm trying to end this without further trouble. Surely you can see the sense in that." "Sense," he repeated, his tone dripping with mockery. "Oh, I see the sense in it. But where's the fun in making things so simple?" His fingers touched her arm again, lingering this time as his smile turned predatory. "Besides, it seems to me you're willing to do whatever it takes to protect your brother. That kind of loyalty," his voice lowered to a near whisper, "can be quite valuable." Lucy's stomach twisted as she tried to step to the side, but his hand clamped down on her arm, his grip firm and unyielding. Her heart raced as the reality of her situation pressed down on her. She had underestimated him. "You think you can buy your way out of this with promises and a dowry?" Dalton's voice hardened, the dangerous edge to it no longer hidden. "Let me make something clear, Miss Livingston. I don't play games I can't win." She opened her mouth to respond, but the words caught in her throat as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway. Both their heads snapped toward the door, the noise breaking the charged silence of the room. Dalton's grip slackened, his expression shifting into something calculating as the double doors were thrown open with force. Marcus stood in the doorway, his dark gaze locking onto Dalton's hand, still gripping on Lucy's arm. Chapter 26, Marcus's voice was like thunder. "Take your hands off her." Dalton's grip loosened instantly, his hand falling away from Lucy's arm. But it was already too late. Marcus had crossed the room in 3 long strides, his fist colliding with Dalton's jaw with a sickening crack. Dalton staggered back, one hand clutching his face as he let out a low, dangerous laugh. "Lord Pembrey," Dalton said, his voice tight with pain, though his composure remained eerily intact. He straightened, brushing the lapel of his coat as though to wipe away Marcus's assault. "What a pleasure to see you this evening, and His Grace as well." He gave Gabriel a shallow nod, ignoring the blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Gabriel's stance was deceptively relaxed, but his eyes gleamed with sharp warning. "The pleasure is all yours, Dalton." Lucy's breath was shallow as Marcus turned to her. his expression a tempest of fury and something deeper, something she couldn't name. "What were you thinking, coming here alone?" he demanded, his voice low but vibrating with anger. "I was handling it," she snapped, lifting her chin despite the quiver in her voice. "This isn't your fight, Marcus." His jaw clenched, his gaze burning into her before he turned back to Dalton. "I'll settle the debt. You'll have your money by sundown tomorrow." Dalton tilted his head, a sly smile curling his lips. "How very noble of you, Pembrey. But I must say, I was rather intrigued by Miss Livingston's own offer." Marcus stiffened, the words landing like a punch. He shot a sharp look at Lucy. "What offer?" Dalton's smile widened, his gaze flicking between them with amusement. "Oh, nothing untoward. Miss Livingston merely suggested that her dowry might be sufficient to cover her brother's debts. A very generous offer, wouldn't you say?" He paused, his eyes glinting with malice. "Of course, only a husband could claim such funds. Perhaps Miss Livingston and I would do well to formalize an arrangement of our own." The air in the room seemed to freeze. Lucy's face paled, and Marcus's fury darkened into something lethal. His fists curled at his sides, every muscle in his body coiled like a spring. "You dare to suggest—" "I suggest nothing," Dalton said smoothly, though his voice carried an edge of mockery. "I'm simply a man of business, looking for practical solutions. A marriage between myself and Miss Livingston would be expedient." His lips curled into a smirk, and he added, almost offhandedly, "Practicality seems to be a recurring theme where Miss Livingston is concerned, don't you think, Lord Pembrey?" Marcus froze for a heartbeat, Dalton's words slicing through him. Practicality, the same cold word Lucy had thrown at him when she refused his proposal. His anger flared hotter, brighter, and before he could think better of it, he surged forward. Gabriel intercepted Marcus with a firm grip on his arm. "Marcus," Gabriel said quietly, though his voice was firm. "Not here." Marcus shrugged him off, his focus solely on Dalton. "Let me make this clear," he said, his voice dangerously low. "Miss Livingston is under my protection. She is the future Marchioness of Pembrey, and if you so much as look at her again, I will end you. Contact her or her brother again, and I will call you out. And make no mistake, I am an excellent shot. Do you understand me?" Dalton's smile faltered, surprise flickering across his face before he quickly masked it with indifference. "Well, that's quite the proclamation," he said, amused but wary. His gaze shifted to Lucy, and his smirk returned. "And does Miss Livingston agree with this arrangement?" Lucy opened her mouth to protest, but Marcus cut her off. "Enough," Marcus bit out. "You'll have your money, and once the debt is settled, you will stay away from Miss Livingston and her brother. If I so much as hear your name in their vicinity, I won't bother with threats next time." Dalton met Marcus's glare, the tension crackling like a live wire. Then he gave a faint shrug, his smile returning, though it no longer reached his eyes. "Very well. Business is business, after all. I'll expect the payment by sundown tomorrow." Marcus turned to Lucy, his voice sharp. "We're leaving. Now." Lucy blinked, her pulse pounding as Marcus grabbed her hand and began to pull her toward the door. Her heart raced, equal parts fury and bewilderment. "Marcus, Not now," he said, his tone brooking no argument. Gabriel shot Dalton a cold look before following them out, his footsteps echoing behind them. Marcus's grip on Lucy's hand was firm, his strides long and purposeful as they left the townhouse. Lucy struggled to keep up, the hem of her cloak dragging against the cobblestones as they reached the waiting carriage. Marcus opened the door and ushered her inside, his expression unreadable. Gabriel followed, settling across from them with a quiet sigh. As the carriage jerked into motion, Lucy finally found her voice. "What was that, Marcus? Declaring me your future Marchioness as though I have no say in the matter?" His jaw tightened, but he didn't look at her. "You would prefer I let him believe you were available to marry him?" His tone was razor sharp, and beneath the anger, there was something else, a rawness she hadn't expected. "That's not the point. You can't just make decisions about my life without consulting me." Gabriel cleared his throat, looking mildly amused. "Perhaps we should revisit this discussion after a drink or two." Marcus shot him a look. "Gabriel." As they neared Radcliffe House, Gabriel straightened and cleared his throat. "Well, that was eventful," he said lightly, his tone deliberately casual. "I'll leave the two of you to discuss things further. I'm sure Diana will want to know we're back." Marcus glanced at him, his jaw tightening, but he gave a curt nod. Fine. When the carriage rolled to a stop, Gabriel pulled open the door, stepping out with his usual grace. He turned back briefly, his gaze lingering on Marcus with a look that seemed to say, "Don't muck this up." "Good night, Lucy," Gabriel said, his voice warm as he gave her a slight bow. "Try not to let him growl at you too much." Lucy managed a tight smile, though her throat was too tight to respond. With a final glance between them, Gabriel closed the door, leaving them alone. The silence that followed was deafening, the weight of unspoken words filling the small space. Marcus exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair before finally lifting his gaze to meet hers. His eyes burned with a mixture of anger, frustration, and something else. "Lucy," he began, his voice low and sharp, "what the hell were you thinking? You were going to offer yourself to that man. Were you actually going to marry him?" Her head snapped toward him, her heart lurching at the rawness in his voice. His eyes, dark and furious, pinned her in place. She faltered, her pride and frustration warring with the ache that had settled deep in her chest. "What choice did I have, Marcus? William." "This isn't about William," Marcus interrupted, his voice rising. "This is about you walking into that man's house and offering yourself on a silver platter." Her cheeks flushed with indignation, and she leaned forward, her own anger sparking to life. "You think I wanted to? Do you think I wanted to stand there begging him to spare my brother? To touch my dowry and—" Her voice broke, and she bit her lip, willing the tears to stay at bay. "You don't understand." "Then make me understand," he shot back, his voice rough. "Because all I see is the woman I—" He stopped short, his jaw tightening. "The woman I offered marriage to, turning me down, only to throw herself at a man like Dalton. Why him, Lucy? Why not me?" The question hung in the air, raw and unrelenting. Lucy's breath hitched, her composure unraveling as his words pierced through her defenses. "You think this is the same?" she said. "You think your cold, practical offer of marriage is the same as what I just endured? At least with Dalton, I knew what to expect. At least with him, I knew it wouldn't." She stopped, her hands curling into fists. "Wouldn't what?" Marcus pressed, his voice quieter now, but no less intense. "Wouldn't hurt? Wouldn't mean anything?" She swallowed hard, her gaze dropping to her lap. "Wouldn't break me," she whispered. The words struck him like a physical blow. "Lucy." His voice softened, though the storm in his eyes remained. "What are you saying?" She looked up at him, her amber eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I can't marry you," she said, her voice shaking. "Because I love you. And if I married you, if I lived my life loving you and knowing you didn't feel the same—" She broke off, shaking her head as her voice cracked. "It would ruin me." Marcus stared at her, stunned. For a moment, he could only blink, her confession reverberating in his mind. "You think I don't love you? Lucy, you infuriate me. You challenge me at every turn. You drive me mad. But you're all I think about. You're the only one I've ever—" He stopped, the words catching in his throat. Her breath hitched, her eyes searching his. "Marcus." He leaned forward, his hand lifting to cup her cheek, his thumb brushing against her skin with a tenderness that stole her breath. For a heartbeat, she thought he might kiss her. She thought she might let him. But reality crashed down around her, and she pulled back, her heart thundering. "This changes nothing," she whispered. "You're doing this out of duty, Marcus, not love." His jaw clenched, and he exhaled sharply, his frustration evident. "I don't do anything out of duty when it comes to you, Lucy," he said. "Remember that." Marcus's jaw worked as he tried to steady himself, but the carriage felt like it had grown impossibly small, the air heavy with unspoken truths. Lucy sat across from him, her chin lifted in defiance, her lips pressed together in a thin line, but her eyes betrayed her, wide and uncertain, glimmering with emotions she didn't dare voice. He couldn't let her walk away. Not now. Not ever. "Lucy." His voice was rough with urgency, his body leaning forward as though drawn to her by a force he couldn't resist. "I'm not letting you go." Her breath hitched, her fingers gripping the folds of her cloak tightly. "You don't have a choice, Marcus." Her traitorous voice trembling despite her effort to sound resolute. "This isn't your decision to make, it's mine." "You think I don't know that?" He snapped, though the sharpness in his tone wasn't directed at her, but at the ache clawing at his chest. You think I haven't spent every moment since you refused me wondering how to make you see? I know you don't want to marry me, Lucy, but I will not sit here and watch you destroy yourself for your brother's sake because you're too damn stubborn to let someone else shoulder the burden. Her eyes narrowed, the flash of defiance he so loved sparking to life. This isn't about stubbornness. This is about practicality, Marcus. You don't love me. That's where you're wrong. He cut through her protest like a blade. The words stunned her into silence, her lips parting as she stared at him, wide-eyed. I love you, Lucy, he continued, the confession tumbling out with a rawness that made his voice unsteady. I love you so much it terrifies me. You think I offered you marriage out of duty? Out of some misplaced sense of honor? I offered it because I cannot imagine my life without you in it. She sucked in a breath, her hands trembling in her lap. Marcus. No, he said. Listen to me. You are the most infuriating, impossible woman I've ever met, and I wouldn't change a single thing about you. You make me want more than the hollow shell my life was before I met you. I love you, Lucy. I've loved you from the moment you stormed into my life, and I will love you until my last breath. Her throat tightened, her vision blurring as tears welled in her eyes. You can't mean that, she whispered, her voice breaking. I do. He leaned closer, his gaze locking onto hers with an intensity that made her pulse race. And I'll spend the rest of my life proving it to you, if you'll let me. But you have to trust me. You have to give us a chance. Her chest ached, her heart pounding wildly as his words washed over her. She wanted to believe him, wanted so desperately to believe that this wasn't just another practical arrangement, but something deeper, something real. Marcus, She hesitated, the weight of her fears pressing down on her. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to trust that this isn't just... He cut her off with a low, fervent whisper. Then let me show you. Before she could protest, his hands were on her, cupping her face. His thumbs brushed against her cheekbones, wiping away the tears that had slipped free, and then his lips were on hers. The kiss wasn't gentle. It was fierce, consuming, and filled with every unspoken word, every ounce of longing he had kept bottled up inside. His mouth moved against hers, with a desperation that made her knees weak, even though she was sitting. She gasped against his lips, her hands fisting in his coat, as if anchoring herself to him was the only thing keeping her from spiraling into the storm he had unleashed. He deepened the kiss, his lips parting hers as his hand slid to the back of her neck, pulling her closer. She could taste the faint hint of brandy on his tongue, feel the warmth of his breath against her skin, and the hard press of his chest as he leaned into her. The world outside the carriage disappeared. There was no Dalton, no debts, no Boston, only Marcus. When he finally pulled back, they were both breathing hard, their foreheads resting against each other as the carriage rocked gently beneath them. You're mine, Lucy, he said, his voice a low growl that sent a shiver down her spine. And I'm yours. Say yes. Say you'll marry me. Her heart thundered in her chest, her lips still tingling from the kiss. She searched his face, seeing nothing but raw, unguarded truth in his eyes. Yes, she whispered, I'll marry you. The tension in his body melted away, replaced by a relief so profound it left him breathless. He kissed her again, slower this time, his lips lingering on hers as if savoring the promise they had just made. When they finally broke apart, Lucy's hand rested lightly against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her palm. I hope you're ready, Marcus, she said, a small, wry smile tugging at her lips despite the tears still clinging to her lashes. Because you just signed up for a lifetime of battles. His lips curved into a smile, his fingers brushing a strand of hair from her face. As long as I'm fighting them with you, I'm ready for anything. Chapter 27. The drawing room of Radcliffe House was alive with laughter and light chatter, the tension of the previous days seemingly a distant memory. Lucy sat on the settee beside Diana, a teacup balanced in her hand as her friend animatedly described potential floral arrangements for the wedding. And hydrangeas would be lovely, don't you think? Diana said, her eyes sparkling. Something elegant, understated, but with just enough charm to say, I've arrived. She paused, a mischievous smile curling her lips. Though I suppose if Marcus had his way, The flowers wouldn't matter because you'd be halfway to Gretna Green already. Lucy choked on her tea, coughing as the room erupted into soft laughter. Even Duchess Radcliffe allowed herself a rare, indulgent chuckle. Gretna Green indeed, the Duchess said, her tone sharp but fond. There will be no running off like scoundrels, not when I've gone to the trouble of seeing Miss Livingston properly launched into society. Well, Diana teased, that launch did come with a scandal or two. Scandals do keep things interesting, the Duchess said briskly, sipping her tea, but nothing a proper wedding won't smooth over. Lucy, feeling the heat climb her cheeks, placed her teacup back on its saucer with deliberate care. I'm perfectly fine with something simple, she offered, though her voice lacked conviction. Simple? Diana's mock horror made Lucy smile despite herself. Lucy, my dear, you're marrying a marquess. There is no such thing as a simple wedding for a marchioness. Before Lucy could muster a response, the door opened, and the easy hum of conversation faltered. Marcus strode in, his presence commanding as always, followed by Gabriel, who looked as though he'd been enjoying a private joke. Ah, here they are, Diana said with a grin. Have you finished handling what needed to be handled? Marcus's eyes flicked to Lucy, his expression softening ever so slightly before he inclined his head toward Diana. It's done. Dalton won't be bothering anyone in this room again. A ripple of relief moved through the space, though it was Diana who spoke next. Good. That man is a menace. That he is, Gabriel agreed, his voice light but his eyes sharp. He clapped Marcus on the shoulder, though I imagine Lord Pembrey made it abundantly clear what would happen if he tried. Marcus's lips quirked into the faintest of smiles. Let's just say the matter is settled. Lucy's chest eased, some of the tension she hadn't realized she was holding slipping away. She didn't press him for details, though a part of her was curious as to what had transpired. Instead, she let her gaze linger on Marcus, on the way he seemed both lighter and more resolute than before. Well then, Marcus said, his tone turning playful as he stepped further into the room. His eyes landed on Lucy, and a glint of mischief flickered there. Now that everything is settled, we might as well head to Gretna Green today. Best to wed before you change your mind. Lucy blinked, her cheeks warming as the room dissolved into laughter. Don't be absurd, the Duchess interjected, though there was a hint of amusement in her voice. There will be a proper wedding, as tradition dictates. Anything less would be unacceptable. I'm inclined to agree, Diana added, her eyes dancing with mirth. Though I must say, Marcus, the thought of you fleeing to Gretna is deliciously scandalous. Marcus chuckled but didn't take his gaze off Lucy. I'd endure the scandal if it meant you'd marry me. Lucy felt her heart stutter, the weight of his words, though delivered with teasing levity, settling deep in her chest. She forced herself to meet his gaze, the corners of her lips curving upward despite her better judgment. I'm sure the Duchess would have something to say about that. Oh, I'd have plenty to say, the Duchess replied tartly, though there was an approving glint in her eye as she watched the pair. Well then, Marcus said lightly, shifting his attention to William, who had been uncharacteristically quiet throughout the exchange. I'd like a word with your brother if you don't mind. William's brows lifted, but he set down his teacup with a nod. Of course. Gabriel, who had been lingering by the hearth with an air of quiet amusement, straightened and clapped his hands together lightly. Well then, he said, his tone dry, perhaps the gentleman should retire to the library for this discussion. Ladies, we'll leave you to your tea and wedding plans. Diana arched a brow at him, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. A wise decision, Your Grace. I doubt we'd want to hear whatever gruff wisdom Marcus has planned for poor William. Gabriel extended his arm to the Duchess of Radcliffe, who gave an approving nod and allowed him to escort her toward the far end of the drawing room, where she resumed her seat by the fire. Be kind, Lord Pembrey, the Duchess called after them, her voice dry, but her gaze watchful. And do try not to frighten the boy. Kindness is hardly in my nature, Marcus replied, though his tone carried an edge of teasing. He glanced toward Lucy, his gaze softening ever so slightly. Excuse us. Lucy's brow furrowed as her gaze flicked to William. Her fingers tightened briefly around her teacup, but the calm set of Marcus's shoulders told her he wasn't asking for permission. Don't go too hard on him, she murmured, her voice quiet but firm. Marcus met her gaze, his expression unreadable, before giving her a single, measured nod. "We'll see." William rose, casting Lucy a reassuring smile that did little to ease the knot of unease forming in her chest. "Don't worry, Luce, I'll be fine." Lucy lingered in her seat, her gaze following Marcus and William as they made their way toward the library door. The faint click of it closing behind them seemed unnaturally loud, leaving a silence in its wake that made Lucy's pulse quicken. Diana, sensing her unease, touched her arm lightly and said, "Let them talk. They'll sort it out." Her smile was faint but knowing as she added, "Besides, we have far more pressing matters to discuss. Have you decided whether you prefer hydrangeas or roses?" Lucy managed a small, distracted smile and turned her attention back to Diana, though her thoughts remained fixed on the closed library door. Marcus stood by the library window, his hands clasped behind his back as he stared out into the darkened streets of London. The faint glow of a gas lamp flickered in the distance, but it did little to chase away the weight pressing on his chest. He'd taken lives on the battlefield, made decisions that haunted him in the quiet hours of the night. But this felt harder. Behind him, William shifted uncomfortably in one of the leather armchairs. The younger man's face was pale, his bruises stark against his skin, but his posture was tense, defensive even. Marcus didn't blame him for that. This wasn't a conversation William was likely looking forward to. Finally, Marcus turned, his gaze steady and unyielding as it met William's. "You have a choice to make, Livingston. Either you start taking responsibility for yourself and your actions, or you'll end up dragging Lucy down with you." William flinched, his jaw tightening. "I know I made a mess of things," he said quietly. "I don't need you to remind me." "Oh, I think you do," Marcus said sharply, his voice like a whip crack. He strode toward the younger man, his limp barely noticeable in the intensity of his movements. "Do you have any idea what you put her through? What it was like to see her standing in Dalton's drawing room, practically offering herself up to save you?" William's shoulders sagged, and for a moment, he looked more like a chastened boy than a man. "I never wanted her to do that," he muttered. "I didn't think it would go this far." Marcus leaned against the desk, crossing his arms over his chest as he stared William down. "That's the problem. You didn't think. And because of that, Lucy was willing to risk everything to protect you. Again." William's head snapped up, guilt flashing in his eyes. "What do you mean again?" Marcus arched a brow, his voice softening slightly. "The Charles River. She saved you once, didn't she?" William's lips parted in surprise before a faint, rueful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You heard about that?" "She never told me," Marcus admitted. "You did in your laudanum haze." William chuckled weakly, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Of course I did." His smile faded, and he let out a heavy sigh. "She's always been like that, you know, jumping in headfirst to save me, even when it's my fault we're in trouble to begin with." Marcus's expression softened, a flicker of something like understanding crossing his face. "She nearly lost you that day, didn't she?" William nodded, his gaze dropping to his hands. "The cold from the river, it got into my lungs. I was sick for weeks, feverish, coughing. The doctors didn't think I'd make it." He swallowed hard, his voice growing quieter. "But Lucy wouldn't leave my side. Not for a minute. I don't know how she did it, but she pulled me through. She always does." For a long moment, the room was silent, the weight of William's words hanging between them. Marcus's chest tightened as he thought of Lucy, a girl no older than 14, facing the possibility of losing her brother and refusing to give up. That same fierce, unrelenting spirit had followed her into adulthood, driving her to protect William, even when it meant putting herself in harm's way. "She blames herself, you know," Marcus said softly, his voice laced with understanding. "For the river, for all of it." William's head jerked up, surprise and anguish warring in his expression. "But it wasn't her fault. I was the one chasing the damned kite. She doesn't see it that way," Marcus interrupted gently. "And that's why she'll keep doing whatever it takes to protect you, even if it destroys her." William's face crumpled, and he pressed his palms to his eyes. "I never wanted that for her," he said hoarsely. "I never wanted to be a burden." "Then don't be," Marcus said simply. "Come to Pembrey Park. There's work to be done, and I could use an extra set of hands. It won't be easy, but but it'll give you purpose, and it'll keep you close to Lucy, where I know she'll feel safer." William looked up, his brow furrowing in confusion. "You'd do that? After everything?" Marcus's lips twitched into a faint, wry smile. "Let's just say I've been in need of a brother-in-law who doesn't drive me to madness. Besides," his expression grew more serious, "James would have wanted me to do this." "James?" William asked, his tone cautious. "My brother," Marcus said quietly. "He died 3 months ago. A carriage accident. He was my best friend, my confidant, the one person who made the weight of the title bearable." He paused, his gaze distant. "I can't replace him. But maybe we can forge something different." William's throat bobbed as he swallowed, the weight of Marcus's words settling heavily on his shoulders. I don't know what to say." Marcus's gaze sharpened, his tone turning firm but not unkind. "Say you'll try, William. Say you'll stop running and start living up to the man Lucy believes you can be." William hesitated for only a moment before nodding, a faint smile breaking through his remorse. "I'll try." "Good," Marcus said, pushing off the desk and straightening to his full height. "Now, don't make me regret this, William. Pembrey Park has enough problems without you chasing kites into the river." William let out a startled laugh, the sound cracking through the tension in the room. For the first time in days, a genuine smile lit his face. "I'll do my best, Pembrey." Marcus nodded, a sense of quiet satisfaction settling over him as he extended a hand. "Marcus," William took it, the handshake firm and resolute, an unspoken promise of better days to come. The house had fallen silent, save for the faint crackle of the hearth in the drawing room. Lucy stood by the window, her arms wrapped loosely around herself as she stared into the darkened streets below. The day had been long, her emotions stretched thin, but for the first time in weeks, a faint sense of peace curled at the edges of her thoughts. The sound of the door creaking open made her turn, and she smiled faintly when Marcus stepped inside. His cravat was loosened, his dark hair slightly tousled, and the exhaustion etched into his features made her chest ache. "Marcus," she said softly. He closed the door behind him and hesitated for the briefest of moments before crossing the room to stand beside her. His gaze swept her face, searching for something. Whatever it was, he must have found it, because his shoulders eased and a small, tentative smile touched his lips. "I wanted to speak with you," he said, his voice low, careful. Lucy tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her amber eyes. "Of course. Is something wrong?" "No," he said quickly. "Not wrong. At least I hope not." He shifted his weight slightly, his hands curling at his sides as though to ground himself. "I've spoken with William." Her stomach tightened, but she nodded. And, he began, his tone steady but carrying a hint of vulnerability, "I've invited him to come live with us at Pembrey Park." Her lips parted in surprise, and she blinked up at him, unsure she'd heard correctly. "You've invited him?" Marcus nodded, his gaze unwavering. "There's a great deal to be done at the estate. I thought he might find purpose there, a chance to grow into the man I know he can be. It's not without expectations," he added quickly, his jaw tightening. "He'll work hard, and I'll make sure he learns the discipline he needs. But he's your brother, Lucy, and I'd like to welcome him as part of our family." A rush of emotion surged through her, leaving her momentarily breathless. Her vision blurred as tears pricked her eyes, and before she could stop herself, she flung her arms around his neck, holding him tightly. "Oh, Marcus," she murmured against his shoulder. "Thank you. You don't know how much this means to me." His arms came around her instinctively, pulling her close. "I think I do," he said softly, his voice a low rumble against her ear. She leaned back slightly, just enough to look up at him, her amber eyes shining with gratitude. "You're giving him a chance, giving us all a chance." Her voice broke, and she shook her head, her lips curving into a watery smile. "I don't have the words." "You don't need them," Marcus said, his gaze locked on hers. "Your smile is enough." Her breath hitched, and she felt herself drowning in the depth of his eyes, the weight of his presence surrounding her like a warm, unyielding shield. Then his lips were on hers. The kiss stole her breath, fierce and tender all at once. It wasn't the first time he'd kissed her, but this was something different. His hands cradled her face as though she were the most precious thing in the world, his touch both reverent and possessive. Lucy melted into him, her fingers tangling in the fabric of his shirt as her heart pounded in her chest. She could feel the unspoken words between them, the promises carried in the press of his lips, and for the first time she allowed herself to believe in the future they could have. When they finally broke apart, both of them breathing hard, Marcus rested his forehead against hers. "We'll get a special license," he murmured, his voice rough but resolute. "We'll marry as soon as possible." A startled laugh bubbled out of her, and she tilted her head to look at him. "You really are a man of action, aren't you?" He smiled, the rare softness in his expression stealing her breath anew. "When it comes to you, Lucy, I'll always be a man of action." Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't look away. "Then let's not waste any time." He kissed her again, slower this time, his lips lingering as though savoring every moment. When they finally drew apart, he rested a hand against her cheek, his thumb brushing lightly across her skin. "You won't regret this," he said softly. Her smile widened, her heart full. "I know." As they stood together in the quiet glow of the firelight, Lucy allowed herself to imagine the life ahead, the challenges, the joys, and the love she now knew she couldn't live without. And for the first time in what felt like forever, she felt truly at peace. Epilogue. Lucy waddled gracefully, or so she liked to think, through the gardens of Pembrey Park, one hand resting on the curve of her belly, while the other brushed against the soft petals of the roses climbing the trellis. Morning light filtered through the archways, casting the dew-kissed blooms in a golden glow. It was serene, idyllic, and far too formal. "This garden needs life," she muttered to herself. "A little wildness. It's practically screaming for daisies." Behind her, William trudged along with a spade over his shoulder, his expression a mix of amusement and resignation. "I can't believe I let you talk me into this," he said, coming to a stop beside her. Lucy turned to him with an unrepentant grin. "You agreed the garden needed improvement." "I agreed to dig up weeds, not the dowager's prized roses," William replied dryly, gesturing toward the immaculately arranged flower beds. "Roses are overrated," Lucy said airily, lowering herself onto her knees with surprising grace for a woman nearly 8 months pregnant. "Wild daisies have character." William arched a brow, crouching beside her. "I'm fairly certain Marcus won't see it that way, and I can't imagine the dowager will either." Lucy waved him off, pulling on her gloves. "Marcus will thank me when he sees the improvement. As for the dowager, well, she's survived worse." "She survived you," William quipped, biting back a grin. Lucy shot him a mock glare before digging her fingers into the soil around one of the rose bushes. The soft earth yielded to her touch, and the heady scent of roses mixed with the fresh tang of dirt. Beside her, William hesitated before joining in, muttering something under his breath about getting blamed for the whole thing. "You won't be blamed," Lucy said brightly, pausing to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "You're merely the muscle. Everyone knows I'm the brains of this operation." William snorted. "I'm not sure brains is the right word for it." They were halfway through uprooting the second rose bush when a sharp voice rang out. "What in heaven's name are you doing?" Lucy froze, her gloved hands wrapped around the base of the bush, as the Dowager Marchioness of Pembrey appeared at the end of the garden path. She was clad in a morning gown and garden bonnet, her walking stick gripped tightly as she stared in horror at the scene before her. William stood quickly, trying to look innocent despite the spade in his hands. "Ah, my lady, Don't you dare, William Livingston," the dowager snapped, narrowing her eyes. "I'll not have you destroying my roses to humor your sister's lunacy." Lucy, still on her knees, turned to face the dowager with a serene smile. "Good morning, you were just uprooting my roses." The dowager interrupted, her tone incredulous. Lucy tilted her chin. "I prefer to think of it as relocating them, to make room for the daisies." The dowager looked as though she might faint. "Daisies?" "Yes, daisies," Lucy said cheerfully, climbing to her feet with William's help. She dusted off her gloves and gestured toward the empty patch of soil. "They'll add a bit of wild charm, don't you think? It'll be a perfect balance, roses for tradition, daisies for spirit." The dowager's mouth opened and closed, her face growing steadily redder. "This is England, Lady Pembrey, and it does not need your American sense of chaos invading its gardens." Lucy didn't miss a beat. "It's Wales, actually, And I'm creating harmony, not chaos. The roses and the daisies will get along just fine." Before the dowager could sputter out a reply, a familiar voice cut through the tension. "Lucy, I knew you had a talent for chaos, but I didn't expect you to invade England twice." Lucy turned to see Marcus striding toward them, his tall frame cutting an imposing figure in the morning light. His dark hair was tousled from the wind, and his eyes held a glint of exasperation. She crossed her arms, arching a brow. "It's Wales," she corrected, though her lips twitched with amusement. Marcus stopped in front of her, taking in the scene, the pile of uprooted roses, the dowager's scandalized expression, and William's sheepish grin. He pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering something about daisies under his breath. "Lucy," he said finally, his tone both fond and exasperated, "what are you doing?" "Improving the garden," she replied matter-of-factly. "By pulling it apart at the root?" he asked, his lips twitching as though he was trying not to smile. "Exactly." Marcus shook his head, glancing at William. "And you went along with this?" William shrugged, the picture of innocence. "She's very persuasive." The dowager let out a huff, tapping her walking stick against the ground. "Persuasive or not, this is an abomination. Marcus, do something." He turned back to Lucy, his expression softening as he met her gaze. "Lucy," he said quietly, stepping closer, "you know you shouldn't be bending and kneeling in your condition." Her hands went to her hips. "I'm pregnant, not an invalid." "You're my wife," he said, his voice low and steady, "and I won't have you risking your health for a garden, no matter how many daisies you think it needs." Lucy blinked, her resolve wavering as his words sank in. Then she sighed, a small smile tugging at her lips. "Fine, but only because you said, please." "I didn't say please," Marcus said, his tone dry. "Your eyes did," she teased, leaning into him as he slipped an arm around her waist. The dowager muttered something about incorrigible Americans as Marcus guided Lucy back toward the house, leaving William to deal with the remaining roses. As they strolled back toward the manor, Marcus placed a protective hand over Lucy's rounded belly, his touch warm and grounding. "You'll be the death of me, you know," he murmured. "Nonsense," she replied, resting her head against his shoulder. "I'm giving you life, literally." "I hope our child doesn't inherit your sense of rebellion." Lucy laughed. "I hope they do. The world could use more rebels." Marcus chuckled, his arm tightening around her waist as they continued toward the manor. "No more kneeling in rose beds, Lucy. If you must orchestrate chaos, you'll do it from a proper chair, preferably one that doesn't require me to worry about you toppling over." She let out a soft laugh, the sound warm and unrepentant. "You'd miss the chaos, Marcus. You'd be lost without it." "Perhaps," he admitted with a wry smile, brushing a kiss against her temple. "But I'd prefer my chaos a bit less hazardous to you and the air you're currently carrying." "Oh," Lucy exclaimed suddenly, her hand tugging on his arm to steer him toward the front door. Her eyes lit with excitement. "That reminds me, you must come see the nursery. I've just finished painting it." Marcus paused mid-step, his brow furrowing. "You've painted it? Yourself?" She gave him a sly grin, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Of course, I didn't trust anyone else to get the color right." "Lucy," Marcus groaned, "what color have you painted it?" She gave his arm a playful tug, her grin widening. "Come see for yourself." As she pulled him inside, Marcus let out a resigned laugh, his affection for her shining through every exasperated word. "If it's blue and green stripes or anything involving daisies, we're hiring a proper painter immediately." Lucy's laugh echoed through the halls as they disappeared into the manor, her voice floating behind her. "You'll love it, Marcus. Trust me." Whatever Lucy had done to the nursery, Marcus suspected it was just the beginning, and he couldn't wait to see what kind of wonderful, maddening chaos came next. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of A Marcus Worth the Scandal, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.